Chapter 540. Ning Shu sat on the bed and cultivated. He felt that there was no effect. Perhaps this body's aptitude was too poor, so he couldn't cultivate for a while. Ning Shu felt a bit irritated, but he couldn't tell where this irritability came from. Perhaps it was because his body was too uncomfortable, causing him to be in a bad mood. In addition, the peerless martial arts that had always strengthened his body didn't seem to work. Ning Shu made up his mind. He had to cultivate for a while. This body always made him feel irritated. Furthermore, he was addicted to pills. The feeling of his heart being scratched was because he wanted to eat pills. After cultivating for a while, he still didn't have any results. Instead, he had some muddy red sweat. It should be the pill poison hidden in his body. The red in the sweat should be cinnabar. After a comfortable bath, he felt a lot more refreshed. Even his muddled mind was a lot clearer. After reading a few memorials, Ning Shu planned to go out and relax. He wanted to relieve the irritation in his heart. Ning Shu needed to be calm to complete his mission. Only with a calm heart could he notice the changes in his surroundings. After walking around the imperial garden for a while, he met a male concubine playing in the garden. This male concubine's posture was very enchanting. He wore gauzy clothes. Through the gauze, one could see 2 red dogwoods on his chest. Although he was enchanting, it was obvious that he was a man. When the male concubine saw Ning Shu, his eyes lit up. It was like an ant seeing a piece of candy. He immediately pounced over. When the male concubine came close, Ning Shu smelled the heavy incense on his body. He took 2 steps back. "Your Majesty, why haven't you come to see Lu recently?" "Lu misses your Majesty." The male concubine, Ning Shu, said unhappily. Ning Shu raised his eyebrows. "Didn't the Phoenix Empress tell you? I haven't been feeling well recently. I won't be entering the harem for the time being." The male concubine called Lu pouted and didn't say anything. Seeing him like this, Ning Shu knew that the Phoenix Empress had spoken to these male concubines. At first glance, Lu Zhangqing was a capable man. He took good care of the harem for the original owner. Ning Shu could not figure out why Mu Nishang would banish him to the cold palace. Was it because of the crown princess? Mu Nishang should have feelings for Lu Changqing. Why didn't she look at Lu Changqing even when she died? If you have nothing to do, just stay in your palace. The sun is so strong that it will burn your skin, Ning Shu's concubine said. Really? The male consort touched his face. Ning Shu bowed and left in a hurry. The men in the harem all used their beauty to serve others. Of course, they cared about their appearance. Ning Shu wandered around and came to Lu Changqing's Phoenix Perch Hall. Just as he was considering whether or not to go in, he saw Mu Shui come out. When Mu Shui saw Ning Shu, she was stunned for a moment. She quickly walked over and saluted Ning Shu. Ning Shu looked at Mu Shui. His eyes flashed, and he said, "Crown Princess, are you here to see the Phoenix Queen?" "Yes, I am here to see my father." "I am going to leave now," Mu Shui said respectfully. Ning Shu did not know if it was an illusion, but Mu Shui was very respectful, but Ning Shu felt that Mu Shui's attitude was not that respectful. Ning Shu nodded. Mu Shui said goodbye and left. Ning Shu looked at Mu Shui's back. The more he looked at her, the more she looked like a man. A woman's body was soft, and it was inevitable that she would sway her hips when walking. But Mu Shui walked straight. Ning Shu guessed that she was walking with her hips tight. Ning Shu looked at Phoenix Perch Hall. He did not plan on going in. Every time he faced Lu Changqing, he felt awkward. After all, she was not Mu Nishang. It would be bad if Lu Changqing saw something. Ning Shu turned and left. He was going to return to his palace. After returning to the palace, Ning Shu sent a few royal secret guards to observe the second Princess Mu Meng and the third Princess Mu Ro. He wanted to see if they could become the Empress. If they couldn't, then he would find a younger one and make more arrangements to ensure the stability of the country. In any case, Ning Shu could see that Mu Nishang's intention was not to let a man usurp the country. She wanted to ensure that the country was in the hands of the Mu clan. During this time, Ning Shu did not give up on cultivating peerless martial arts. However, he did not manage to cultivate Qi Jin. Generally, in the modern world where there was less spirit energy, it was impossible to cultivate Qi Jin. In ancient times, it was possible to cultivate Qi Jin. However, Ning Shu took a lot of time to cultivate this body. But it was still useless. When he cultivated, he would sweat and expel some pill toxins from his body. However, it was not enough for Ning Shu. The secret guard that Ning Shu sent to observe Mu Shui came back and told Ning Shu what he had observed. Ning Shu sorted out the things that the secret guard said. Mu Shui always wore black clothes in her mansion. She never wore jewelry. She basically didn't let the servants serve her. She also didn't enter the backyard. The bulge in front of her chest was also restrained. Ning Shu was 100% sure that the person in Mu Shui's body was a man. Moreover, it was a man with serious ideas. It was getting more and more lively. However, Mu Shui also did a good thing. That was, she made punctuation marks. Now, it was much easier for her to read memorials and deal with political affairs. Now, Ning Shu was going to take Mu Nishang's original path and remove Mu Shui from the position of crown prince. Did Mu Nishang discover something and risk shaking the foundation of the country to remove Mu Shui from the position of crown prince? Did she discover that the soul in Mu Shui's body was a man's soul? The plot didn't give Ning Shu much useful information. In short, this task was not simple. She had naively thought that this task was simple before. Ning Shu felt that his task was getting more and more difficult. Was it his bad luck or the system's intention? During the time when Ning Shu didn't go to the harem, Lu Changqing would occasionally send some tonic soup to Ning Shu. He would tell Ning Shu to pay attention to his body. It was like routine business, which made Ning Shu's balls hurt. Every time he saw the xiangfei bamboo flute on Lu Changqing's waist, Ning Shu wanted to know the origin of this flute. Lu Changqing seemed to cherish it and carried it with him except when he went to sleep. Ning Shu's heart was itching. He couldn't help but ask, Phoenix Empress, what is the meaning of this flute? Lu Changqing took the flute from his waist. Ning Shu said, this flute was made by Changqing himself. There were mottled marks on the xiangfei bamboo. It was like a person's tears had dripped onto it. Ning Shu nodded and said, Phoenix Empress's craftsmanship is good. Lu Changqing pursed his lips. His expression was a bit dark. Ning Shu told him to remember to drink the soup and then left. Ning Shu was confused. Did she say something wrong? Why did it feel like Lu Changqing was angry? Shouldn't she praise the craftsmanship? Should she praise the bamboo for looking good? Your Majesty, when you and Phoenix Empress were young, you planted a bunch of xiangfei bamboo, Maid Autumn couldn't help but say. Ning Shu, 0, I see. Chapter 541. Lu Changqing carried the bamboo that he planted with Mu Nishang. Did it mean that Lu Changqing also had feelings for Mu Nishang? Damn, it seemed that he had to have less contact with Lu Changqing in the future. They grew up together, so he must know Mu Nishang very well. Even if he knew the reason why Lu Changqing carried Xiangfei's bamboo flute, Ning Shu still didn't plan to drink the tonic soup Lu Changqing brought over. It was just a kind of intuition. Ning Shu was thinking about how to remove Mu Shui from the position of crown prince. Could he put the Empress Dragon robe in Mu Shui's residence like Mu Nishang? He still felt that it was inappropriate to punish Mu Shui with the crime of rebellion. He had to think of a better way. The method of putting the dragon robe must catch the other party off guard. If the other party was on guard, it would be for nothing. Instead, he would be blamed by the other party. After meeting Mu Shui a few times, Ning Shu felt that the soul in Mu Shui's body was a relatively deep person. This method might not be effective. Ning Shu's head hurt thinking. Mu Shui didn't do anything immoral. Some time ago, she even created punctuation marks, which were beneficial to the country. As long as she didn't do anything excessive, Mu Shue's position as crown prince was stable. Mu Shue basically didn't show up in front of Ning Shu. This made Ning Shu a little unsure of Mu Shue's way of doing things. Last time, Mu Shue proposed to let a man be an official. After being scolded by her, Mu Shue never mentioned this matter again. Obviously, she kept it in her heart. On the other hand, whenever Mu Yao encountered something fun or delicious, she would bring a portion for Ning Shu. She was a filial daughter. Ning Shu looked at Mu Yao's peach blossom face and guessed that she met another handsome man. He asked, "I heard that you've been very close to the son of Prime Minister Yuan recently." "Who's close to him?" "I'm not." Mu Yao's face turned red and she almost jumped up. Ning Shu glanced at her. "If you're not, then you're not. I've heard some rumors in the palace. If you don't like it, then don't do anything and don't ruin the mother's reputation. Otherwise, he can only marry you in the future." Worry appeared on Mu Yao's face. Ning Shu asked, "Will I really ruin his reputation? Why don't I marry him?" Ning Shu was speechless. "Good child, go play somewhere else." Ning Shu originally thought that Mu Yao and Mother June wouldn't get married so quickly, but Mu Yao knelt down with a plop during the morning court the next day, asking Ning Shu to decree the marriage. "Imperial Mother, I want to marry the Origin Lord." Mu Yao spoke bluntly and directly. "Is the mother's is said asked Mu's. Asked Yao's was the mother to asked Mu. Ning Shu looked at Yuan Jun's mother's expression and knew that Mu Yao did not inform Yuan Jun's mother at all. Prime Minister Yuan pondered in his heart. His Majesty doted on the 4 imperial daughters. Lady Yuan and the 4 imperial daughters could be considered a good home. Prime Minister Yuan understood his son. He was proud and would not bow down to a woman. 4th Princess Huang was a woman with a good temper. She should be able to tolerate Yuan Jun. "It's my honor," said Mu Mu. Ning Shu had only issued an edict to bestow the marriage, allowing Yuan Jun to marry Mu Yao as the principal husband. Ning Shu had no intention of separating the two of them. Mu Shue's son ascended the throne by chance. Ning Shu didn't even let Mu Yao touch the edge of the throne. Mu Shue didn't have the ability to do that. Ning Shu and Mu Mu agreed on the wedding date. Mu Yao was smiling the whole time. She was very happy. Obviously, she liked Mu Shue very much. Ning Shu glanced at the silent Mu Shue and asked, "Crown Princess, do you have a man you like? The position of your official husband is vacant, you should have a man to take care of you." Mu Shue's face stiffened and then returned to normal. If Ning Shu didn't look carefully, he wouldn't be able to see the change in Mu Shue's expression. "I'm not in a hurry. When I have a man I like, then, I will ask Imperial Mother to give the marriage decree," Mu Shue said respectfully. Ning Shu nodded. Then, he felt a fishy sweetness in his throat. Then, hot blood poured into his mouth. His mouth was full of the taste of blood. "Shit! What's going on?" Ning Shu's face changed. In front of the civil and military officials, he could only swallow the blood in his mouth. He waved his hand at Mei Qiu. Mei Qiu immediately said, "Court is dismissed." Ning Shu quickly stood up and walked towards the side chamber. Mu Shue looked at Ning Shu's back deeply. Then, she said coldly to Mu Yao, who was in high spirits, "Congratulations to Imperial Sister for getting a beauty." "Thank you, Imperial Sister." Mu Yao smiled very happily. Mu Shue just grinned and didn't say anything. Her eyes were on Mu Yao. When Ning Shu arrived at the side chamber, he vomited a mouthful of blood. Ning Shu didn't know why he suddenly vomited blood. Ning Shu checked his pulse and frowned. His pulse seemed to be normal. "Your Majesty." Mei Qiu was shocked when she saw Ning Shu vomiting blood. Ning Shu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and chin. "Don't spread the news. Call the imperial physician over. Her symptoms seemed like she was poisoned." "Impossible. If she came into contact with the source of the poison, she would have noticed it." Ning Shu only had a superficial understanding of medicine. However, he was more proficient in the art of poison. He didn't expect that he would be poisoned one day. Ning Shu repeatedly checked his pulse. However, it didn't seem like he was poisoned. Could it be that his medical skills were too bad? Damn, being the emperor was really tough. He was always poisoned and there were always unruly people who wanted to harm him. In any case, Ning Shu couldn't figure out how he was poisoned. After the imperial physician arrived, Ning Shu hurriedly had the imperial physician check his pulse. The imperial physician checked for a while before shaking his head. Your Majesty's pulse seems to be poisoned, but it also doesn't seem to be poisoned. The imperial physician used a silver needle to touch the blood that Ning Shu had vomited on the ground. He observed that the needle had changed color. It should be poison. Ning Shu waved his hand to dismiss the imperial physician. He took out the antidote pill he had exchanged for and ate one. He thought that the antidote pill would be enough to cure the poison in his body. However, not long after, Ning Shu vomited blood again. Ning Shu was a bit confused. Why didn't the antidote pill produced by the system work? Ning Shu's hand trembled as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. 2333, what's going on? Ning Shu called out to 2333 in his mind. This situation was a bit strange. Let me scan your body first. 2333 said. Then, he remained silent. Ning Shu suppressed his impatience and asked, what's going on? You are poisoned. To be precise, it is a curse. And, it is a system product. 2333 said. Ning Shu, what the fuck? This meant that there was another quest taker in this world. And this quest taker had cursed her without her noticing. Is there a way to cure it? Ning Shu asked 2333. 2333 was silent. Ning Shu's heart was cold. If he died, this quest would be considered a failure. Chapter 542. Ning Shu was very confused about who the other quest taker was and whose body it was in. However, the most important thing now was the curse. Ning Shu asked 2333, is there really no way to break it? No, this curse is a one-time use item. However, the person who is cursed will definitely die. Therefore, your quest will fail. 2333 sounded very helpless. Fortunately, you exchanged for the amulet. This amulet can save your life. Damn it, she was not satisfied. Let's leave this quest world. 2333 said Ning Shu, after all, the person who is cursed will die soon. Ning Shu bit her lips and asked, how do we leave? Of course, we die. Kill yourself. 2333 said without much care. Damn it, how could she do such a stupid thing? Once she died, Mu Shui would ascend to the throne. Moreover, it would be a man ascending to the throne. What was the difference between this and the original plot? Ning Shu shook her head. Even if she failed the quest, she had to endure it. She did not know who the other quest taker was, but she had to do something even if she had to die. I want you to die for your own good. The person who is cursed will suffer a lot. Every day, they will feel like thousands of ants are drilling into their heart. The pain will break their bones. You can say that they will die from the pain. They will also vomit blood. 2333 sounded very helpless. What the hell? Ning Shu was so shocked that she almost jumped up. This was the first time she had seen such an evil item. Moreover, it was used on her. Ning Shu always chose items to protect herself and increase her strength. She did not know that there was such an item. Ning Shu felt a fishy sweetness in his throat as blood surged up. Ning Shu smiled and swallowed the blood. He picked up the teacup and took a sip to rinse his mouth. Then, he swallowed the blood in his mouth with a gulp. 2333 thought this was a true portrayal of the mixed blood swallowing the teeth. You really don't want to leave? 2333 asked. This is very, very painful. Very, very painful. Very few people can withstand it. This is the system's most evil item. The people who are cursed will kill themselves. Ning Shu, he was already afraid, yet he was still exaggerating the horror of this curse. Ning Shu was on tenterhooks, but when he thought of running away in such a cowardly manner, it was simply too useless. Endure it. I'm someone who has endured the pain of chemotherapy for more than 10 years. No matter how great the pain is, I can endure it. Although Ning Shu was already mentally prepared, she still experienced what it meant to be in so much pain that she wished she was dead. Her internal organs felt as if countless needles were pricking her, and it was so painful that she almost stopped breathing. Moreover, it was as if a hammer was slowly and rhythmically breaking her bones inch by inch. Not only that, but he was also vomiting blood. For a moment, Ning Shu wanted to die just like that, as if he was in purgatory. Even though Ning Shu had prepared painkillers, it was useless. This curse seemed to be attacking the nerves, causing a feeling of extreme pain. It was as painful as it could be, overlapping the extreme pain of a human. Ning Shu was in so much pain that he rolled on the bed, biting the blanket tightly. When the pain was unbearable, Ning Shu stuffed antidote pills into his mouth. This was a curse similar to a poison. Although taking antidote pills was useless, Ning Shu could only hypnotize himself that it was useful. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Maid Autumn, who was holding a spittoon beside the dragon bed, was so anxious that she was crying. I'll go find the imperial physician. Come back. Ning Shu's breathing was weak. Don't spread it. What's the use of calling the imperial physician? The imperial physician couldn't cure it. Ning Shu was now suffering. Your Majesty. Maid Autumn looked at the blood in the spittoon with a terrified expression. Fortunately, his body seemed to be able to withstand the pain. Ning Shu was barely able to endure the pain. He asked Maid Autumn to get rid of the blood-stained flyers on the bed so that no one would notice. Ning Shu was in so much pain that his body was trembling. All the muscles in his body seemed to have gone out of control. Ning Shu couldn't even raise his hand. Ning Shu's breath was weak as she lay on the bed. She kept chanting the Clear Heart mantra in her heart, hoping that the Clear Heart mantra could dissipate some of the despair, hatred, and the urge to die. Ning Shu, why don't we go? This is only the first wave. It will only get more and more painful. Anyway, this mission has failed. There's no point in holding on like this. 2333's voice sounded in Ning Shu's mind. Ning Shu wanted to smile, but the pain made his face look hideous. I can't suffer for nothing. Sigh. 2333 could only sigh. When you go back, remember to exchange for an aura that can resist curses. The missions in the future will get more and more complicated. It's normal for quest takers to be enemies. It's all up to each other. Ning Shu swallowed the blood in her mouth. She had never noticed such an item before. It seemed that she would have to browse the system store more in the future. There were items that could protect people, and there were items that could harm people. Ning Shu recited the Clear Heart incantation and fell asleep in a daze. She didn't know how long she had slept, but Maid Autumn's voice rang out beside her ear. Your Majesty, your body is not feeling well. Will you be attending court today? Ning Shu opened her eyes. Her whole body was numb. She struggled to get off the bed and sat in front of the bronze mirror. When she looked into the bronze mirror, Ning Shu was so scared that she almost dropped the mirror. The person in the mirror was as white as a sheet. To be precise, it was pale. Put more rouge on me. Ning Shu's voice came out from her throat. After a while, Ning Shu's face looked much better. It didn't look so scary anymore. Hold a cup of water. I will be thirsty. Ning Shu's voice was a little hoarse. She could vomit blood at any time. She could rinse her mouth with a cup of water. Otherwise, her mouth would be full of red teeth. Maid Autumn nodded. Ning Shu's legs were trembling as she walked. Her body was in too much pain. Ning Shu walked very slowly. She had to pretend to be graceful and elegant, but under her skirt, her legs were like sifting chaff. The moment she sat on the dragon throne, Ning Shu sighed in her heart. It was so comfortable to sit there. If you have something to report, court is dismissed. Maid Autumn immediately shouted. Her voice was especially sharp today, like a cuckoo crying blood. Mu Yao was the first to speak. Imperial Mother, there's still a few days before the day of my wedding. Imperial Mother must attend my wedding, and I still have to kowtow to you. Ning Shu was just about to speak when his throat heated up. He swallowed the blood with difficulty and waved at Maid Autumn. Maid Autumn immediately took the teacup that the palace servant behind her was holding. Ning Shu gulped down the tea before saying to Mu Yao, "We'll see when the time comes." Mu Yao wasn't disappointed. She knew that her Imperial Mother was busy with government affairs all day. Imperial Mother, you don't look very well. Are you feeling unwell? Crown Princess Mu Shui asked Ning Shu. Ning Shu looked at Mu Shui and said, I'm feeling a little unwell, but it's an old illness. Chapter 543. Mu Shui's eyes scanned his face inch by inch. She then lowered her head, not daring to look directly at his face. Mother Empress, you've seen the imperial physician. Don't bear with it if you're not feeling well. Ning Shu's expression was very cold. Why should I bear with it? Why should I bear with it? Mu Shui frowned, then said respectfully, I'm just worried about Mother Empress's health. If Mother Empress thinks it's fine, then it's fine. Ning Shu heard Mu Shui's words. As long as you're happy, it's fine. Ning Shu was already very lucky to be able to not reveal anything in front of so many people. He directly said that the court was dismissed and turned to leave. Back in the palace, Ning Shu fell onto the dragon bed. He felt as if countless knives were scraping his bones. It was so painful that Ning Shu's consciousness blurred. Ning Shu silently chanted the clear heart mantra. Since he couldn't cure the pain, he could only hypnotize himself. Damn bastard, I won't let you go. When I find out who you are, I'll make a big deal out of it. If you want to kill someone, just give them a stab. Why do you have to torture them? Ning Shu glanced at Official Chiu, who was standing next to him with an incomparably worried expression. Official Chiu was the person she usually interacted with the most. If it really was Official Chiu. Ning Shu felt that her acting skills were simply out of the universe. Ning Shu could feel Official Chiu's loyalty to him, but he couldn't say for sure. There was also Lu Changqing. He spent more time with Lu Changqing. He even slept in Phoenix Perch Hall for a night. He didn't know anything after he fell asleep. Lu Changqing was on the list of suspects. Fourth imperial daughter Mu Yao should be a cute girl. A person's eyes couldn't lie. It wasn't easy for mission enforcers to pretend to be so pure and innocent. There was also Mu Shui. Ning Shu suspected Mu Shui the most. If the soul in Mu Shui's body was a quest enforcer, then a quest enforcer had helped Mu Shui counterattack. It turned out that Mu Shui, who was cannon fodder, had offered her soul to the quest enforcer to counterattack. If it was a woman's soul in Mu Shui's body, Ning Shu wouldn't mind. But it just had to be a man. Moreover, that man seemed to be an ambitious man who wanted to turn the matriarchal empire into a male-dominated society. Once thoughts surfaced, they couldn't be controlled. Most importantly, he had actually put a curse on himself. Ning Shu would rather die from the pain than let him complete the task easily. I'll drag you down with me. Your Majesty, why don't this servant go and find an imperial physician? Why are you in so much pain? Official Autumn was extremely anxious. Ning Shu waved his hand. Don't worry about it. There's no need to find an imperial physician. Bring the memorials to me. Ning Shu didn't even want to move. Official Autumn placed the memorials in front of Ning Shu. Ning Shu's eyes were in a daze. The words on the memorials were blurry, one blurring into two. Read them to me, Ning Shu said to Official Autumn. This servant doesn't dare. Official Autumn knelt on the ground with a thump. Ning Shu said indifferently, if I say you can, then you can. In the end, it was official Autumn who read the memorials to Ning Shu one by one, allowing Ning Shu to understand some things from these memorials. After official Autumn finished reading a memorial, Ning Shu held a cinnabar pen and wrote in circles on the memorial. In order to prevent his hand from shaking too much, Ning Shu used his left hand to hold his right wrist. Only then could he write without shaking. Ning Shu, it really was painful. Living like this was truly painful. Every day was so painful that he wanted to die. He also had to vomit blood. How much blood could a human's body vomit? And right now, Ning Shu couldn't eat anymore. It was as if his stomach had lost its ability to digest. Eating would make his body feel even more pain. Even if he didn't die of pain, he would die of hunger. Fortunately, Ning Shu had exchanged for a fasting pill beforehand. Eating one would turn into energy that his body needed. There was no need to digest it, and he could go a long time without eating. Every time he ate, Ning Shu would pretend to eat something. Eating these things was also a burden on his body. The person who had cursed him was really ruthless. Ning Shu felt like every day was like a year. Every second was so painful and unbearable. He felt like he was in hell. He didn't know when this hell would end. Ning Shu had been thinking of a way to deal with Mu Shui. Whether the task enforcer was Lu Changqing or Mu Shui, their goal should be the Dragon Throne. He must remove Mu Shui's status as the crown princess and find a successor. Ning Shu was afraid that he wouldn't be able to endure it and die. Even if he defeated Mu Shui, these ministers would push the 4 imperial daughters to the throne. Ning Shu would really vomit blood and die. Ning Shu was hanging on by a thread. He didn't want Mu Shui to become the empress. Ning Shu had already thrown the task to the back of his mind. In any case, this body would die soon. If the task enforcer's body died, her task would also fail. This body would be tortured by endless pain until it collapsed. Ning Shu endured the pain in his body and still went to court every day. It was just that the makeup on his face was getting thicker and thicker. His lips were starting to turn blue. Every time he went to court, he would put on red lipstick and heavy makeup. Seeing that Mu Shui was getting more and more confused and even began to indirectly ask about her physical condition, Ning Shu was 80% sure that the soul in Mu Shui's body was a mission enforcer. However, Ning Shu was more curious about how Mu Shui managed to put a curse on her. Did she do it in her own mansion? How did this curse get to me? Ning Shu asked 2333 in his mind. 2333 said, the curse needs a carrier. Anything can be a carrier. Then, a specific person will touch the carrier, and the curse will be transferred to the person. It's very insidious. Ning Shu frowned. She had touched a lot of things. Who knew which one was the carrier of the curse? Ning Shu had learned that there was no such thing as the most sinister in the human heart. There was only something more sinister. In the future, he would have to exchange for more things and arm himself to the teeth. It would be great to see these people who wanted to harm others see their things fail. Ning Shu knew that Mu Shui had started to gather the officials in private. She just didn't dare to make too big of a move in private. She was probably building momentum for her ascension to the throne. Also, Mu Shui had some talented men under her command. It seemed that she planned to let these men become officials after she ascended to the throne. He was determined not to let this happen. There were too many planes where men were superior to women. Ning Shu wanted to see these men live a lowly life under the control of women. You could say that Ning Shu had a bad taste. Anyway, that was what Ning Shu thought. Even if there was a day when men could rise up again, Ning Shu didn't want that day to come so soon. Your Majesty, the Phoenix Queen is waiting outside the palace. Do you want to see her? Autumn Maid saw that Ning Shu was in so much pain that the veins on his forehead were popping. His face was distorted. Autumn Maid carefully asked Ning Shu. Ning Shu shook his head. He didn't want to see the Phoenix Queen. If he looked like this, the Phoenix Queen would definitely see through him. Ning Shu didn't want the news of him being poisoned to spread. Otherwise, it would give Mu Shui a chance to rule the country. His position as the empress would be taken away. Chapter 544. When Lu Changqing heard Autumn say that His Majesty did not want to see him, he glanced into the hall and said to Autumn, "Please take care of His Majesty, Autumn." Autumn hurriedly bowed. "This is your servant's duty." Lu Zhangqing glanced into the hall again before turning to leave. Autumn walked into the hall. Ning Shu said, "Your Majesty, the Phoenix Empress has left." Ning Shu asked, "What does the Phoenix Empress want from me?" "It seems to be some tonic soup for your Majesty." Autumn saw that Lu Changqing was carrying a box of food and then took it away. Ning Shu was speechless. Tonic soup again. If she drank every tonic soup Lu Changqing brought over, who knew how nourishing she would be? She might even be too weak to take it. However, Ning Shu guessed that Lu Changqing had probably come to test him to see if there was anything wrong with his body. In any case, Ning Shu was extremely wary of Lu Changqing and Mu Shui. "Your Majesty, today is the 15th, Autumn said." So what if it was the 15th? She was in so much pain that she felt like she was walking on a steel knife. Would she still go to Phoenix Perch Palace? When she was in pain, she wanted to bang her head against the wall. Even a blind person could see that something was wrong with her. Ning Shu repeatedly reminded Autumn, "Pay attention to the people below. Don't blabber." "I will pay attention." Autumn saw that Ning Shu's clothes were soaked with sweat and quickly prepared hot water for a bath. At night, the servants of Phoenix Perch Palace came to invite Ning Shu and asked if Ning Shu would go to Phoenix Perch Palace. Autumn directly said that His Majesty was busy with government affairs and would not go. The servants went back to tell Lu Changqing that His Majesty would not be coming to Phoenix Perch Palace tonight. Lu Changqing heard this and pursed his lips. Finally, he said, "Go to bed." The next day, when Ning Shu went to court and saw Mu Shui, she threw a memorial at Mu Shui's face. Mu Shui was stunned for a moment. When she was hit by Ning Shu, she forgot to dodge and was hit on the forehead by the hard corner of the memorial. Her skin was broken and beads of blood flowed out. Mu Shui touched her forehead and saw the bright red blood stains on her fingers. A fierce look flashed across her face as she knelt down and lowered her head in fear. "I don't know why Imperial Mother is so angry." "Your Majesty, please calm down." The civil and military officials all knelt down. "Open the memorial and see what's written on it." "Crown Princess, you're the heir to the throne, yet you're keeping a bunch of concubines outside. What are you doing? As the Crown Princess, you should be cautious at all times. Do you want the entire country to think that the Crown Princess is a licentious person? Do you still want to be the Crown Prince?" Ning Shu coldly said, "Raising such a group of male pets, the sound of perverted music from them can be heard next door." Mu Shui tightly knitted her handsome brows and picked up the memorial on the ground. She opened it and read it. The contents of the memorial were accusing her of being licentious and having a lot of male pets, which went against the dignity of a crown prince. Ning Shu coldly looked at Mu Shui. "What else do you have to say?" Mu Shui's face was gloomy. Those men weren't male pets, they were the talents he found. Would he play with them? Mu Shui felt as if she had stepped on feces. Mu Shui couldn't understand. How could she be impeached? As for disturbing the neighbors next door, those people wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Mu Shui glanced at the high and mighty empress and didn't refute. "I know I'm wrong." "If you know you're wrong, then you should change. How can I rest assured to hand the country over to you like this? Send these male pets back to where they came from. Don't let them appear in Xian City again." Ning Shu felt as if the bones in his body were about to shatter. His voice was practically stolen from the gaps between his teeth. His entire body was drenched in sweat. When the ministers saw Ning Shu's body trembling slightly, they only thought that Ning Shu was angry. One by one, they shouted for Ning Shu to calm down. Mu Shui kowtowed to the ground and said in a muffled voice, "I know. As the crown prince, you must always pay attention to your actions. Dismiss these male pets and ground them for a month. Ning Shu felt as if something was bubbling up in his throat. He was almost about to spit it out. He couldn't even swallow it. Ning Shu flicked his sleeves and turned to enter the side chamber. Eldest imperial sister, your forehead is bleeding. Are you alright? Mu Yao reached out to help Mu Shui up. Mu Shui brushed away Mu Yao's hand and stood up. She didn't even look at Mu Yao and turned to leave. Her back was filled with a cold aura. Mu Yao wrinkled her delicate nose. She felt that her eldest imperial sister didn't like her. Her attitude towards her was also strange. However, Mu Yao didn't care about Mu Yao's attitude. She happily returned to the residence. She was about to get married. As soon as Ning Shu entered the side chamber, he couldn't hold it in any longer. He spat out a large mouthful of blood. This time, the blood wasn't bright red. Instead, it was mixed with blood clots. It looked a bit like fragments of his internal organs. Ning Shu felt that he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Your Majesty, should we call for an imperial physician? You won't be able to take it if you keep spitting out blood like this. Autumn official looked at the blood on the obsidian floor and spoke in a trembling voice. Ning Shu waved his hand. He lay on the couch and was barely breathing. Autumn official personally fetched water. She squatted on the ground and used a rag to wipe the blood on the floor. Her eyes were red. Ning Shu found it funny when he saw her like this. Why are you crying? This servant's heart aches for your Majesty. Autumn official wiped the floor vigorously. Ning Shu was quite happy. At least today, he got rid of the talent that Mu Shui had painstakingly searched for. Mu Shui had people in the imperial court. Could it be that he, the empress, didn't have people in the imperial court? If he wanted to impeach her, wouldn't it be a matter of minutes? The most important thing now was to find an heir. Ning Shu called back the hidden guards that had been sent to investigate the second and third imperial princesses. He carefully asked what was so special about these two people. Ning Shu didn't expect them to have any great talents. He only hoped that they could inherit the country of Xian. Several hidden guards told Ning Shu what they had observed. Ning Shu summarized. In short, the two imperial princesses were mediocre. They were really mediocre. If they were hiding it, they wouldn't show it at all. If they wanted to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger, they might become a pig in the end. As an emperor, not only did he need to be patient, he also needed to have the aura of a ruler. Occasionally, he needed to play open schemes and attack openly. The three imperial princesses had a fatal flaw, which was that they were too lecherous. Every night, they would recruit more than 2 male pets. They liked to play with excitement. They were too greedy for pleasure in bed. It was easy to listen to pillow talk and be seduced by beauty. Ning Shu's head hurt from thinking about it. In short, even with Ning Shu's not very bright brain, he knew that these two were not the best candidates for the throne. The original owner, Mu Nikhang, also didn't choose these two people. Instead, she gave the throne to Mu Yao. So now, where was she going to find an heir? There were only 4 adult imperial princesses. In the imperial harem, there were still baby girls who wore pants. Ning Shu's brain was kicked by a donkey. He wouldn't choose a baby girl. Wasn't this giving the ministers a chance to control the imperial court? A baby girl could fight against those adult imperial princesses. Ning Shu sighed in his heart. The pain was unbearable. He stuffed an antidote pill into his mouth. Although it didn't have any effect, at least it had a psychological effect. If he took the pill, it would definitely be useful. Chapter 545. Mu Yao was going to marry the Yuan Jun, so Ning Shu had to give them a wedding gift. Ning Shu said to Autumn official, who was wiping the floor, "What good things do I have in my warehouse? Let me see what gift I should give to the 4th princess." Autumn official took the booklet. Ning Shu said, "Your Majesty, everything in the warehouse is recorded in the booklet. Read it." Ning Shu said with his eyes closed. Autumn official read the rare jewels in the booklet. When Ning Shu heard about the dragon pearl, he was stunned. Dragon pearl? What dragon pearl? Let me see. Yes. Autumn official immediately asked someone to bring the dragon pearl over. The dragon pearl in Autumn official's mouth was the size of a baby's fist. It was lustrous and snow-white, like a big pearl. Ning Shu took the dragon pearl and sniffed it. It had a fishy smell, and he could even hear the sound of the tide when he placed it beside his ear. Ning Shu was a little surprised. This couldn't really be a dragon pearl, right? Your Majesty, this is a dragon pearl given to you by a wandering immortal. He said it can prolong your life. Autumn official saw that Ning Shu was interested in this dragon pearl and hurriedly said. Dragon pearl? Ning Shu recalled what he had read in the book. This thing should be the inner core of a high-level creature. How could it be here? Ning Shu put away this thing and ordered a lot of rare jewels to send to the fourth princess's residence. Ning Shu had difficulty walking now, so he naturally wouldn't attend Mu Yao's wedding. What if he couldn't control himself and vomited blood again? However, an accident happened the day before the wedding. The Yuan Jun went missing, and no one knew where she went. Even the Yuan family didn't know where she went. When Ning Shu found out about this, the first thing that came to his mind was Mu Shui. This was done by Mu Shui. She was already grounded, yet she still did such a thing. It was probably because her people were driven out of Xian City by Ning Shu. She was so angry that she did such a disgusting thing. Even if Mu Shui wasn't the one who did it, Ning Shu planned to pin the blame on her. After Yuan Jun went missing, Mu Yao was so anxious that she cried. The damage to a woman's reputation when a man went missing was really too great, just like how the feudal society was harsh on a woman's reputation. The female supreme country's requirements for men had also reached a harsh level. Ning Shu sent out guards to look for Yuan Jun, but they couldn't find her. Moreover, after one night, Yuan Jun's reputation had been ruined. The wedding was naturally postponed indefinitely. Mu Yao ran into the palace and kowtowed to Ning Shu. Imperial Mother, you must help me find Mother. Ning Shu was in so much pain that his whole body was trembling. He swallowed the blood in his throat and drank a cup of water before saying, but progenitor's reputation has been ruined. Mu Yao immediately said, I don't care about your reputation at all. I like him as a person. Even if he loses his chastity, I don't care. Mu Yao was different from the people of this world. She didn't think it was a big deal for a man to lose his chastity. Ning Shu nodded and said, since you want to marry Yuan Jun, then marry him. But marrying a man who loses his chastity is a blow to the imperial family's reputation. Mu Yao, isn't your wish to travel the world? I'll let you give up your identity as an imperial daughter and take your 3 husbands and 4 attendants to travel the world. Of course, you're still my daughter. I'll give you money and send people to protect you. Mu Yao was stunned for a moment. She looked at Ning Shu and finally knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Ning Shu. She said with tears flowing down her face, Imperial Mother, I'm willing. But I can't bear to part with you. It's fine, you can come back to see Imperial Mother at any time. Mu Yao, don't have the intention to harm others, and don't let your guard down against others. Even if it's the people by your side, you have to be extra vigilant. Ning Shu looked at Mu Yao's reluctant and pure face and couldn't help but speak out. Mu Yao's tears flowed down when she heard Ning Shu's words. Imperial Mother, you're so good to me. I can't bear to part with you. Then don't marry Yuan Jun, Mu Yao hiccuped. Let's go. When the time comes, listen to my command. Ning Shu waved his hand. Mu Yao stood up and moved in front of Ning Shu. She kissed Ning Shu's face and hugged Ning Shu. Her body was in so much pain that it convulsed slightly. Imperial Mother, I love you. Ning Shu grinned. It's fine as long as you're happy. As soon as Mu Yao left, Ning Shu couldn't help but vomit a mouthful of blood. There were more blood clots than the last time. Ning Shu suspected that his lungs were already riddled with holes. The imperial bodyguard that Ning Shu sent out found Yuan Jun. They found her in a small brothel in Xian City. Yuan Jun was treated as a male prostitute and was molested by several women. The Prime Minister's son, Yuan Jun, had already lost her chastity. Moreover, Yuan Jun should be married to the fourth princess. It was simply a big scandal in Xian City. Yuan Jun, who was found, was disheartened and planned to commit suicide. However, she was saved by someone. Mu Yao ran in front of Yuan Jun and said that she wanted to marry Yuan Jun no matter what. She didn't care about her chastity at all. In such a situation, Mu Yao could still marry Yuan Jun. Yuan family was naturally endlessly grateful. The marriage was held as usual. Ning Shu sent a lot of jewelry over. These things should allow Mu Yao to live a peaceful and happy life for the rest of her life. The men around Mu Yao loved Mu Yao very much. Mu Yao should be as happy as in the plot. Now what Ning Shu wanted to do was to make Mu Yao disappear. Mu Yao, the fourth princess of the imperial family, would disappear from the imperial family's genealogy. Naturally, she wouldn't have the right to inherit. People like Mu Yao living in the complicated imperial family would be very miserable. She couldn't play with these people. Your Majesty, the Empress Phoenix is here. Autumn Maid looked at Ning Shu's ashen face. The Empress Phoenix said that she hasn't seen your Majesty for a long time. She's worried about your Majesty. Ning Shu nodded. Put on Zhen's makeup. Now, Ning Shu was facing a problem. That was, she didn't leave her bedchamber. This made Lu Changqing feel that something was wrong. He felt that Lu Changqing was here to verify something. After Autumn Maid finished putting on the makeup, Ning Shu ate another antidote pill. He kept chanting the clear heart incantation in his heart. Let him in. Ning Shu sat in front of the table and flipped open the memorial. Before he saw Lu Changqing's figure, he first heard the sound of the xiangfei bamboo on his body colliding with the jade pendant. Ning Shu raised his head and saw Lu Changqing dressed in ivory white brocade clothes. He walked at a pace that was neither fast nor slow. He was very elegant. Lu Changqing bowed to Ning Shu. Your Majesty, are you not feeling well? I haven't been to the imperial harem for a long time. Ning Shu said with a tired expression, recently, I've been very tired. I really don't have the strength to do anything. Lu Changqing furrowed his brows. His cold voice was filled with concern. Your Majesty, have you seen an imperial physician? Your Majesty should go out of the palace more often. It's easy for one's mind to become tired if you're always in the palace reading memorials and dealing with government affairs. Ning Shu, walk my ass. For her, walking right now was like going to hell. Facing Lu Changqing's concerned gaze, Ning Shu did his best to curl the corners of his lips. He said, many thanks for the Empress Phoenix's concern. I will go out more often in the future. Lu Changqing walked to the table and reached out to hold Ning Shu's hand, which was in so much pain that the veins were popping out. He said, Your Majesty, nothing is more important than your body. Changqing hopes that your Majesty will be in good health. Ning Shu smiled. I will take good care of my body. The Empress Phoenix must also take good care of her body. Chapter 546. Ning Shu's hair stood on end when Lu Zhangqing held his hand. There was a metallic taste in his throat. He hurriedly pulled his hand away and picked up the teacup to drink. Lu Zhangqing saw that Ning Shu's hand was trembling as he held the teacup. A worried expression appeared on his cold face. Your Majesty, what's wrong? As he spoke, he held Ning Shu's hand again. Your Majesty, you're not feeling well. Why are your hands so cold and trembling? Ning Shu was speechless. Fuck, talk properly. Can you not shake hands? Ning Shu's face trembled. He curled his lips and said, This is because I'm hungry. I'm so hungry that I'm trembling. A faint smile appeared on Lu Zhangqing's face. It was incomparably elegant. Ning Shu asked, What does your Majesty want to eat? Ning Shu frowned. What was Lu Zhangqing doing? Let's just have soup. Phoenix Empress, you personally made it, Ning Shu only wanted Lu Zhangqing to leave quickly. Her entire body was in so much pain that it was spasming. Lu Zhangqing released Ning Shu's hand and nodded. Ning Shu bowed and left. After taking 2 steps, he turned his head and said to Ning Shu, "Your Majesty, I hope that your Majesty can handle the matter of the Crown Princess carefully. Do not hurt the relationship between mother and daughter. No matter how things develop in the end, I hope that your Majesty and the Crown Princess will be well." Ning Shu finally understood that Lu Zhangqing had come because of Mu Shui. Because of the issue of the male pets, Mu Shui had been grounded for a month. Lu Zhangqing had come to plead for leniency, but his attitude didn't seem like one. What was with his disappointed expression? Ning Shu's face stiffened. He said coldly, "I had high hopes for her, but what she did really disappointed me." Her behavior was so unrestrained that the imperial censors caught her and openly raised a group of male pets. How would the people of the world view this? Have her properly reflect on her actions. Lu Zhangqing only looked at Ning Shu with a cold expression. He didn't argue for the crown princess. It seemed that he didn't care about Ning Shu's anger. "Zhangqing, go make soup for your Majesty." As soon as Lu Zhangqing left, Ning Shu bent over and vomited a lot of blood. Looking at the black blood clots in the blood, Ning Shu could imagine how terrible his body must be. Ning Shu sent the imperial secret guards to assassinate Mu Shui, intending to kill her directly. Once she was dead, everything would be over. If he really couldn't find a suitable candidate for the throne, he would directly give the throne to the mediocre second daughter. She really didn't have much time left. When it was time for dinner, the palace servants of Phoenix Perch Hall brought over the soup that Lu Changqing had made. The palace servants took the tonic soup out of the food box. Ning Shu smelled a rich fragrance. He could tell at a glance that the soup had been simmering for a long time. Ning Shu still did not drink the soup. He had always been wary of Lu Zhangqing, the Phoenix Empress. Ning Shu had always been wary of her. Ning Shu didn't know if Lu Changqing had noticed something. He couldn't guarantee that he was exactly the same as Mu Nishang, so he could only avoid interacting with Lu Changqing. What disappointed Ning Shu was that the imperial secret guards he sent out had all returned. A few of them had even been killed. Those who returned were also covered in scars. The imperial secret guards told Ning Shu that the crown princess's residence was heavily guarded, and that the crown princess herself was not weak. Those who were captured alive by the crown princess could only bite open their poison sacs and commit suicide. Ning Shu's heart sank. The crown princess was not weak. If she couldn't do it in the dark, she could only do it in the light. Now, he could only remove the crown princess from the position of crown princess. Ning Shu rubbed her forehead. Her head was throbbing with a throbbing headache. The mission was not easy to begin with. His body was not strong enough. He was in so much pain that he couldn't think. Ning Shu could no longer read the memorials by himself. He had to rely on Maid Chiu to read them to him. His skin had already begun to bruise. His blood vessels must have ruptured and the blood seeped into his skin. What a broken body. Ning Shu gritted his teeth. Even if he had to die, he had to deal with Mu Shui first. When the weather was good, Ning Shu gritted her teeth and walked out of her bedchamber to stroll around. Because she always stayed in her bedchamber, there were already rumors that the Empress's body was on the verge of collapsing. Ning Shu could only drag his broken body around the palace. Everywhere he went, Ning Shu would praise the beauty of the flower. He would also say that the koi was fat and strong. He always wanted to make a scene. He wanted to tell everyone that the Empress was fine. The pain made Ning Shu's body weak. He placed his hand on Maid Chiu's hand. Most of the pressure was on Maid Chiu. "You must be tired, Your Majesty. Why don't you go back to the palace?" Ning Shu asked. Ning Shu squinted his eyes and looked at a pavilion not far away. He asked Maid Chiu, "Who is in that pavilion?" Maid Chiu looked and said, "That is the Phoenix Queen." "I don't know who the other person is." "Let's go take a look." There were still people in the palace that Maid Chiu did not know. Ning Shu walked closer and saw that Lu Zhangqing was talking to an 11 or 12-year-old girl. The girl was wearing plain clothes and had a stubborn look on her face. She had a fierce and rebellious aura. My Majesty. When Lu Changqing saw Ning Shu, his face flashed with shock. The girl looked at Ning Shu. Her eyes were full of hatred. She looked scared and alert. She clenched her fists and slowly backed away. Ning Shu looked at the girl and asked Lu Changqing, "Who is this child?" Lu Changqing's face flashed strangely. He said, "This is Wen Guijun's daughter. After Wen Guijun passed away, this child has been in the cold palace." Mu Nishang had no recollection of this. Wen Guijun had been sent to the cold palace by Mu Nishang. He did not expect to have such a big child. "What is her name?" Ning Shu asked the girl. The girl looked at Ning Shu. Her face was full of sarcasm. She did not say a word. She was very cynical. "My Majesty, she has no name," Lu Changqing said. "She is not recorded in the royal family tree." Ning Shu nodded. His face was expressionless. Ning Shu's words seemed to provoke the girl. Her face became full of sarcasm and hatred. She was like a little wolf. She wanted to bite Ning Shu, but she was afraid that he was stronger than her. Ning Shu ignored the girl's hateful expression. He said to Lu Changqing, "What did the Phoenix Queen say to this child?" Lu Changqing's expression was calm. He said, "This child is pitiful. She doesn't have enough to eat or warm clothes. She has to fight for food with the lowest palace servants. Changqing feels sorry for her." Ning Shu heard these words. He was still expressionless. He glanced at the girl and said, "It's getting late. I should go back to the palace and read the memorials." From beginning to end, Ning Shu did not say anything about the child's existence. He was ruthless and cold. The girl looked at Ning Shu. Her eyes were red. Her expression was full of disgust. After Ning Shu left, Lu Changqing said gently to the girl, "Stay by my side. Don't go back to the cold palace." Lu Changqing reached out and placed his hand on the girl's head. His voice was full of pity. "You are the daughter of a royal family. You should not live like that in the cold palace." Chapter 547. Lu Zhangqing wanted the girl to live with him. But the girl's expression was very sarcastic. She pushed away Lu Zhangqing's hand on her head. "I don't want it." "Who are you?" "I've lived in the cold palace for so many years. I don't need your fake kindness. Everyone in the palace is half-hearted. You don't have to pretend to be nice to me while thinking of how to use me." Lu Zhangqing frowned. He was very tolerant of the girl. He stuffed the snacks on the stone table into the girl's arms. "Take it and eat." The girl held the plate with an unnatural expression. "You gave it to me. I didn't ask you for it." The girl ran away in a flash. Lu Zhangqing looked at the girl's back. Her body was shrouded in an indescribable sadness, confusion, and struggle. Ning Shu walked back to the sleeping quarters. He lay on the dragon bed, unable to move. His clothes were also drenched in sweat. He vomited blood, which flowed from the corner of his mouth to his neck. The bed sheets were covered in blood. Autumn Maid wiped Ning Shu's mouth while crying. "Your Majesty, should we call the imperial physician?" Ning Shu didn't say anything. He felt that his body was already smashed to pieces. Death by 1,000 cuts was nothing more than this. Ning Shu personally tested the most vicious curse in history. After going out for a trip today, Ning Shu felt that her days were getting shorter and shorter. She would probably break down soon. "Your Majesty, wear the dragon ball." Autumn Maid Ning Shu said. "The immortals said it's good for the body." Ning Shu shook his head. Although it was called a dragon ball, it was actually the inner core of a spiritual monster that could be cultivated in a high-level plane. There was only energy inside, and it didn't have the ability to extend one's life. If Ning Shu cultivated the chi force of a peerless martial art, he might be able to absorb this energy. But if he swallowed the inner core now, he might be directly blown to pieces by the violent energy inside. Mu Yao entered the palace to see Ning Shu. Ning Shu could only climb out of bed and let Autumn Maid redo his makeup. When Mu Yao saw Ning Shu, she asked, "Imperial Mother, when can I leave?" Ning Shu said with some difficulty, "I'm still planning. To make a princess disappear, there must be some twists and turns. Why are you in such a hurry?" Mu Yao sighed. Her expression was a little helpless. She had married Yuan Jun, but Yuan Jun was always worried about her loss of chastity. She had repeatedly told Yuan Jun that she really didn't care at all. Mu Yao really didn't care. In her world, men didn't have any moral integrity and messed around too much. Moreover, the servants in the residence were also talkative and always said some bad things. The current Yuan Jun had fallen into a state of self-loathing. Right now, Mu Yao just wanted to take her mother and the male pets in the backyard to go sightseeing and travel to every corner of the world. In the past, she didn't have the chance to travel around the world. Now that she had the emperor's mother's sponsorship, she was a little excited just thinking about it. Ning Shu drank a cup of water to suppress the blood in his throat before saying, "It won't be long. When the time comes, listen to me." "Thank you, Imperial Mother." Mu Yao was very happy. "Imperial Mother, you're so good to me." Mu Yao hugged Ning Shu tightly to express the excitement in her heart. "Imperial Mother, Ning Shu, fuck. So painful." As soon as Mu Yao left, Ning Shu vomited a mouthful of blood. Fuck, he got used to it after vomiting for a while. Late at night, Ning Shu sent out the Imperial Secret Guard to capture the young girl in the cold palace. Ning Shu sat on a chair and silently chanted the Clear Heart incantation. After a while, he opened his eyes and saw the young girl's mouth was covered by the secret guard. When she met Ning Shu's gaze, the young girl's eyes immediately became resentful. She directly bit the secret guard's hand that was covering her mouth. Without Ning Shu's order, the secret guard endured the pain in his hand. Ning Shu waved his hand to dismiss the secret guard. The secret guard let go of the young girl's mouth. The young girl's lips were stained with blood. It was obvious that she had bitten the secret guard's hand. "From today onwards, you will be called Mu Qing," Ning Shu said. The young girl bared her teeth, which were dyed red with blood. Her expression was mocking. "May I ask what Her Majesty means by this?" Ning Shu glanced at her indifferently. "Don't you even know basic etiquette? Slap her." Autumn Maid walked over to slap her, but the young girl, no, she was now called Mu Qing, pushed her to the ground. Autumn Maid fell to the ground. Mu Qing stood not far away and looked at Ning Shu provocatively with her arms crossed. She looked very smug, as if she had won against Ning Shu. Ning Shu didn't get angry. He only frowned. "You've lived in the cold palace for so many years. How come you haven't been beaten to death?" Mu Qing's expression was as fierce as a wolf's. "I'm not afraid of death. Others are afraid of death, so I'm alive." Ning Shu made an "oh" sound. So she was holding on with her threatening aura. "You're the high and mighty empress. Why do you care about a lowly person like me?" Mu Qing's face was filled with disgust and hatred for Ning Shu. Her hands were clenched into fists, and her body was trembling slightly. Clearly, she was trying her best to suppress her emotions. Ning Shu drank a cup of tea and said, "Are you venting your dissatisfaction with me?" "No," Mu Qing said. "Mu Qing, I don't have a name, and I'm not called Mu Qing." Mu Qing interrupted Ning Shu. Ning Shu was very annoyed. Talking was already tiring, and this girl was still making a fuss. Ning Shu directly called the shadow guard in and said, "Beat her up. Just don't kill her." Mu Qing stared at Ning Shu with her eyes wide open. She was shocked, resentful, and wronged. Ning Shu said indifferently, "Although you're my child, you're still a stranger. You feel that I owe you anything for being able to decide your fate. But at least you're still alive. Your identity as the Empress can make others fear you. Otherwise, do you think you'd be able to live until now? Beat her. Ning Shu rubbed his forehead. He tasted something fishy in his throat and drank 2 cups of water in a row. Mu Qing didn't struggle. She squatted on the ground and hugged her head, allowing the shadow guard to beat her. Mu Qing bit her lips tightly and occasionally let out a muffled groan. That's enough. Ning Shu said. Ning Shu looked at Mu Qing. Can you talk properly now? Be more mature. I don't care at all about you venting your anger like this, and I won't feel guilty. Mu Qing looked at Ning Shu, her eyes red. Don't you feel a trace of guilt towards father? I'm the Empress. There's a reason for everything I do. Ning Shu said indifferently. I won't say anything about the past. Even if I was wrong, I'll just let it be. Mu Qing had been unruly before. Now that she heard Ning Shu's words, tears immediately fell. Father was talking about you before he died, but he ended up wrapped in a mess. You didn't even know he was dead. Ning Shu's head hurt. He was in a daze. He kept chanting the clear heart incantation in his heart. Hearing Mu Qing's mournful accusations, Ning Shu was very irritated. She didn't have much time left. She didn't want to hear these old and rotten things. She didn't want to hear about the entanglement of love and hate. Chapter 548. Mu Qing cried her heart out, as if she wanted to cry out all the grievances she had suffered all these years. She wiped her tears fiercely, and her face was red from the rubbing of her rough clothes. Your Majesty. Autumn Maid saw the veins on Ning Shu's forehead bulging, and even the veins on his face were very obvious. She couldn't help but ask, Your Majesty, are you okay? Ning Shu closed his eyes. From the moment he saw Mu Qing, Ning Shu had been thinking about giving the throne to this girl. Now that he thought about it, he was too naive. Mu Qing grew up in the cold palace, and there were many things that she didn't understand. She didn't have anything that a ruler of a country should have. It was better to give the throne to a mediocre princess. Mu Qing wiped her tears, looked at Ning Shu, and said, Why are you looking for me? If there's nothing, you wouldn't have thought of me. Everyone wants to use me. Everyone? Ning Shu asked. Mu Qing's face showed her usual sarcasm. The Phoenix Empress wants me to live with her. She says that I'm a daughter of the royal family and should live a luxurious life. Ning Shu frowned. You know the Phoenix Empress? How could I know such a high and mighty person? One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. Suddenly, 2 important people in the palace pay attention to me. What value do I have? Mu Qing sneered. Ning Shu rubbed his forehead. The severe headache made Ning Shu unable to think. Mu Qing was a worthless person. Why would Lu Zhangqing pay attention to her? Or did Lu Zhangqing and Mu Qing know each other? Mu Qing didn't appear in the plot at all. Mu Nishang didn't remember this person either. During the day, Lu Zhangqing seemed to be quite familiar with Mu Qing. Lu Zhangqing was sent to the cold palace by Mu Nishang. They were both in the cold palace, so Lu Zhangqing and Mu Qing should know each other. Then, Lu Zhangqing had the memories of his previous life. He might have been reborn. Perhaps it was impossible. Lu Zhangqing was in charge of the entire harem. It was normal for him to know that there was a child in the cold palace. However, Lu Zhangqing had never mentioned this child in front of Mu Nishang. Ning Shu's head was about to explode. He vaguely guessed that Lu Changqing might have been reborn. Mu Shui might be a mission enforcer, and Lu Changqing might have been reborn. Now, both of them seemed to want to take revenge on him. Ning Shu inexplicably felt that he had taken the blame for Mu Nishang. Originally, it was just a matter of an heir, but in the end, it had become so complicated. In particular, Lu Changqing's seemingly emotionless attitude made Ning Shu unable to understand what Lu Changqing was thinking. Mu Nishang had harmed the father and daughter so badly. Lu Changqing, who had been reborn with resentment, had to do something. I have to speed up. Ning Shu asked Mu Qing, can you read? I can't even fill my stomach. How can I be literate? Mu Qing said sarcastically. Ning Shu's face was cold. Speak properly, don't be so sarcastic. Do you know how to read? Mu Qing bit her lips, looking resentful. A little. Come and read the memorial, Ning Shu said. Mu Qing's expression was very shocked, and a trace of suspicion flashed across her face. In the end, she obediently took the memorial and read it. She stuttered as she held the memorial. Her forehead was full of sweat. After reading it with great difficulty, she folded the memorial and put it on the table. Ning Shu rubbed his forehead and asked, what does the memorial say? Mu Qing curled her lips and said, this is a memorial from a local official who has been late in paying taxes. Ning Shu glanced at Mu Qing and asked, how do you think it should be solved? I don't know. Mu Qing said straightforwardly. What do you mean by letting me read the memorial? Don't tell me you want to give me the throne to compensate me. Ning Shu felt that Mu Qing was a smart person. She just didn't have a filter on her mouth. Is the throne so easy to sit on? Ning Shu called a secret guard and brought Mu Qing back to the cold palace. Before leaving, Mu Qing's expression was full of confusion. She didn't know what Ning Shu meant by this. Ning Shu sent a few secret guards to monitor Mu Qing's every move. He wanted to see what kind of attitude Mu Qing had after this incident and if there were any changes in her behavior. After Mu Qing left, Ning Shu lay on the bed with the help of maid Qiu. He was thinking about Lu Changqing, Mu Shui, and Mu Yao. There were too many things that needed to be solved. The pain in his body made Ning Shu unable to sleep all night. It was as if there were steel needles stabbing his brain. The next day, Ning Shu came back from the morning court with difficulty and saw Lu Changqing waiting at the door of the sleeping palace. Ning Shu was in so much pain that he didn't have any strength left. He didn't want to talk to Lu Changqing at all. Lu Changqing carried the food box and walked in front of Ning Shu. He was a head taller than Ning Shu. Lu Changqing sighed. Your Majesty. Ning Shu, Phoenix Queen, what's the matter? Ning Shu asked Lu Changqing. Lu Changqing had a faint smile on his face. Under the morning light, a warm halo spread out, causing his cold face to have some warmth. Changqing is here to deliver a tonic soup for your Majesty. Your Majesty's body needs to be nursed back to health. Why is it soup again? Ning Shu was simply drunk. Ning Shu's lips twitched. He stared at Lu Changqing without blinking. He wondered if Lu Changqing had been reborn. Why is your Majesty looking at Changqing like that? Lu Changqing asked indifferently. Ning Shu originally wanted to smile, but his face was stiff and spasming. He could only say expressionlessly, the Phoenix Queen is as elegant as when she was young. Lu Changqing didn't deny it. He brought the tonic soup to Ning Shu and said, Your Majesty, drink the soup. It'll be greasy when it gets cold. Ning Shu shook his head and said, Phoenix Queen, I don't want to drink such oily soup this early in the morning. Lu Changqing pursed his lips. In the end, he revealed a bitter smile. Since your Majesty doesn't want to drink, then Changqing will drink it. Lu Changqing drank half a bowl of soup in front of Ning Shu. Ning Shu raised his eyebrows. What did Lu Changqing mean? Was he telling him that the soup he sent wasn't poisonous? Lu Changqing sighed. Ning Shu said, Your Majesty, Changqing can see that your Majesty's body isn't in good condition right now. Changqing only hopes for your Majesty's health. Ning Shu drank a cup of water and suppressed the blood in his throat. Thank you for your concern, Phoenix Queen. I just don't feel well. It's an old illness. Lu Changqing pursed his lips. After a while, he said, Your Majesty, do you still eat pills? Ning Shu didn't mind and nodded. Of course. If I don't eat, I won't have the energy. There are so many political matters to deal with. Eating pills can make me feel better. Lu Changqing reached out his slender hand and wrapped it around Ning Shu's hand. Ning Shu faintly smelled his elegant scent. Ning Shu, fuck, can you not shake hands? Can't you talk nicely? Ning Shu could feel how stiff his hand was. The pain made his muscles extremely stiff. His pair of hands didn't have the smoothness and softness that a woman should have. But this Lu Changqing was still holding his hand. Chapter 549. Lu Zhangqing lowered his head to look at Ning Shu's hand. The veins were bulging and the joints were protruding. Ning Shu pulled his hand back and tucked it into his long sleeve. Lu Zhangqing looked at Ning Shu, his eyes rippling with light. He said, "Your Majesty, please drink some soup." Ning Shu was speechless. Soup, there was no end to this. He was speechless. Lu Zhangqing moved the bowl to Ning Shu's mouth. It looked like he was forcing Ning Shu to drink the soup. Ning Shu symbolically drank a mouthful. Lu Zhangqing then said, "Your Majesty, drink some more." Ning Shu furrowed his brows tightly and shook his head. "I don't want to drink anymore." Drinking into the stomach was a burden on the body. Lu Zhangqing pursed his lips and put down the bowl. He took Ning Shu's hand and lowered his head to look at Ning Shu's unsightly hands. "Your Majesty, your body really needs to be nursed. Pills will only empty your body." Ning Shu grunted. The two sank into silence again. Lu Zhangqing turned to the side and picked up the food box. Ning Shu said, "Your Majesty, Zhangqing will leave first." Ning Shu grunted again. Lu Zhangqing's body paused for a moment before he finally left unhurriedly. As soon as Lu Zhangqing left, Ning Shu immediately leaned against a pillar. Holy shit, his legs were so weak that they couldn't stop shaking. "Your Majesty, your Majesty." Autumn Maid hurriedly walked into the palace. Because she was in too much of a hurry, she tripped over the door sill. She said to Ning Shu, "Her Majesty Huang Si Nu has left." Ning Shu suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Autumn Maid hurriedly supported Ning Shu's stumbling body. Ning Shu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "What happened to Her Majesty Huang Si Nu?" "Her Majesty Huang Si Nu has left," Autumn Maid said sharply. "Nonsense, Old Fourth was still here when the morning court was held," Ning Shu said fiercely. "What's going on?" "The Crown Princess and the fourth Imperial daughter have gotten into an argument. I'm not sure what the exact reason is. The Crown Princess is in front of the palace right now." Maid Autumn came over to support Ning Shu. "Find a palanquin," Ning Shu said. Ning Shu sat in a palanquin as he was carried into the imperial palace. Mu Shui was kneeling on the ground while Mu Yao was lying on a stretcher covered with a white cloth. Beside the stretcher was a man in sky blue clothes. The surrounding ministers were discussing spiritedly. Since such a big thing had happened, these ministers naturally had to come. Ning Shu endured the intense pain in his entire body as he walked over and lifted the white cloth, revealing Mu Yao's deathly pale face, and the clothes around her neck were stained with bloodstains. Imperial physician, come take a look at Old Fourth." Ning Shu shouted at the top of his lungs. Blood surged up from his throat, but it was forcefully swallowed by Ning Shu. The imperial physician hurriedly examined Mu Yao and felt her pulse. After examining her pupils, he knelt and said to Ning Shu, "Her Majesty Huang Si Nu has indeed passed away." The back of her head was struck by a great force. Ning Shu staggered twice as he stared fixedly at Mu Yao who was on the stretcher, and he said with a hoarse voice, "What exactly happened?" The man kneeling beside Mu Yao's corpse, Ning Shu, kowtowed, and his voice carried bone-deep sorrow and hatred. "Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager can testify. Her Majesty was killed by the Crown Princess." Ning Shu's eyes were bloodshot, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. He looked exceptionally terrifying. "Crown Princess, what happened?" Ning Shu gasped for breath. "Give me a reason why you killed your own sister." Mu Shui's brows were tightly pressed together as she kowtowed and said sorrowfully, "Imperial Mother, I was wrongly accused. It was fourth Imperial sister who made the first move. I only pushed her away, and she fell to the ground. Ning Shu's body trembled violently. She died from a push. Mu Shue's expression was cold. I don't know what happened either. You don't know what happened, but do you think I know what happened? Ning Shu was so angry that he laughed instead. He pulled the coiling dragon jade pendant from his waist and threw it at Mu Shue. Mu Shue originally wanted to dodge, but in the end, she didn't. The jade pendant smashed into her brow bone, instantly causing it to swell. The jade pendant fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. You were under house arrest, so why did you run to Old Fourth's residence? Ning Shu's eyes fiercely scraped at Mu Shue. I told you to reflect on your actions, but you disobeyed the imperial decree. Crown Princess, you are simply lawless. Do you want to take my throne now? Mu Shue repeatedly kowtowed and fearfully said, I don't dare. I don't have such intentions. Mu Shue took a deep breath. Seeing Ning Shu looking at her with vigilance and disgust, she hurriedly kowtowed and repeatedly said, I was wrongly accused. Ning Shu wiped his tears and fiercely said, as the eldest sister, as the country's heir, you don't empathize with the people, and you don't love your sisters. With your conduct, how can I hand over the country of Xian to you? What reason did you have to disobey the imperial decree and run to Old Fourth's residence when you were under house arrest? Ning Shu was somewhat unable to stand and his body staggered. Autumn Maid hurriedly supported Ning Shu and had someone bring a chair. Mu Shue knelt on the ground with her forehead touching the ground. She didn't say anything. Nothing she said right now would be wrong. Mu Shue glanced at Ning Shu who was sitting on the chair with the corner of her eyes. Her expression was incomparably ferocious, as if she wanted to devour someone. Mu Shue's brows slightly revealed a trace of mockery. Losing your most beloved daughter, isn't it a heart-wrenching pain? Why did you two start arguing? Crown Princess, are you mute? Ning Shu's body trembled violently. Mu Shue tightly pursed her lips. She could say that she heard that there was a dragon robe in Old Fourth's residence. It was confirmed that there was a craftsman who made the dragon robe for Mu Yao, so she took the risk to go to Old Fourth's residence and had her subordinates search for traces of the dragon robe. When she went to Old Fourth's residence, she saw Mu Yao and Yuan Lang eating breakfast. They were even feeding each other, so Mu Shue casually said, the two of you are really loving each other. Mu Yao's face immediately changed. She angrily said to Mu Shue, eldest imperial sister, what do you mean? Is it wrong for an imperial sister to be loving her husband? Perhaps it was because Mu Shue's voice had a trace of sarcasm, but Mu Yao keenly sensed it. She made a fuss and asked Mu Shue what she meant. Mu Shue was a little impatient. She stretched out her hand and pushed Mu Yao who was making a fuss away. Mu Yao staggered and fell, the back of her head hitting the corner of the table. Things developed too quickly. Even Mu Shue herself didn't react. Now Mu Shue was kneeling on the cold floor. Her heart was cold. She had been schemed against. But Mu Shue calmed down in an instant. She didn't say that she was wronged. She directly said, it was this son who pushed Mu Shue, but this son didn't want to kill fourth imperial sister. This son isn't worthy of being the crown prince. Imperial mother, please depose this son. Your Majesty, please calm down. How can a crown prince be deposed just like that? The ministers all knelt to plead for mercy for Mu Shue and Ning Shu. Your Majesty, deposing the crown prince will shake the foundation of the country. Please reconsider. Her Highness, the fourth imperial sister's matter was an accident. A minister stood up and bowed to Ning Shu with a board in his hand. Ning Shu glanced at the ministers kneeling on the floor and then at Mu Shue who was kneeling on the floor and sincerely repenting. Threatening her. Chapter 550. Mu Shue wanted Ning Shu to cripple her, but that was only to retreat in order to advance. Then the ministers would put pressure on Ning Shu. Ning Shu looked at these people and said mockingly, it was my daughter who died. You people are just standing there and talking. Mu Shue, your sister died because of you. Don't you feel guilty? Mu Shue kowtowed to the ground. Her voice was muffled and nasal. I never wanted to kill fourth sister. I don't deserve to be the crown prince. I beg you, mother, to cripple me. Your Majesty, please reconsider. The ministers immediately cried out. Ning Shu looked exhausted. In the end, he waved his hand and said, the crown princess is to reflect on her mistakes. Without my decree, she is not to take even half a step out of her residence. I thank you for your grace, mother. Mu Shui kowtowed again. Ning Shu looked at Mu Yao on the stretcher. Prepare a coffin for fourth princess. Ning Shu staggered as he walked. If it wasn't for autumn maids supporting him, Ning Shu would have fallen to the ground. Mu Shui looked at Ning Shu's back, her eyes deep. When she returned to her chambers, she collapsed on the bed without any strength. It was a long time before she said, bury fourth princess as quickly as possible. Autumn maid answered, yes. Because there were no ready-made coffins, Ning Shu gave Mu Nishang's imperial coffin to Mu Yao. The ministers wanted to say that this was against etiquette, but when they saw Ning Shu's red eyes filled with coldness and hostility, they didn't dare say anything. In this matter, the crown princess was in the wrong. The crown princess was only grounded, but the fourth princess was dead. It was dangerous for them to speak up for the crown princess. They didn't dare provoke Ning Shu again. Fourth princess's body was placed in the coffin as quickly as possible. The next day, they were ready to bury her. The outside world only said that Her Majesty couldn't accept fourth princess's death. She just wanted to bury her quickly. She also wanted to protect the crown princess. Late at night, white sails were hung in the main hall. There was a weak oil lamp, and the bean-sized flame flickered occasionally. The gorgeous coffin was placed at the center, and it emitted a ghastly feeling. Ning Shu walked into the hall and pushed open the coffin with great difficulty, then she stretched out her hand to pat Mu Yao's face as she said, hey, you're awake. Mu Yao's face was pale. She wore gorgeous clothes and lay motionless in the coffin. Ning Shu pinched Mu Yao's nose. Mu Yao was at first, but in the end, she couldn't hold it in. She opened her mouth to breathe. Ouch! My head. Mu Yao crawled up from the coffin with difficulty, and she rubbed the back of her head. Imperial Mother, your son's head really hurts. Why didn't you bandage it for your son? To die. Mu. Mu to die to be to die to be to die to be. Nail the coffin shut. Ning Shu ordered the two Mu. Ning Shu leaned against the pillar of the hall. He looked at Mu Yao, who kept touching the back of her head, and said, live well with Queen Mother in the future. He told me to go to the Imperial Mausoleum to guard your grave. Ning Shu felt that the current Queen Mother was different from the Queen Mother in the plot. The current Queen Mother suffered a lot of criticism because of her loss of chastity. She had to face strange looks wherever she went. No matter how much ambition he had in his heart, it was useless. Ning Shu could also see that Mu Yao's death was a blow to Queen Mother. After all, Mu Yao treated Queen Mother sincerely. When Queen Mother was in despair, Mu Yao didn't leave her side. She planned to spend the rest of her life in the desolate Imperial Mausoleum as a tomb keeper. Thank you, Queen Mother. I understand. Mu Yao said with a smile. Thank you, Queen Mother, for everything you have done for me. Now, I'm going to go out and travel the world. Mu Yao said, I'm going to travel the world with Queen Mother and the person I truly love. Fuck, what a good life. She was so jealous. She was so miserable. She didn't have long to live, yet she still had to worry about it every day. Go out with the funeral procession tomorrow. I'll send people to protect you. Ning Shu instructed, don't let anyone discover you. Can you do it? I can do it. Mu Yao patted her chest and promised, I definitely won't cause trouble for Queen Mother. Ning Shu watched as the Mu guards nailed the coffin shut. He patted Mu Yao's shoulder and turned to leave the hall. On the second day, Ning Shu looked at the long funeral procession that left the imperial palace, and Mu Yao was mixed in with the funeral procession. Mu Yao turned around to glance at Ning Shu, who stood high above, and she wanted to wave her hand and say goodbye. But when she considered the situation, she could only obediently follow the procession. Ning Shu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Mu Yao leave the imperial palace. He sat on the sedan chair and returned to the imperial palace. Ning Shu didn't attend court for several days. Ning Shu didn't want to attend court in the first place, but now he found a reason. He was too sad about losing his daughter and didn't want to attend court. "I'll kill anyone who dares to attend court." This gave Ning Shu, who was struggling at death's door, a chance to rest. To Ning Shu's disappointment, this incident didn't remove the crown princess from the position of crown prince. This was clearly not enough. Moreover, the minister was so strongly opposed because Mu Yao was already dead. There was no need to sacrifice a living person for a dead person. The dead had no value. Besides, a living Mu Yao wasn't as valuable as Mu Shui. Mu Shui was grounded indefinitely by Ning Shu. Lu Changqing didn't say anything and continued to deliver tonic soup to Ning Shu. He then held Ning Shu's ugly hand and instructed, "Your Majesty, you need to recuperate." Ning Shu was speechless. In any case, Ning Shu couldn't figure out what Lu Changqing was up to. In the dead of night, Ning Shu caught Mu Qing, who had been left out in the cold for a long time. She was still wearing ordinary clothes of poor quality. Mu Qing looked wary and suspicious when she saw Ning Shu. She asked, "Why are you looking for me?" Mu Qing had been very cautious these days. She really didn't know what her nominal mother was up to. She had been left out in the cold. She had to be very careful in the cold palace. She had a feeling that this person was up to no good. Ning Shu looked at Mu Qing, who was like a hedgehog covered in spikes. He asked, "How have you been?" Mu Qing was speechless. Mu Qing's current mood could only be described as, "What the fuck?" He was asking her how she was doing. He was obviously mocking her. How could he toy with her like this? Mu Qing bared her teeth. "I'm doing well." "Very well." Ning Shu nodded and took out a memorial. "Come and read it." Mu Qing scratched her head in annoyance. She picked up the memorial and read it. After reading it, Ning Shu asked her how to solve the problem. Mu Qing directly said that she didn't know. Ning Shu glanced at her and took out a memorial for her to read. After Mu Qing finished reading it, Ning Shu asked, "If it were you, how would you deal with this matter? What is the intention of the minister who submitted the memorial?" "I don't know." Mu Qing said directly. Ning Shu took out another memorial. "Read it again." Mu Qing could tell that if she didn't give a solution tonight, she would keep reading the memorial. Old Witch. Chapter 551. Ning Shu would only see Mu Qing at night and bring her back to the cold palace when the sun was about to rise. He didn't care how Mu Qing lived her life. He didn't care if she had enough to eat in the cold palace or not. In fact, Mu Qing was a very smart person. She had her own way of surviving in the cold palace. Mu Qing didn't dare to talk about this. She didn't dare to say that the empress made her read memorials every night and taught her how to rule the country. Mu Qing didn't know what the old witch meant, but she knew that if she talked about this, she would die without a burial place. Especially when there was still a crown prince. The old witch was putting herself on the fire. Mu Qing was trembling in fear even when she was in the cold palace. Ning Shu was quite satisfied with Mu Qing's reaction. If Mu Qing was arrogant, or if she wanted to show off, Ning Shu wouldn't have paid any attention to her. One must always be vigilant at all times. Ning Shu felt that she was suffering because she was not vigilant enough. Otherwise, she would not have been cursed by others and would not be in such a miserable state. The most depressing thing was 2333, the system. He didn't even tell him when he encountered cursed things. This thing doesn't even have a trace. I can't catch it at all. Don't push the blame to me. 2333 said unhappily. Ning Shu, it was Lulul's fault for being useless. Ning Shu felt that he was going to die soon because he couldn't walk at all. All the blood vessels in his body were bulging. His body was bruised. The rhythm of his heartbeat was completely messed up. Lu Changqing came to see Ning Shu. Seeing Ning Shu sitting on the chair without moving, he walked to Ning Shu's side and said, "Your Majesty, your body is unwell. Call the imperial doctor over." "I'm fine," Ning Shu said indifferently as he looked at the memorial in front of him. Lu Zhangqing reached out to hold Ning Shu's hand. Lu Zhangqing's fingers were long and slender, which made Ning Shu's hands even more pale. Ning Shu wanted to pull his hand back, but Lu Zhangqing held it. "Your Majesty, you are avoiding Zhangqing." "No." Ning Shu didn't want to have anything to do with Lu Changqing. Lu Changqing Ning Shu asked, "Your Majesty, are we going to Phoenix Perch Palace tonight?" Ning Shu said, "I'm busy with government affairs, so I won't be going." Lu Changqing smiled elegantly. "Your Majesty, please take care of your health." Ning Shu nodded. Lu Changqing bowed and turned to leave. He slowly walked away, his temperament elegant. He finally left. Ning Shu spat out a mouthful of blood. He was so annoyed that Lu Changqing kept showing his presence. What was he trying to do? Ning Shu had just spat out blood when Lu Changqing came back. Ning Shu was so scared that he almost spat out blood again. Ning Shu's face twitched as he looked at Lu Changqing. He quickly asked, "Phoenix Empress, what are you?" Lu Changqing said, "From today onwards, Changqing will live with your Majesty and take care of your Majesty's health." Ning Shu, fuck, living together is too much. Ning Shu said coldly, "I don't need the Phoenix Empress to take care of me. I know my own health very well." "Your Majesty, you don't know." Lu Changqing shook his head. "I already said that I don't need your care. If you really have so much free time, then teach your daughter well. Look at the things she does." "I don't even want to say anything," Ning Shu said coldly. Lu Changqing pursed his lips. A trace of hurt flashed across his face. In the end, he said, "Your Majesty, why are you always so dissatisfied with Shui?" Dissatisfied? If Mu Shui was still the original Mu Shui, Ning Shu would have given her the throne. But now, Mu Shui's body was that of a man, and he seemed to be a mission enforcer. She had cursed him so viciously. Even if he had to use his last bit of strength, he had to drag someone down with him. The current situation was just like the plot. She was the same as Mu Nishang. In the end, she had to remove Mu Shui from the throne. Even if she couldn't, she wouldn't let Mu Shui become the empress so easily. I love her deeply. It's not that I'm dissatisfied with her, but the things she does always disappoint me. Mu Yao died because of her, but she doesn't have a trace of remorse. Instead, she threatened me to depose her. Is this an attitude of remorse? She's threatening me, Ning Shu said coldly. Don't bother me. I don't need you to take care of me. Ning Shu waved his hand. I have to deal with political matters. The imperial harem is not allowed to interfere. Phoenix Empress, are you going to watch me deal with political matters? Lu Changqing pursed his lips and said, it's Changqing who has overstepped. Lu Changqing bowed to Ning Shu and turned to leave. His back looked a little sad. Ning Shu didn't care at all. Help me to lie down on the bed. Ning Shu sat on the chair. His lower body didn't feel anything at all. It was as if it was numb. Even his blood didn't flow. Ning Shu chanted the clear heart incantation and fell asleep in a daze. When he woke up, Autumn Maid was standing beside the bed with a teacup in her hand. She said to Ning Shu, Your Majesty, there are bad rumors outside. Ning Shu's heart was calm. He took a sip of tea. What's the matter? There are rumors outside that Your Majesty's body can't take it anymore. Soon, you'll die. Autumn Maid knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, I swear that I didn't say anything. I've also warned my subordinates repeatedly. I don't know how the news got out. Ning Shu didn't care too much. There was no wall in the world that didn't have a crack. If he could hide it for a while, he would hide it for a while. Ning Shu didn't think that he could hide it forever. He went to court with his exhausted body. As a result, just as his butt touched the dragon throne, a group of ministers began to ask Ning Shu to take care of his body. They blabbered on and on. Then, they asked Ning Shu to release the crown princess from her confinement and let the crown princess govern the country. Ning Shu had the same expression from beginning to end. She was poisoned and couldn't take it anymore. It was probably because of Mu Shue's confinement. She couldn't even stay idle after being confined for half a month. This rumor was probably spread by Mu Shue. My body is very good. When I really die, I'll let her out to govern the country and be the empress. Ning Shu threw out a sentence and left. Ning Shu felt that he didn't have much time left. If nothing unexpected happened, he would definitely die within 10 days. Perhaps it was because of the final radiance of light. Ning Shu felt that his body didn't hurt as much and his spirit was quite good. At night, he stepped up his efforts to teach Mu Qing. Ning Shu only stuffed all the things in the original owner's head to Mu Qing. As for whether Mu Qing could understand, it was none of her business. Mu Qing was much calmer when she saw Ning Shu now. At least, she restrained her anger into her bones. She didn't call Ning Shu Mother Empress, but Your Majesty. Are you really going to die? Mu Qing looked at Ning Shu and asked. Ning Shu glanced at Mu Qing and spat a mouthful of black blood into the spittoon. Then, he said, "How long do you think I can live like this?" Mu Qing, damn, it was so creepy. How could she say that he was going to die so easily? Old Witch. Chapter 552. Mu Qing looked at Ning Shu with a conflicted expression and asked, "Aren't you the empress? Why don't you find an imperial physician and let him take a look at your body? It would be a waste of time. Anyway, she can't be saved, so there's no need to waste time." Ning Shu said indifferently. "I have already drafted the imperial edict to pass on the throne." Ning Shu handed Mu Qing a commander's seal. "This is the commander's seal to mobilize the imperial guards of Xian City. I will think of a way to deal with the crown princess. If I don't have enough time, I will have to rely on you to fight with her. If you can't win and die, then you deserve it." Mu Qing was speechless. A woman's heart is the most vicious. She dragged me into this war and then killed me. How can this be compared to cheating others? Tomorrow, I will put you in front of everyone. From now on, you will be the 5th imperial daughter, Mu Qing. Ning Shu paused for a moment, took a breath and said, "Prepare well." Mu Qing pursed her lips. "Even if you do this, I still hate you in my heart. Whether you hate me or not is none of my business. If you want to hate me, then hate me." Ning Shu didn't really care. Mu Qing's heart was filled with helplessness. How can there be such a person? The next day, during the morning court, Ning Shu's hand was holding Mu Qing's hand. Mu Qing was wearing a brocade dress and looked more imposing than before. She also looked more beautiful. The empress suddenly brought a woman with her. The expressions of the ministers were all uncertain as they looked at Mu Qing. Ning Shu directly said, "This is the 5th imperial daughter, Mu Qing. She has been living in the cold palace since she was young. Now, I have added her name to the imperial family's genealogy." The ministers all knelt down and said congratulations. However, no one knew what they were thinking. In any case, Mu Qing walked into the sight of the ministers. After announcing Mu Qing's identity, everything had to be done according to the rules. Ning Shu didn't arrange a luxurious palace for Mu Qing. Instead, he found a palace beside the cold palace for her to live in. When the empress residence was built, she would move out. With such an attitude, the others couldn't tell if Ning Shu liked Mu Qing or if he didn't care about this newly minted 5th daughter at all. Ning Shu gave all his power to Mu Qing. If Mu Qing still couldn't defeat Mu Shue, then Ning Shu wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Ning Shu didn't expect to complete this quest in the first place. The rumors outside grew more and more intense, and they all said that Her Majesty the Empress would not live for much longer. The civil and military officials repeatedly begged Ning Shu to release Mu Shui, who was under house arrest, to govern the empire. Ning Shu sat calmly on Mount Tai, completely ignoring these people. I'm about to die, why should I be afraid of you? If you want to die, then it's even better. We'll all die together. None of these ministers were willing to die. Now that Ning Shu was nearing the end of her reign, they wanted to curry favor with her. Can you get an imperial physician to take a look? Every time Mu Qing saw the old witch's half-dead appearance in front of her, she felt incomparably terrified and disgusted. This was especially so when she saw the old witch vomiting blood without batting an eyelid. It was simply challenging Mu Qing's fragile nerves. Ning Shu wiped the black blood from the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief and said indifferently, once you ascend the throne, you can deal with the people on this list as you see fit. Mu Qing curled her lips and said sarcastically, why do you think I'll ascend the throne? Look at how confident you are. Don't forget that you still have a legitimate successor. Then return the commander's seal to me. Ning Shu glanced at Mu Qing, and Mu Qing immediately said, you're the empress. How can you be so capricious? How can you have the nerve to ask for something you've given to someone else? TSK, how pretentious. Ning Shu rolled his eyes. I don't know what you're thinking, but you're still acting like this. Since you want to be the empress, you should understand your responsibilities. Mu Qing, old witch. Is there really no cure for your illness? Mu Qing bit her lip and asked. I didn't see you take any medicine, and I didn't see you call the imperial physician. Don't give up on yourself. Ning Shu was speechless. If she could be cured, why would she give up on treatment? Ning Shu vomited a mouthful of black blood. The black blood was faintly smelly. His internal organs were probably starting to rot. You haven't seen your eldest sister yet, right? I'll take you to see her. Ning Shu looked at Mu Qing as he spoke. He had a faint plan in his mind. Mu Qing almost jumped up. She couldn't help but say, what are you up to? You want me to see the crown princess? Are you trying to draw the crown princess's attention to me? I won't go. Facing the crown princess makes my heart tremble. Pack up. In 2 days, you'll go to the crown princess's residence. You want to be the empress with this little courage? How are you going to face the civil and military officials in the future? Ning Shu closed his eyes and silently chanted the clear heart mantra. Mu Qing could only let out a long sigh. She turned around and angrily walked away. Autumn Maid's eyes were red. She wiped away the yellow sweat on Ning Shu's forehead for him. Your Majesty, Ning Shu opened his eyes and coldly said, I don't have many days left. I will tell Mu Qing to take good care of you. Autumn Maid knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Let me follow you, Your Majesty. When we are underground, I will still serve you. Don't be like this. I want to live more than anyone else. If you can live, then live. Don't die. Autumn Maid was truly loyal to Mu Nishang. Autumn Maid should be given a good old age. Thank you, Your Majesty. Autumn Maid stood up, wiping away her tears. Ning Shu ate a fasting pill to ensure his body had enough energy. Fortunately, Ning Shu always exchanged for necessities before entering a mission. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to last until now. Ning Shu lay on the bed. These few days when he was about to die allowed Ning Shu to sleep very well. He didn't know how long he slept. When he opened his eyes, he saw Lu Changqing's elegant face. When Ning Shu moved his body, black blood surged up his throat. Because Lu Changqing was beside him, Ning Shu tried his best to swallow the blood in his throat. However, blood still flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Lu Changqing saw the blood at the corner of Ning Shu's mouth. He took out a neatly folded handkerchief and wiped Ning Shu's mouth. He said in a sorrowful tone, Your Majesty, you vomited blood. Ning Shu was speechless. Of course, he knew that he vomited blood. Ning Shu sat up with difficulty and said coldly, I vomited for fun. Lu Changqing put away the bloody handkerchief and said in a strange tone, Ni Shang, why are you always so stubborn? Ning Shu, call me your majesty. Lu Changqing took out a sandalwood box and opened it. There were a few small pills in the box that emitted a medicinal smell. Ning Shu smelled the medicinal smell and wanted to analyze what kind of pill it was. However, she could only smell a faint smell. Her sense of smell had already been destroyed. This curse didn't just cause pain. It had developed to the point where one would lose all 5 senses. Now, Ning Shu's vision had developed to the point where she couldn't differentiate between humans and beasts from 10 meters away. Her nose could only smell very faint smells. Therefore, she had no way of knowing if this pill was poison. Ning Shu looked at Lu Changqing warily and said, I have political matters to attend to. Phoenix Empress, you can leave first. Lu Changqing looked at Ning Shu. Your Majesty, don't use this excuse every time. Chapter 553. Ning Shu didn't know why Lu Zhangqing brought the pill over. Could it be that he wanted to poison her to death? In her current state, it would be a waste to feed her poison. She didn't have many days left to live, but she still had something to do. She couldn't die now. Mei Qiu, Mei Qiu. Ning Shu called out for Mei Qiu. Lu Zhangqing saw the vigilance on Ning Shu's face and frowned. He said coldly, Your Majesty, Zhangqing asked Mei Qiu to prepare hot water. Your Majesty can wash up when you wake up. Ning Shu became even more vigilant. He looked at Lu Zhangqing and said coldly, What is the Phoenix Empress doing? Lu Zhangqing laughed deeply. This was the first time Ning Shu heard him laugh. There was a hint of sadness in his laughter. He said, Mu Nishang, I really hate you. Ning Shu was expressionless. He hated Mu Nishang. What did it have to do with her? However, Lu Zhangqing didn't seem normal now. Ning Shu shrank to the corner of the bed and said indifferently, Phoenix Empress, what do you mean? Do you hate me? Lu Zhangqing had an elegant smile on his face. He took out a pill and placed it by Ning Shu's mouth. He said, Your Majesty, take the medicine. No, I'm not taking it. Ning Shu turned his head away. Lu Zhangqing wasn't angry. He turned Ning Shu's face. Your Majesty, this is the antidote. You've been poisoned. Oh my God. Ning Shu felt that his brain wasn't enough. She's been poisoned. Wasn't she cursed? Could it be that she was cursed and poisoned again? Both father and daughter poisoned her at the same time. Ning Shu was speechless. Poisoned? How could I be poisoned? Ning Shu shook his head. I'm not taking this pill. Lu Zhangqing pursed his lips and took a pill for himself. Then, he took another pill and brought it to Ning Shu's mouth. Ni Shang, take the pill and your body will naturally recover. You poisoned me. Ning Shu looked at Lu Changqing. Ning Shu thought for a while but still couldn't figure out how Lu Changqing poisoned him. Could it be a tonic soup? Ning Shu remembered that he drank a mouthful of the tonic soup. Although Lu Changqing drank more than half a bowl, he still had the antidote in his hands. Lu Zhangqing did not refute. He only said, Your Majesty, take the pill. Ning Shu was cursing in his heart. Could life be a little more bitter? However, the poison that Lu Changqing had given her had been neutralized. After all, she had taken the antidote. Why did you poison me? Is it because of the crown princess? Ning Shu asked Lu Zhangqing. He guessed that Lu Zhangqing had been reborn. Lu Changqing held the pill in his hand and said gently, Your Majesty, take the pill. Changqing will tell you why. Ning Shu swallowed the pill. Even if it was poison, she still had the antidote. Phoenix Queen, pour me a cup of water. Ning Shu looked at Lu Changqing. I'm thirsty. Lu Changqing turned around to pour tea for Ning Shu. Ning Shu immediately stuffed the antidote into his mouth. Who knew if it was the antidote or poison? Ning Shu did not trust Lu Changqing from beginning to end. Lu Changqing brought the teacup to Ning Shu's mouth. Your Majesty, have some tea. Ning Shu took a sip and did not drink anymore. He asked, now, you should tell me when you poisoned me. Why did you poison me? Lu Changqing lowered his eyes slightly and looked at the white porcelain teacup in his hand. He said calmly, Your Majesty, I had a dream. I dreamed that I was sent to the cold palace by Your Majesty. Your Majesty killed the crown princess. Lu Changqing looked up at Ning Shu. Your Majesty, this dream was very real. When I woke up, my heart was filled with hatred and resentment. When I was in the most pain, I poisoned Your Majesty. Ning Shu, so, you wanted to take revenge on me. Why are you giving me the antidote now? What was the point of being so fickle? The heavens had given him a second life, so he should strive for it. If he wanted to take revenge, he should take it. Lu Changqing said calmly, when I hated you the most, I poisoned Your Majesty when I woke up from the dream. What I want to see the most is Your Majesty dying slowly and being tortured to death. This poison will slowly drain a person's spirit until they die of convulsions. Even though he was speaking viciously, Lu Changqing's voice was still very elegant. Ning Shu was expressionless. When did you poison me? From when you ate the pill, Lu Changqing said calmly. This meant that Lu Changqing had already poisoned Mu Nishang before she had even entered the mission. No wonder she felt so uncomfortable when she entered this body. Her pulse was also weak. She had thought that it was because she ate too many pills, but it turned out that there was something else in the pill. Ning Shu pursed her lips. If Lu Changqing was not the mission enforcer, then the mission enforcer must be the person in Mu Shue's body. Ning Shu had been thinking about how she had come into contact with the carrier of the curse. Now that she thought about it, Mu Shue had also given her a box of pills. She must have been cursed at that time. They poisoned her at the same time and used pills at the same time. Ning Shu lit a candle for herself. She had suffered this pain for Mu Nishang. Why are you giving me the antidote now? Ning Shu asked Lu Changqing. Wasn't this unnecessary? Lu Changqing frowned. Your Majesty, I don't hate you now. I hate myself. I hate myself for not being ruthless enough. I hate you for hurting me and the crown princess, but in the end, you realized that you were the one who was torturing yourself. Ning Shu was speechless. Fuck, why did he have to use it? He had to use a strong one. One dose and she would die. He didn't have to regret it. When a person lost their rationality due to hatred, they would gnash their teeth and wish for nothing more than to destroy the world. However, as time passed, this hatred would gradually begin to disappear. So Lu Changqing regretted it now and wanted to use the antidote to save her. But in a few days, she would still be dead. Your Majesty, the hot water is ready. Autumn Maid walked in and bowed to Ning Shu. She then bowed to Lu Changqing. Lu Changqing lowered his eyes. Ning Shu said to Lu Changqing calmly, Phoenix Empress, you should go back. Stay in Phoenix Resting Palace and don't come out. Think about it. I understand. Lu Changqing stood up and left. The jade pendant and Xiangfei's bamboo flute made a special sound when they collided. What could Ning Shu say? Relationships were always so messy. Where did you go? Don't you know my situation? Ning Shu asked Autumn Maid. When did the Phoenix Empress come? Autumn Maid immediately knelt down and begged for forgiveness. The Phoenix Empress came not long after Your Majesty fell asleep. The Phoenix Empress asked me to prepare the hot water, but something happened and I was delayed. Ning Shu rubbed his brows. Lu Changqing had purposely sent Autumn Maid away. Ning Shu directly issued a decree that Lu Changqing was grounded for a month to prevent him from causing trouble again. Lu Changqing didn't say anything after being grounded by Ning Shu. He didn't expect a good outcome. It was just like in his dream. He would be banished to the cold palace and only grounded. The Phoenix Empress and the Crown Princess were both grounded, which made the atmosphere a bit strange. Ministers constantly sent up memorials to lift the Crown Princess and the Phoenix Empress confinement. Ning Shu simply threw these memorials to the side and ignored them. She could do whatever she wanted. These things could not threaten her. Chapter 554. After Ning Shu grounded the Phoenix Empress in Phoenix Perch Palace, she never went to see him again. Seeing him made things even more awkward. In the end, Lu Zhangqing took out the antidote because he still had Mu Nishang in his heart. His heart was probably in a tangle of love and hate. He could have not taken out the antidote, but in the end, he still took it out. It was one thing if he took out the antidote. He could have given it to her without anyone knowing. But he confessed everything. It was like a broken pot smashing a broken pot. Lu Zhangqing obediently stayed in Phoenix Perch Palace. He did not make a fuss. He was very calm. No matter how one looked at it, it was like his heart was dead. Ning Shu dragged his zombie-like stiff body to court. The officials once again reported that the grounded crown princess was released. Ning Shu glanced at Mu Qing, who was trying her best to hide her presence. He lightly said, "Speaking of which, I haven't seen the crown princess in a long time." Ever since Mu Qing's identity as the fifth daughter of the emperor was announced, she had the qualifications to attend the imperial court. Now that she saw Ning Shu's gaze on her, Mu Qing's back straightened and the hair on her back stood up. Mu Qing knew that this old witch was always ready to push her into the pit. After living in the cold palace for so many years, Mu Qing believed in keeping a low profile and protecting herself. She didn't even say a word when she was in the imperial court. "You all come with me to see the crown princess." Ning Shu stood up and endured the pain. He dragged his body that was about to fall apart and slowly walked down the steps. The officials saw that Ning Shu wanted to go to the crown princess residence to see the grounded crown princess. They were a bit surprised, but they still followed. Ning Shu sat on the palanquin and said to Mu Qing, who was walking behind her, "Old Five, come to Jin's side." Mu Qing glanced at Ning Shu and found that she was looking at her with a doting expression. Her eyes were gentle and tolerant. Mu Qing almost vomited blood. Hearing the cold snorts from the second and third princess, Mu Qing could only curse the old witch in her heart. Mu Qing slowly walked to the side of the carriage. Ning Shu said to Mu Qing, "Old Five, you haven't seen your big sister, right?" "No," Mu Qing whispered. "Mother Empress will take you to see eldest imperial sister." Ning Shu comforted Mu Qing. "Your eldest imperial sister is a kind person." Mu Qing thought she didn't want to go at all. This old witch was sending her to the tip of the blade. Don't think that she didn't know how the fourth princess died. Didn't she die at the hands of the crown princess? A kind person. Ha! Mu Qing squeezed out two dry laughs from her throat. With Ning Shu in the lead, the large group arrived in front of the crown princess's residence. Official Autumn went up and knocked on the door. Soon, Mu Shui came out to greet Ning Shu. Mu Shui was dressed in black, and her hair was tied into a ponytail. She knelt on the ground with her head lowered, and it was hard to tell if she was a man or a woman. "Your son respectfully welcomes Mother Empress." Ning Shu bowed. Ning Shu made a sound of acknowledgement. He sized up the crown princess's residence. Her soul had changed, and so had her living habits. Some of the flowers and potted plants had become luohan pines, and the beaded curtains in the pavilion had been taken down. The style had become much more robust. "We have come to see you." Ning Shu held Official Autumn's hand and walked into the main hall. He sat down and asked, "How has your reflection been in the residence recently?" Mu Shui's face was filled with sincere remorse. Her eyes were filled with admiration for Ning Shu. She said, "Your son knows his mistake." Ning Shu ignored Mu Shui's admiring gaze. He pushed Mu Qing, who was beside him. Mu Qing was suddenly pushed out, and she stumbled and almost fell to the ground. "Crown Princess, this is the fifth princess, Mu Qing. She used to live in the cold palace. We saw that she was living a sinful life, so we took her in." Ning Shu introduced Mu Qing to Mu Shui. Mu Qing's face twitched. She hurriedly bowed to Mu Shui. Mu Qing greets your highness, crown princess. Mu Shue's gaze swept over Mu Qing's face. Her brows slightly furrowed, but they quickly relaxed. She bowed to Mu Qing and said, "Greetings, fifth imperial younger sister." Mu Qing's face stiffened and trembled. She then retreated to Ning Shu's side. Mu Qing, who had lived in the cold palace since she was young, was very observant. She could keenly sense the malice in other people's emotions. She felt that the crown princess's gaze was filled with deep coldness, and there was also a hint of ridicule in it. Ning Shu smiled gently and said, "This child is very obedient. We quite like her." Mu Qing, old witch, ever since that child Mu Yao left, there was no one by my side to talk to. Fortunately, I have this child by my side to talk to me. Ning Shu looked at Mu Qing with a kind gaze. "Please don't say any more." Mu Qing felt her eyelids twitching. She lowered her head and looked bashful. Mu Shue narrowed her eyes. First, it was Mu Yao. Now, there was someone like Mu Qing. Mu Shue sneered in her heart. Ning Shu stood up. "We came to see you. We thought you had reflected on your actions, so we took the opportunity to borrow your confinement order. But now, Crown Princess, you should continue to be confined. We don't think you have repented at all." Mu Shue knelt on the ground and said with a frown, "Imperial Mother, this child really knows her wrongs. This child is truly regretful about Fourth Imperial younger sister's matter. This child has never thought of harming Fourth Imperial younger sister." Ning Shu said coldly, "You're not being honest. We asked you why you went to Mu Yao's residence, but you didn't tell us. What made you go to Fourth Imperial younger sister's residence? We want to hear the reason." Mu Shue's eyes flashed, making her eyes seem even darker. She hesitated for a moment before saying, "This child heard that Fourth Imperial younger sister's residence has dragon robes." Impudent. Ning Shu grabbed the teacup on the table and smashed it at Mu Shue's head. Mu Shue swayed slightly and dodged the teacup. The teacup fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. The tea spilled on the ground and steamed. Ning Shu thought, "Fuck, you dare to dodge. Imperial Mother, this child also heard about it, so I wanted to go to Fourth Imperial younger sister's residence to confirm it." When Mu Shue said this, her heart was full of regret. She shouldn't have gone to Fourth Imperial younger sister's residence. At that time, she was certain that there was a dragon robe in Fourth Imperial younger sister's residence. It was because she thought, your beloved daughter secretly hid a dragon robe in her residence. She looks pure and innocent, but she's also a scheming person. Mu Shue went to Fourth Imperial younger sister's residence, but she didn't expect such a thing to happen. "Then did you find the dragon robe?" Ning Shu looked coldly at Mu Shue. Mu Shue pursed her lips and shook her head. At that time, this child didn't look for the dragon robe. "Why didn't you tell me about this matter? Why did you deal with it in private?" "Crown Princess, as the heir to the throne, there are many people watching your every move. For a groundless matter, you went against the imperial edict and did such an impulsive thing. I think you need to be grounded and reflect on yourself. Your Majesty, please calm down." The ministers in the courtyard all knelt down and begged for mercy for Mu Shue. "Your Majesty, Crown Princess only did this because she wanted to know the truth." Chapter 555. Ning Shu was very impatient with these officials. They were paid a salary, yet they still wanted to use numbers to control her, the Empress. They all wanted to leave their names in history. Why didn't they just go bang their heads against the wall? Kneeling down scared her to death. The Crown Princess's prestige in the court is quite high. So many people are pleading for you. Ning Shu's lips twitched. Good ability, forming a clique for personal gain. Ning Shu pointed at the officials. You, and you. Are you saying that I, the Empress, can be disobeyed at will? That you can disobey my orders on impulse? That you can disobey my orders when you have no other choice? One after another, the focus was blurred. We don't dare. The officials knelt on the ground and kowtowed, not daring to say anything else. Mu Shui frowned and glanced at Ning Shu. She was a bit puzzled as to why he had come here today. Mother Empress, I was wrong. I didn't think before doing things. Mu Shui kowtowed again. I will reflect on my actions. Ning Shu sneered and said coldly, the crown princess really loves her officials. I only scolded these officials a bit, and the crown princess immediately took all the blame. She even tried to kill her own sister. Mu Shui clenched her fists. Her face was gloomy. She quickly glanced at Ning Shu and saw the disgust and ridicule on her face. Mu Shui's heart was full of doubts. Why wasn't this woman dead yet? It shouldn't be. I was wrong. Mu Shui didn't know what else to say. No matter what she said, the other party would find fault with it. Ning Shu had spoken so much that her body couldn't take it anymore. She could only sit down and tremble. Mu Qing looked at Ning Shu with a complicated expression. This old witch was usually half dead, but now she was so energetic. She was probably just holding on. Ning Shu's throat was bleeding. He glanced at official Autumn, and she immediately brought a cup of tea to Ning Shu. Ning Shu gulped down the tea and swallowed the blood in his throat. After drinking a cup of tea, Ning Shu coldly snorted. If there's a next time, I will depose you of the crown prince. If you don't reflect on yourself and restrain yourself, I will depose you even if it means risking the country's foundation. Lao Wu, let's go, Ning Shu said to Mu Qing, who was standing there like a pillar. Mu Qing instantly felt the crown princess's gloomy gaze sweep across her face. What was this old witch trying to do? Was he deliberately trying to pit her against the crown princess? Mu Qing felt that she did not have the power to go against the crown princess. Although she had the power given to her by the old witch, she did not have the same prestige as the crown princess. From what happened just now, it could be seen that if anything happened to the crown princess, most of the ministers would kneel down and plead for her. Mu Qing silently estimated her chances of winning against the crown princess. Now, the old witch was purposely drawing hatred for her. Mu Qing felt that the old witch wanted to kill her. If she could become the empress, that would be good. Otherwise, she would become someone else's whetstone. The old witch was so vicious, purposely wanting them to kill each other. What are you standing there for? Let's go. Although Ning Shu was urging Mu Qing, his tone was full of love and tolerance. When Mu Qing heard this, her legs became weak. The old witch was not like this when they were in private. There was no need to mention how cold she was. Now, she was acting like a loving mother with sinister intentions. Mu Shui was kneeling on the ground. When she saw Ning Shu's attitude towards the crown princess, she frowned. She could not understand why Mu Nishang did not like Mu Shui. They were both children, so why was there such a big gap? Mu Qing quickly walked to Ning Shu's side and stood behind Ning Shu to reduce her presence. Ning Shu looked at her and rolled his eyes. Even if he did not want to, he had to. Mu Qing felt Ning Shu's evil eyes again. She wanted to vomit blood. This old witch had a grudge against her, and it was revenge for being rude to her. Ning Shu walked to the door and seemed to remember something. He said to Mu Qing, "You go out first. I have something to say to the crown princess." Mu Qing immediately went out and closed the door. Only Ning Shu and Mu Shui were left in the room. Ning Shu sighed and said to the kneeling Mu Shui, "Get up." "Thank you, mother." Mu Shui stood up. "Mother, what do you have to say to me?" "Actually, it's nothing." Ning Shu took Mu Shui's hand. She lowered her head and looked at Mu Shui's fair and smooth hand. Then, she looked at her own paws. Ning Shu's heart felt unbalanced. Mu Shui looked at Ning Shu in confusion. She did not understand what was wrong with this person. She wanted to pull her hand away, but he held it tightly. Ning Shu calculated in her heart that she was no match for Mu Shui, who was strong and healthy. Ning Shu took a deep breath, then took out a dagger and stabbed it into his heart. A mouthful of black blood sprayed on Mu Shui's face. He opened his mouth and screamed. Mu Shui immediately understood Ning Shu's intention. She tried to break free from Ning Shu's hand, but he held on tightly. Ning Shu used the last of his strength to not let go of Mu Shue's hand. You! Mu Shue sucked in a cold breath. She kicked Ning Shu. Ning Shu spat out black blood. He held on tightly to Mu Shue's hand. His nose was blocked by the black blood. He could not breathe. Even if I die, I won't let go of you. I won't be able to complete my mission. You can forget about it. The people outside heard the screams in the room. Mu Qing was the first to open the door. What she saw was the crown princess committing a crime. Everyone was shocked. Mu Qing shouted, "Crown princess, you dare to commit a crime against the imperial mother? Imperial physician, quickly call an imperial physician." Mu Shue's face was stained with black blood. Her hands seemed to be bound by a giant iron chain. She could not pry open Ning Shu's hand. "You're so evil." Ning Shu spat out black blood. He said with difficulty, "Depose the crown princess." Mu Shue was shocked. She looked at Ning Shu in a daze. Even if he died, he wanted to drag her down with him. Ding! You have left the mission world. The voice of 2333 sounded. Ning Shu's soul was instantly ejected from Mu Nishang's body. At this moment, he could no longer feel pain. Killing the emperor and mother. Everyone looked at Mu Shue's bloody face. There was only one thought in their mind. The crown princess was about to die. Mu Shue's face flashed with gloom. She tried to pry open the hand holding her, but no matter how hard she tried, she could not. Her fingernails dug into her flesh. Mu Shue was shocked by this. Mu Qing took out the Imperial Guard's seal and had the Imperial Guards capture Mu Shue. Mu Shue looked at the seal in Mu Qing's hand and said coldly, "How dare you? I am the crown princess. Who dares to touch me? Mu Shue, you killed your sister and mother. This is a heinous crime." Before the imperial mother died, she said she wanted to depose the crown princess. Mu Qing waved at the imperial guards. The imperial guards rushed into the room and surrounded Mu Shue. Chapter 556. Mu Shue dragged the corpse and was surrounded by so many people. It was difficult for her to escape. In the end, she was detained by the imperial guards. However, Mu Nishang's hand was still tightly holding onto Mu Shue's lifeless body. She tried for a long time but couldn't pull her away. The ancient people believed in ghosts and gods. They said that the empress's soul was entangled in Mu Shue's body. That was why she was holding onto the crown princess so tightly. In the end, it took a lot of effort to pull the two apart. Mu Nishang's hand was fixed in place. She couldn't close her fingers or stretch them out. Her death looked very miserable. There were a few bruises on Mu Shue's wrist. They were all caused by someone. How much hatred did someone have to have for her to be like this? Mu Shue was thrown into prison. Mu Qing took out the imperial edict. After burying the empress, she ascended the throne as quickly as possible. However, Mu Qing's ascension to the throne didn't go smoothly. First of all, the court officials were not convinced by Mu Shue. Especially since Mu Qing was a child in the cold palace. Her father was a concubine who was demoted to the cold palace. Her status was low. Mu Qing followed the list that Ning Shu gave her. First, she made a court official as an example to others. Just in case, Mu Qing wanted to kill Mu Shue in the prison. Mu Qing didn't dare to be careless against someone who could make the old witch risk her life. Mu Qing guessed that the old witch knew that she wouldn't live for long, so she decided to frame her death on Mu Shue. Therefore, Mu Shue had to die. What's more, there were rumors that she wasn't the daughter of the previous empress. This kind of rumor was very unfavorable for her. Moreover, this rumor was true. It said that she was the child of her father and a female official. She didn't have the empress's bloodline. Therefore, Mu Shue was qualified to inherit the throne. Mu Qing knew that she had already reached this point. There was no turning back. It was all because of the old witch. The old witch was probably very proud now. This was the result she wanted. In order to stabilize her position and not let the civil and military officials think about Mu Shui, the crown prince, Mu Qing publicly tried Mu Shui and made a big deal out of the fact that she killed her sister and mother. She wanted the civil and military officials to see how such a person could be the emperor. How could such an inhumane person be fit to be the empress? Mu Shui only looked at Mu Qing coldly and sneered, "You're just a lowly person who took over a magpie's nest. I don't deserve to be the empress, but do you? You're just the child of a lowly female official. How dare you compare yourself to me?" Mu Qing also had doubts in her heart. She suspected that she wasn't the old witch's child, but she didn't show any expression on her face. She said faintly, "I am the late empress' child. How can the country's affairs be trifled with? Mother Empress wouldn't make such a rash decision. Imperial Mother will pass down the throne to Zhen, Zhen will be a child of the Mu family. Instead, it was you who did such a crazy thing because you were afraid that Imperial Mother would cripple you." In the end, Mu Shui was beheaded. It wasn't that Mu Shui didn't want to fight, but she didn't have as many resources as Mu Qing. Mu Nikhang gave the commander's seal to Mu Qing. Political power came from the barrel of a gun. She had to have power. Other than the position of crown prince, she didn't have any other advantages. The winner was the king, and the loser was the bandit. Even if Mu Qing didn't have Mu Nishang's bloodline, she was still the one sitting on the throne. After Mu Shui died, Mu Qing had a grand funeral. It was as grand as an emperor's funeral. After Mu Shui's death, Lu Changqing of Phoenix Palace committed suicide. Mu Qing had no choice but to hold another grand funeral. She held 3 funerals in 1 month. Zhang Jiasun returned to the system. The system said in a cold, mechanical voice, "The mission this time failed." Zhang Jiasun rubbed his forehead and said faintly, "I'm not used to a woman's body. I suspect Mu Nichang's identity." "It's a mission enforcer," the system said coldly. Zhang Jiasun pursed his lips and asked, "Can you find out who it is?" "The support systems are independent of each other. I can't find out the information of other mission enforcers." The system's voice was cold and mechanical. Zhang Jiasun felt that this mission enforcer was familiar. Her every move was familiar. If he wasn't wrong, it should be meow meow meow. That mission enforcer committed suicide. Did her mission fail? Zhang Jiasun asked the system. "I'm not sure," the system replied. Zhang Jiasun sighed. The reason he was able to keep his life this time was because he had obtained a treasure before. However, this treasure had now disappeared into thin air, blocking the power of being obliterated. Zhang Jiasun's mind was filled with the scene of Mu Nikhang committing suicide. The veins on the hand that was grabbing him were bulging. It was terrifying. Looking at the hand that was no longer human, it was too crazy. Someone who should have died long ago was cursed for such a long time. She was able to endure the pain of the curse. Zhang Jiasun suddenly laughed. He had fallen for the same person twice. Zhang Jiasun felt that he would meet this person again in the future. The hatred between the 2 times could not be resolved so easily. One must know that enemies often cross paths. Zhang Jiasun muttered Meow Meow Meow's name. His voice was very strange. After Ning Shu returned to the system space, he fell into a deep sleep. He had never been so tired in a world. Even though he had left Mu Nichang's body, he still felt pain. The pain was so painful that Ning Shu did not dare to think about it. He was quite proud of himself for being able to endure it. After sleeping for an unknown amount of time, Ning Shu woke up and stretched. He looked down and saw that his soul was much stronger than before. It was much denser. Ning Shu, was this the compensation for the pain? 2333, what's going on? I feel like my soul is much stronger than before, Ning Shu asked 2333 in surprise. 2333 said, it's like forging iron. After experiencing pain, if you can endure it, you will be reborn. If you can't, your soul will collapse. Some people are strong, some people are weak. That's how it is. Congratulations, your stubborn persistence made your soul much stronger than before, 2333 said happily. The stronger the soul, the less emotional the client will be affected. Ning Shu nodded. He had gained something. This mission was really fucked up. He even wasted 35 merit points to exchange for an amulet. His heart hurt. Ning Shu's heart hurt more than if he had been cursed. After doing so many missions, merit points were the rarest thing. After doing so many missions, he only had so little merit points. He did not expect to use it in such a situation. She wanted to commit suicide. Ning Shu said casually, let's see the points this time. You didn't have much hope for this mission. You didn't even complete the mission. You just wanted to see how many points you had and see if you could exchange them for a curse resistance aura. Ning Shu did not want to be in so much pain anymore. The pain made his heart feel cold. He did not want her to know who the mission enforcer in Mu Shue's body was, or she would kill him. Chapter 557. 2333 brought up the status panel and said, just treat this mission as a wasted trip. Ning Shu did not have much hope in the first place. This world was a huge loss. Ning Shu looked at the status panel. Number, 23333 Name, Ning Shu, Beginner Mission Taker, Age, 27 points, 1, 550, 000/100, 000 Soul, 300 HP, 71 Wisdom, 170 Charm, 3 Luck, 44 Spirit, 120 Faith, 2, 920 Potential, 39 Martial Strength, 112 Merit, 15 Skills, 5th Ring Shooting Technique, Trash Fighting Technique, Beginner Martial Arts, Beginner Poison Technique, Beginner Business Management Knowledge, Beginner Code Programming, Beginner Lawyer Skills Honorable Title, Goddess of War, Selfless Ancestor Items, Calm Aura, Amulet Aura, Mother of the World. Queen's Blessing, Sister Model Worker, Qinshi's Blessing, Leader Aura, Grass Blessing, Best Friend for Life, Miao Miao Miao's Blessing, Fulfill Mu Nichang's Wish, Choose a New Successor. Mission Completion, 60%. Obtained 100,000 points, 1 attribute point, 20 faith, 5 merit. Ning Shu looked at the 100,000 points, 1 attribute point, 1 attribute point, 1 point. Ning Shu was surprised that the mission completion was 60%. This meant that the mission was not considered a failure. The amulet was still in her inventory. This meant that the mission was not a failure. She saved an amulet. She did not care about the points. As long as she had the amulet, her life was guaranteed. The reason why Ning Shu was able to commit suicide so easily was because of the existence of the amulet that allowed her to keep her life. Ning Shu asked 2333, didn't I fail the mission? I guess Mu Nikhang saw how pitiful you were and let you pass the mission. Mu Nikhang herself did not want to reverse her life and chose to reincarnate. 2333 explained. Ning Shu nodded. Sure enough, he had to hold on to everything. No matter what the outcome was, if he had listened to 2333 and killed himself, then the quest would have failed. Mu Nishang is not happy that you gave the throne to Mu Qing. Mu Qing is not Mu Nishang's child at all. How can Mu Nishang not know if she gave birth to this child? 2333 said angrily. What are you thinking? Ning Shu, what the hell? Fuck, what was going on? The Phoenix Empress had told her that Mu Qing was the child of a concubine who had been banished to the cold palace, and then she had imagined Mu Qing as Mu Nishang's child. Ning Shu covered his face in a fancy way. Fortunately, in the female supreme country, it was a woman who ascended to the throne. Ning Shu was about to distribute the attribute points when he saw the 1 attribute point. 1 attribute point, damn. Ning Shu felt hopeless and added 1 attribute point to charm. Serial number, 23333 Name, Ning Shu, Beginner Mission Taker, Age, 27 points, 1. 65 million Soul Value, 300 HP, 71 Wisdom, 170 Charm, 31 Luck, 44 MP, 120 Faith, 49 aptitude, 39 martial strength, 112 merit, 6 skills, 5th ring shooting technique, trash fighting technique, beginner martial arts, beginner poison technique, beginner business management knowledge, beginner code programming, beginner lawyer skills honorable title, goddess of war, selfless ancestor tools, calm aura, amulet aura, mother of the world, queen's blessing, model worker, Chinshi's blessing, leader aura, grass blessing, best friend, Meow Meow Meow's blessing. After setting up the attribute points, Ningxu walked around in a flirtatious manner. She asked 2333, I've added charm points. Do you think I've become prettier? 2333, system notification, 2333 doesn't want to talk to you, and threw a pile of poop at you. Ningxu pursed his lips and opened the system shop. He wanted to see if there was anything that could resist curses. That way, he wouldn't be so passive in the future. After browsing for a while, Ningxu found the curse that Mu Shui used on him. It was quite expensive, costing 500,000 points. Using 500,000 points to buy a one-time use item, he was definitely rich. Ningxu looked around and saw the Faith Aura, which could resist curses and soul attacks from others. However, the Faith Aura wasn't redeemable with points, but with faith. It felt like good things weren't redeemable with points. The Faith Aura required 40 points of faith, and Ningxu only had 49 in total. Ningxu was a little hesitant. He asked 2333, is it worth it for 40 points of faith? 2333 was silent for a moment. Faith is a very precious thing. It's the pure faith in a person's heart. Many intermediate mission takers don't have faith. Ningxu frowned. Does 2333 mean it's not worth it? Why don't you go to the virtual space and see if there's anything cheaper? Ningxu suggested. There are a lot of things in the virtual space. Ningxu thought for a moment and closed the system shop. He stood in the virtual space channel and after a moment of dizziness, he appeared in the virtual space. This time, Ningxu didn't wander around blindly. He went to the store and saw the information, prices, and trading methods of the products in the virtual space. Ningxu's finger swiped across the interface and saw the Faith Aura. The price was only 1 point cheaper than the system shop. The store owner saw Ningxu staring at the Faith Aura and said with a smile, "Little girl, you like this aura? It can resist all curses. It's very powerful." Ningxu smiled and said, "It's too expensive, and it uses faith. But it's very practical." The store owner saw that Ningxu really wanted it, so he quickly said, "If you buy this Faith Aura, I'll give you a string of prayer beads." The store owner took out the prayer beads from a box. The prayer beads were made of a string of clear beads. Ningxu took the prayer beads and felt a cool air invade her soul. Her heart became clear, and the negative emotions in her heart slowly disappeared. This is a good thing. Ningxu's expression didn't change. He asked 2333 in his mind, "What are these prayer beads? They look good." "It's okay. It can remove some negative emotions." "That's all," 2333 said. Ningxu returned the prayer beads to the store owner and shook his head. "I only have 35 faith. Can I trade the Faith Aura?" From the store owner's attitude, Ningxu could see that faith was very precious. The store owner looked like he was struggling. In the end, he shook his head. Ningxu wasn't disappointed. He planned to go to other stores. Chapter 558. Ningxu planned to take a look at other shops. If she couldn't get it, she might return to this shop. After all, Ningxu quite liked the rosary beads, which could calm her mind. Seeing that Ningxu was about to leave, the shop owner gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, 35 points of faith." "And a rosary beads," Ningxu said happily. The shop owner's face trembled. Ningxu paid 35 points of faith and had 14 points of faith left. Sure enough, things in the virtual space were cheaper. Ningxu put on the rosary beads and immediately felt calm. The rosary beads were quite beautiful, round and full. After leaving the shop, Ning Shu went to a restaurant and ordered some food to satisfy her appetite. Ning Shu saw that the others were in groups of 3 or 5, and there were people who were sharing tables. However, she was always alone. She didn't have any friends she could talk to. It was as if the mission enforcers she met were all enemies. Forget it. Friends were not things like that. Instead of thinking about catching horses every day, it was better to plant grass now. In the future, there would be many horses coming to eat grass. When she became stronger, she would meet like-minded people. After eating a table full of dishes, Ning Shu wandered around the city for a while. She hadn't noticed before that there were casinos and arenas in the virtual space, and many mission enforcers participated in gambling. Ning Shu saw a mission enforcer lose everything and use his soul to gamble. In the end, he lost and only had his soul origin left. His soul was as thin as a bubble, which could burst with a poke. It would be difficult to enter the mission enforcer's body in such a state. Ning Shu felt that mission enforcers, even if they had become mission enforcers and had eternal life, were still humans. The bad habits of humans were also deeply buried in mission enforcers. The people in the casino saw Ning Shu stretch her neck and look around. They looked up and down at Ning Shu's soul. It was a rare tenacity. Ning Shu asked, "Little girl, do you want a few rounds?" Ning Shu quickly waved his hand. "I'm just looking around." After saying that, Ning Shu left the casino. She didn't want to touch this kind of thing. If she couldn't even resist this kind of temptation, how strong could she be? After walking around, Ning Shu returned to the system space. First, he sat cross-legged on the carpet and cultivated for a while. He only stopped when he could no longer absorb the materials in the system space. Then, Ning Shu took a book from the bookshelf. Her goal was to finish reading all the books on the bookshelf. Ning Shu couldn't feel the passage of time. He didn't know how much time had passed. He flipped through the book until he reached the last page. Then, he closed the book and placed it on the bookshelf. He watered the potted plants and ran on the treadmill. He touched here and there. He wasn't in a hurry at all. Ning Shu opened the exchange store and exchanged for basic survival items, fasting pills, water, medicine, antidote pills, fake death medicine, and some realgar powder. Ning Shu discovered that the faking death medicine was a good thing. After exchanging the basic items, Ning Shu said to 2333, "Let's start the mission." "Okay." 2333 immediately said. Ning Shu's head was dizzy for a moment. He felt that his soul had entered a body. When he got used to the body, Ning Shu opened his eyes. He raised his head from his arms and moved his stiff neck. The original owner was sitting in front of the stove to light the fire. There was a flame licking the bottom of the pot. Ning Shu saw that the flame in the stove was getting smaller. She looked around and grabbed a piece of dry wood and stuffed it into the stove. The surrounding environment was very dim. There was a kerosene lamp on the table. Ning Shu didn't know what time it was. The room was full of the smell of beans. Not far away, there was a gauze filter for bean dregs. In the pot, snow-white soy milk was boiling. The soy milk was bubbling. This was making tofu. Ning Shu felt a little numb and quickly accepted the plot. The original owner was called Zhu Sunyang. She was already a wife. The family relied on Zhu Sunyang to make tofu. Her husband, Zhu Yanqiu, went to Shanghai to study. Zhu Sunyang was a woman with a hard life. When she was 8 or 9 years old, she was sold by her parents to the local Zhu family. With the Zhu family's conditions, they didn't need to raise a child bride. It was because Zhu Yanqiu, who was only about 4 years old at the time, was sick and didn't get better. The Zhu family only had one child. If she went, it would be like digging out the Zhu family's heart. Master Zhu had a son at an old age. He only had this one son at the age of 40. At that time, he had the mentality of driving away bad luck. He also wanted to divert Zhu Yanqiu's illness and transfer the bad luck to someone else. So, he came up with the idea of raising a child bride. It was late in the Qing dynasty. The Eight-Nation Alliance had already swept through the old summer palace. The warlords were divided, the society was in turmoil, and the people lived in poverty. Zhu Sunyang's parents had no choice but to sell Zhu Sunyang to the Zhu family. The Zhu family matched Zhu Sunyang and Zhu Yanqiu's birth characters and found that it was very suitable. So, they gave Zhu Yanqiu's parents half a string of copper coins. From then on, Zhu Yanqiu was a member of the Zhu family. People in the countryside didn't have any names. Zhu Sunyang was the fourth child in the family, so she was called the fourth girl. The Zhu family wasn't satisfied with this name. Zhu Yanqiu's father, who was a scholar, gave the original owner the name Sunyang. He also gave Zhu Yanqiu the surname Zhu. In this way, even if they were a family, they could help share the bad luck for Zhu Yanqiu. A child bride didn't have any status in the family. In fact, Zhu Yanqiu's identity was like a maid who took care of Zhu Yanqiu. It was a bit like a servant girl. Zhu Sunyang, who was 8 or 9 years old, accepted her fate. At least she could eat her fill in the Zhu family. Perhaps it was because of the effect of driving away bad luck, Zhu Yanqiu's health gradually improved. From then on, Zhu Sunyang started to take care of Zhu Yanqiu every day. She bathed and fed Zhu Yanqiu. She also had to play with Zhu Yanqiu. It could be said that Zhu Sunyang was both a wife and a mother. Zhu Yanqiu inherited the good looks of the Zhu family. He wore a Westerner's little suit and small leather shoes. When he walked out, one could tell that he was a young master of a big family. In this Jiangnan water town, the turmoil in Beiping didn't have much impact here. With the abdication of the last emperor in the late Qing dynasty, the feudal society ended. The currency in circulation changed from copper coins to yuan datu and all kinds of paper notes. Zhu Yanqiu and Zhu Sunyang also grew up. When Zhu Yanqiu was 16 years old, he and Zhu Sunyang consummated their marriage. However, the unexpected happened. The Zhu family fell into dire straits. The family's business directly closed down. Old Master Zhu directly vomited blood and fell ill. He never got up from the bed again. In the end, he passed away. All the valuable things in the family were used to pay off the debts. After Old Master Zhu was buried, the servants in the family were dismissed. The family of 3 moved out of the big house and squeezed into the small house. The huge difference made Zhu Yanqiu very uncomfortable. She felt lost and helpless. In the end, she calmed down and told Mother Zhu that she was going to study in Shanghai. At this time, new and old ideas collided. The girl walked into the school. She wore a modified cheongsam, revealing her thin arms. The new students accepted the Westerner's ideas. Zhu Yanqiu wanted to revitalize the Zhu family through studying. Mother Zhu gave most of the family's money to Zhu Yanqiu and let Zhu Yanqiu go to Shanghai to study. Chapter 559. Zhu Yanqiu carried a suitcase with the money her mother gave her and boarded the ship to Shanghai. Not long after Zhu Yanqiu left, Zhu Sunyang found out that she was pregnant. However, the situation at home was difficult. Zhu Sunyang paid a small fee and learned how to make tofu from someone. She woke up early and worked late to make tofu while pregnant. Making tofu was a very arduous job. Soaking the soybeans, grinding the pulp, using that kind of big millstone to grind the pulp, filtering it, boiling the pulp, adding the brine, and pressing it into shape. These were all done by Zhu Sunyang. Zhu Sunyang basically didn't have time to rest in a day. She had to wake up in the middle of the night to make tofu. The next morning, she had to carry a pole and sell it on the street. After selling it, she would go home and grind the pulp non-stop. 9 months later, Zhu Sunyang gave birth to a son. Zhu Sunyang worked hard to manage the house and also relied on selling tofu to support Zhu Yanqiu's studies. Zhu Yanqiu would often send letters or telegrams to ask Zhu Sunyang to send him money. The reason was to buy books or pens. Zhu Yanqiu didn't suffer at all when the Zhu family was in dire straits. He used the best for everything. Even the socks he wore were the latest nylon socks made by foreigners. Foreigners' toys were luxuries at that time. Every time Zhu Yanqiu asked for money, Zhu Su would send her money. The family lived frugally and tightened their belts. Life was very hard, especially Zhu Su Nyang. 5 days after giving birth, she got out of bed to work. What Zhu Su Nyang didn't know was that Zhu Yanqiu had a girlfriend. She was a girl in the same school. The students in the school accepted the new ideas and advocated free love. It was easy for like-minded men and women in the school to get together. Dating and playing with friends were expensive forms of entertainment. Zhu Yanqiu could only ask his family for money frequently. Zhu Sunyang gritted her teeth and gave it to him. Zhu Yanqiu naturally got together with his girlfriend, Fang Feifei. After the Japanese invasion of China broke out in 918, this pair of lovers resolutely went to the battlefield and became a legend. Zhu Yanqiu became a senior military officer and Fang Feifei became a war reporter. They were called heroines. Zhu Sunyang died of depression. With so many years of hard work, her body couldn't take it anymore. She died before the age of 40. Until her death, Zhu Sunyang still couldn't figure it out. Zhu Yanqiu said that she was a civilized and enlightened person and wanted monogamy. She gave birth to a child for Zhu Yanqiu and grew up together with her. If they weren't husband and wife, then what were they? Zhu Yanqiu said that she couldn't communicate with her, but Zhu Yanqiu rarely spoke to her. Every time, she only asked for money. Zhu Sunyang's wish was, she would no longer be burdened by the Zhu family and live her own life with her son. Zhu Sunyang couldn't enter the school like Fang Feifei and couldn't wear black leather shoes and pleated skirts. It wasn't her fault that she couldn't, but Zhu Yanqiu just disliked Zhu Sunyang. How should he put it? Zhu Sunyang was the cannon fodder caused by the collision of feudal and advanced ideas. However, it was Zhu Yanqiu who was irresponsible and did his duty to Zhu Sunyang. After Ning Shu accepted the plot, he shook his head. That was why Zhu Sunyang was so kind. Even her wish was so humble. If she didn't kill Zhu Yanqiu, such an ungrateful scumbag, was she going to keep him for the new year? Ning Shu could feel Zhu Sunyang's resentment towards Zhu Yanqiu, but due to the environment she grew up in, she didn't dare to ask for too much. Zhu Sunyang was a woman in the feudal society. She was kind. She sacrificed everything for her family and used her own strength to help her family. She was even a little humble. On the other hand, Fang Feifei was a person who accepted new ideas. She was decisive and daring. She bravely pursued her ideals. When she wore a dress and walked on the street with her head held high, she had a different kind of charm and was very bright. One was wearing a gray shirt and black pants, the other was wearing a short-sleeved cheongsam and holding a poetry book in her hand. As long as one wasn't blind, one would know who to choose. Ning Shu could only laugh at this. Ning Shu rubbed his sleepy eyes, added some firewood into the stove, and scooped out the soy milk scum with a spoon. She didn't know how to make tofu at all. She relied on the memory in the mind of the original owner. It was estimated that she would make all the 365 lines once in the future. Ning Shu made tofu in a hurry. He worked until dawn, but Ning Shu still wasn't done. Sunyang, you're still at home. Is the tofu still not done today? Ning Shu asked when Mother Zhu walked into the kitchen. Ning Shu was working hard to make the tofu take shape. Hearing Mother Zhu's words, he said, "It'll be done soon." Usually, Zhu Sunyang would leave before dawn. Today, the sun was out. Mother Zhu saw Ning Shu was still in the kitchen after waking up. She walked over to take a look and help Ning Shu. Mother Zhu would occasionally help, but Mother Zhu was the wife of a rich family. Even if she was down and out now, some habits couldn't be changed. However, Mother Zhu was a smart person. She was the mistress of a rich family. There were many servants in the house, and she was very good at managing them. She often said warm words to Zhu Sunyang, saying that Zhu Sunyang was a virtuous daughter-in-law. Being able to marry Zhu Sunyang was a blessing accumulated by the ancestors of the Zhu family. Zhu Sunyang didn't have a high status in the Zhu family. She didn't even have the qualifications to eat at the table. Now that Mother Zhu acknowledged her, Zhu Sunyang was very happy. Zhu Sunyang was a kind person. Besides, she was already a member of the Zhu family. There was no place for her to go. Sunyang, has Yanqiu written recently? Mother Zhu asked Ningshu. Ningshu casually said, not yet. Probably soon. Zhu Yanqiu, who was in love, was always in need of money. After much difficulty, the tofu was finally done. Ningshu placed the tofu on the pole and carried the pole on her shoulders. Ningshu tried to lift the pole, but she still couldn't lift it. She could only gather her qi in her dantian and try again. This time, he lifted it. However, Ningshu staggered forward 2 steps before stabilizing himself. The shoulder pole was very painful. Since Zhu Yanqiu left this family to study in Shanghai, Zhu Sunyang had been doing this every day. However, Zhu Yanqiu didn't take any responsibility for Zhu Sunyang. Instead, he squeezed Zhu Sunyang dry. The new ideology that Zhu Yanqiu accepted was freedom, equality, and universal love. Everyone had the right to pursue happiness. However, deep in his heart, he looked down on Zhu Sunyang. He looked down on Zhu Sunyang for being illiterate and rustic. Mother, Siyuan is awake. Take care of him. Ningshu turned his head and said to Mother Zhu. Zhu Siyuan was Zhu Yanqiu and Zhu Sunyang's son. He was almost 3 years old. Mother Zhu nodded and told Ningshu to be careful. Ningshu carried the pole and left. He followed Zhu Sunyang's route. There would be some acquaintances who would buy her tofu. Selling tofu wasn't difficult. It was just that the courage made Ningshu feel very bitter. The tofu was almost all water. It was simply tiring to carry 2 baskets of water everywhere. He didn't know how Zhu Yanqiu persevered. Moreover, if she persevered for a day, she could only earn some money. All kinds of banknotes could add up to 1/5 of a large amount. At this time, 5 large amounts could buy a cow. 2 large amounts could let a family of 3 live for a year. Although it was hard, Zhu Yanqiu could only persevere day after day and live a prosperous life if she could earn some money. Damn, Ningshu really wanted to quit. However, when he thought of Zhu Sunyang's son, he could only continue to sell tofu. Chapter 560. Ningshu didn't eat anything when he went out in the morning. He bought a sesame seed cake from a stall and ate it. After that, he carried a pole and continued to sell tofu. Ningshu wasn't very confident about the tofu he made today. There was still some tofu left. Ningshu thought about it and took it back to dry it and made it into dried tofu for Zhu Siyuan to eat. It was good for grinding teeth. Ningshu first went to the post office to see if there was a letter or a telegram from Zhu Yanqiu. The people in the post office all knew Zhu Yanqiu. When they saw Ningshu, they said directly, Sunyang, there is a telegram for you today. Ningshu, she wanted money again. Zhu Yanqiu was a debt collector. Damn it. Ningshu took the telegram and paid for it. Then he read the content of the telegram. Zhu Yanqiu said that the weather was cold and wet in Shanghai. She wanted to buy a coat. She wanted money. After leaving the post office, Ningshu directly tore the telegram sent by Zhu Yanqiu into pieces. You deserve to freeze to death. You used my hard-earned money to please other women and acted like a young master in front of others. Get lost. Ningshu took the money from selling tofu today and went to a restaurant to buy a roast duck. Then he went to a meat stall and bought 2 pounds of meat and 1 pound of big bones. His family hadn't eaten meat for half a month. Zhu Yanqiu went in and out of high-end Western restaurants to eat candlelight Western food. Ningshu went home with a pole and saw Zhu Siyuan, who was 2 or 3 years old, playing in the yard. Zhu Yanqiu's mother sat under the eaves of the corridor, watching the child and sewing the soles of shoes. Seeing Ningshu come back, Zhu Siyuan and Ning Shu ran over. Ning Shu put down the pole and hugged Zhu Siyuan. This was Zhu Su Nyang's precious egg. Zhu Siyuan was a little thin and his hair was a little yellow. He looked a little malnourished. Zhu Su Nyang cooked an egg for the child occasionally or made some soy milk for him to drink when she made tofu. It could be said that the whole family was supporting Zhu Yanqiu and was sucked dry by Zhu Yanqiu. Mother Zhu put down the shoe soles in her hands and came over to see that the tofu hadn't been sold out. She had also bought meat and roast duck wrapped in oil paper. She frowned and said, "Why hasn't the tofu been sold out?" Ning Shu said, "I want to make some dried tofu for Siyuan." "Why are you wasting so much money on so many things?" Mama Zhu asked. "Yanqiu's school fees are so expensive." "Mother, I know what to do." Ning Shu carried the load to the kitchen. Mother Zhu didn't say anything and personally cooked a meal. 2 jin of meat and dried vegetables were roasted together. The oily food looked very tempting. Ning Shu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He really wanted to eat. Mother Zhu even cut the roast duck into slices and wrapped them in pancakes to eat. She was, after all, the madam of a wealthy family and knew how to eat. Ning Shu fed Zhu Siyuan bone broth and made some red braised pork for the child. Ning Shu's mouth was covered in oil, and even Mother Zhu didn't care about her image as she ate. The food was incomparably delicious. The 2 adults and the child finished all the dishes on the table. They hadn't eaten meat for a long time and were very hungry. After the meal, Mother Zhu didn't move from her chair. Ning Shu began to clean up the dishes. Mother Zhu asked Ning Shu, "Did Yanqiu send a letter?" Ning Shu washed the dishes and said indifferently, "No, but I think it will be soon." Mother Zhu said, "The weather is cold. I made 2 pairs of shoes for Yanqiu. You can send them to the post office." Ning Shu glanced at the cotton shoes Mother Zhu made. They were quite exquisite, and the thread was well kept. Ning Shu felt that even if he sent them, Zhu Yanqiu wouldn't wear them. Ning Shu agreed and looked at the clothes little Siyuan was wearing. They were very shabby. Ning Shu thought about buying some cotton and cloth to make clothes for the child. Otherwise, he would freeze to death in winter. Ning Shu wouldn't be like Zhu Sunyang, who had to save money for Zhu Yanqiu and raise the child well. Speaking of which, Zhu Sunyang was also quite miserable. She gave birth to the child, raised the child, and raised the man. The whole family depended on her. Fuck, then what was the use of Zhu Yanqiu? Later, Zhu Yanqiu became rich, but Zhu Sunyang didn't benefit at all. Instead, she was abandoned. They were like-minded comrades. Mother Zhu kept asking when Zhu Yanqiu would send a letter. In fact, Mother Zhu could go to the post office and ask, but Mother Zhu rarely went out of the yard. Mother Zhu and Zhu Yanqiu were the same. They were afraid of the outside world, and Zhu Yanqiu supported her beliefs with her clothes. Mother Zhu let Zhu Sunyang do all the work when she went out. Ning Shu pressed the tofu under a wooden plank. There was a heavy object on the plank to press the water out of the tofu. After doing all this, Ning Shu walked into Zhu Sunyang's room and took out a box from the simple cabinet. There were banknotes and money in the box. There were more than 20 yuan in total. This was all saved by Zhu Sunyang through hard work selling tofu and living frugally. 20 yuan was already a huge sum of money. With this money, the family could live well. It had only been half a month since Zhu Sunyang sent money. Now, Zhu Yanqiu asked for money more and more frequently. She probably had some progress with Fang Feifei. It was more expensive for an artistic youth to be in a relationship. What they enjoyed was on a spiritual level. Ning Shu put away the money. Selling tofu today exhausted her. If she gave this money to Zhu Yanqiu, Ning Shu felt so distressed that she couldn't breathe. Now, she had to save money quickly so that she and her son could live a better life. Whatever she wanted to do, she had to eat her fill first. At this time, it was time for Ning Shu to grind the beans again. Pushing the big millstone made her dog tired. She didn't have time to rest at all. Ning Shu was so sleepy that she dozed off while pushing the millstone. This body was a little weak. Before the age of 40, she had fallen ill from overwork. When she was free, she still had to cultivate peerless martial arts. If she had known that it was a chaotic world, she would have exchanged for a gun in advance. She had to have the ability to protect herself. Mother, Grandma. Grandma fell. She fell asleep on the ground. Zhu Siyuan walked over and fell when he crossed the threshold. He anxiously shouted at Ning Shu, who was pushing the millstone. Zhu Siyuan still couldn't speak clearly, but Ning Shu heard him clearly. Mother Zhu fell. Ning Shu went out of the kitchen and went to the living room. He saw Mother Zhu on the ground with her eyes closed and her face pale. She didn't look well. Ning Shu wanted to put Mother Zhu on the bed, but he couldn't do it alone. He said to little Siyuan, "Be good, Siyuan. Mother will go find someone. You look after your grandmother and don't run around." Ning Shu hurried out and found a few middle-aged women next door. He asked them to help move Mother Zhu to the bed. The reason why he only asked for women was to avoid suspicion. Mother Zhu was a widowed woman. There was no man in the house. If a man came to the house, it would be bad for her reputation. Although there were Westerners at this time who believed that everyone was equal, feudalism was deeply ingrained. It was very harsh on women. With the help of a few aunties, the fainted Mother Zhu was put on the bed. Ning Shu asked the aunties to take care of Mother Zhu and the child. He went to the pharmacy to find a doctor. Chapter 561. Ning Shu went to the pharmacy to find a doctor and hurried back with him. Mother Zhu was still lying on the bed, and the doctor was taking her pulse. Ning Shu stood beside the bed, holding little Siyuan's hand. If the plot didn't change, Mother Zhu wouldn't be able to survive this winter. "Doctor, how's my mother-in-law?" Ning Shu asked. The doctor took back his hand from Mother Zhu's wrist and shook his head. "It's not a serious illness. She's just depressed and worried. She needs to be nursed back to health." Ning Shu thanked the doctor and gave him the consultation fee. To put it bluntly, Mother Zhu's illness was caused by her overthinking. Mother Zhu was a woman from a big house. Ever since Grandfather Zhu died, Mother Zhu had been in a state of panic. Her son wasn't by her side, and she didn't have a man to rely on. Ning Shu shook his head. Mother Zhu was too weak. Zhu Su Nyang took good care of Mother Zhu and didn't let her do any heavy work. As a result, Mother Zhu overthought things when she was free. Ning Shu gave each of the women who came to help a piece of tofu to express his gratitude. The women accepted the tofu with smiles and told Ning Shu to call them if he needed anything. Ning Shu thanked them profusely. Ning Shu sat beside the bed and took Mother Zhu's pulse. The results were similar to what the doctor said. Ning Shu was speechless. Mother Zhu was depressed. Mother Zhu slowly woke up. Seeing Ning Shu beside the bed, she asked, "What's wrong with me?" "Mother, you're fine. You're just a bit weak. You'll be fine after more rest," Ning Shu said, avoiding the main point. "The doctor gave me a prescription. I'll be fine after taking it." Mother Zhu struggled to get up. Ning Shu helped her up. Mother Zhu said tiredly, "No need to take the medicine. Leave the money to Yanxiu." Since ancient times, illness had been the most frightening thing to people, because a family could very well be hollowed out. Zhu Sunyang didn't give up on Mother Zhu. She had a hard time every day and had to take care of her sick mother-in-law. The money for the medicine and Zhu Yanxiu's school fees all fell on Zhu Sunyang's shoulders. Zhu Sunyang could only make more tofu to sell. Often, she would be so tired that she would fall asleep on the millstone. During the period when Zhu Mu's mother was sick, Zhu Sunyang worked too hard and hurt her body. In the end, she died early. "It's okay. We have money to buy medicine for you." Ning Shu said, "I'll make more tofu to sell tomorrow." Mother Zhu sighed and said, "I know my own body best. Send a telegram to Yanqiu and have him come back. Ning Shu agreed and went to the post office to send a telegram to Zhu Yanqiu. Even if he sent the telegram, it was useless. Zhu Yanqiu would not come back at all. The reason was that his studies were more important and he had no time. Zhu Sunyang sent telegrams to him one after another, but Zhu Yanqiu did not respond. Before Mother Zhu died, all she wanted to do was to see her son. She kept looking at the door, but Zhu Yanqiu did not come back in the end. At that time, Zhu Yanqiu, as an ambitious young man, was marching in the streets and shouting to revitalize the Chinese nation. After sending a telegram to Zhu Yanqiu, Ning Shu took the prescription to the pharmacy to get medicine for Mother Zhu. In the plot, under such difficult conditions, Zhu Sunyang did not give up on Mother Zhu. Mother Zhu had a very good reputation in this town and was known as a virtuous daughter-in-law. However, Zhu Yanqiu still abandoned Zhu Sunyang. Ning Shu did not intend to ruin this reputation. After all, in this era, reputation was very important to women. Even if he went against Zhu Yanqiu in the future, he would be justified. Besides, he would not send money to Zhu Yanqiu anymore. The nearly 20 yuan at home and the money from selling tofu every day was enough for them to live well. After getting the medicine, Ning Shu went back to decoct the medicine for Mother Zhu. When she saw Ning Shu, the first thing Mother Zhu did was to ask Ning Shu if he had sent a telegram to Zhu Yanqiu. Ning Shu said he had. Mother Zhu only missed her son. In the past few years, Zhu Sunyang had been taking care of her, but Zhu Sunyang had not entered her heart. She would not lose anything if she said some nice things. Before she died, she grabbed Zhu Sunyang's hand and said that she was a good daughter-in-law of the Zhu family. She hoped that the two of them would live well in the future. She would be relieved if she knew. Mother Zhu was afraid that Zhu Sunyang would not take care of Zhu Yanqiu after she died and would play tricks on Zhu Sunyang before she died. Zhu Sunyang was very touched. Mother Zhu's slight approval could make her die. After Mother Zhu died, Zhu Sunyang continued to sell tofu to take care of Zhu Yanqiu. Ning Shu decocted the medicine for Mother Zhu. Seeing little Ning Shu looking at him, Ning Shu took out some dried tofu for Zhu Siyuan. Zhu Siyuan took the dried tofu and ate happily. Ning Shu felt that he had to improve the food at home in the future. He had to eat well and wear warm clothes to live a good life. Speaking of which, Zhu Yanqiu had not seen her son until now. Zhu Yanqiu refreshed Ning Shu's outlook on life. His wife did not come back when she gave birth, and his mother did not come back when she died. He came back when he was successful and famous. He kowtowed a few times at his mother's grave and shed a few drops of cat urine. Was that his filial piety? Ning Shu gave the medicine to Mother Zhu and said, "Mother, drink the medicine while it's hot." The black medicine was very bitter. Mother Zhu held her breath and drank it. It was so bitter that she smacked her lips. She said with some nostalgia, "When I was in the big house, I could eat candied fruit every day." Alas, Ning Shu glanced at Mother Zhu. Candied fruit was more expensive than meat. It was a snack for rich families. With the Zhu family's current situation, they could not afford to eat candied fruit. "Mother, why don't I go buy some candied fruit for you?" Ning Shu said. Mother Zhu looked a little moved. Finally, she said, "Forget it. We don't have much money at home. We still have to send money to Yanqiu and buy medicine. I won't die if I don't eat candied fruit." Ning Shu made an "oh" sound and did not say anything. The next day, after Ning Shu sold the tofu, he went to the dessert shop and bought some candied fruit. He also bought dried walnuts for Zhu Siyuan to nourish his brain. Now, Ning Shu wanted to raise Zhu Siyuan until he was white and chubby. He could not suffer for Zhu Yanqiu. Even if Zhu Yanqiu could not see his suffering, she would not care. When he was buying, Ning Shu told the shop owner that his mother-in-law was afraid of bitter medicine and that he would buy some candied fruit for her. Anyway, she was a virtuous daughter-in-law who worked hard without complaint. She might as well be more filial. She also wanted to try candied fruit. After Mother Zhu drank the medicine, Ning Shu gave her the candied fruit. When Mother Zhu saw the candied fruit, her eyes flashed with surprise. She said, "Why did you buy such an expensive thing? It's too wasteful." "Mother, I know what I'm doing. Today's tofu sold for a bit more money than yesterday," Ning Shu said lightly. Mother Zhu put the candied fruit in her mouth and closed her eyes. Her expression was one of reminiscence and enjoyment. Then, she put away the rest of the candied fruit. She did not think about giving Ning Shu too. Ning Shu secretly curled his lips. Fortunately, she had left some for the child. Mother Zhu was also a selfish person. Because Mother Zhu was sick, Zhu Xiyuan slept with Ning Shu. After coaxing Zhu Xiyuan to sleep, Ning Shu sat cross-legged on the bed and cultivated his peerless martial arts. In troubled times, he had to have the ability to protect himself and his child. Chapter 562. After practicing the peerless martial arts for a while, Ning Shu stopped. His body was covered in sweat. Ning Shu fetched some water and wiped his body, then began to make tofu. At this time, it was at most 3 in the morning. Ning Shu had to grind until 10 in the morning, and he had to get up at 3 in the morning to make tofu. When the sun rose, he had to carry the steaming tofu to sell. This meant that Zhu Su Nyang couldn't even get 6 hours of sleep a day. Ning Shu made some dried tofu to sell. He sprinkled a few peppercorns and squeezed the water out of the tofu. The dried tofu was not bad and had a firm texture. It would sell well with tofu, and the price was slightly higher than that of the tofu. Ning Shu was about to go out with the load when Zhu Su's mother struggled to get up from the bed. She leaned against the door and said to Ning Shu, "Su Nyang, send a telegram to Yanqiu. I want to see him." Ning Shu saw that Zhu Su's mother's face was pale and she looked very weak. He nodded and said, "Mother, I know." After Ning Shu went out, he locked the door from the outside. There were children and patients in the house. What if a bad person got in? Maybe it was because he had practiced the peerless martial arts that his physical fitness had improved a little. He walked very quickly with the load today and felt a little more relaxed. After selling the tofu, Ning Shu went to the post office. Ning Shu, who was at the counter, said, "There's a telegram for you." Ning Shu took it and glanced at it. It was Zhu Yanqiu's reply. The content was that she was busy with her studies and couldn't take time out to go home. At the end of the letter, she asked Ning Shu to send some money and her tone wasn't good. Zhu Yanqiu was probably unhappy that he didn't send the telegram last time. Ning Shu grinned and sent a telegram to Zhu Yanqiu. The content was that her mother was very sick and wanted to see her. "Come back quickly." Ning Shu paid for the telegram. In this era, telegrams were very expensive. They were all calculated by the number of words. How much was a word? After a while, Ning Shu did not have much money left from selling tofu. He would only send telegrams when there was something important. Normally, he would write letters. After leaving the post office, Ning Shu went to a butcher's stall to buy some meat. Now that he had to improve his diet, he had to eat meat at least once a day. Moreover, Ning Shu was always hungry when he was cultivating his peerless martial arts. Originally, Ning Shu wanted to eat the fasting pill. However, when he thought about how the environment would only get worse and worse, and how food would become more and more scarce, he decided to use the fasting pill as a last resort. Back home, Ning Shu gave the telegram to Mother Zhu, who was lying in bed, and said, "Mother, Yanqiu said that she is busy with her studies and may not come back this year." Mother Zhu looked at the contents of the telegram and didn't say anything. Her face was pale and she looked very disappointed. Ning Shu said, "I sent him another telegram." Mother Zhu said, "Yanqiu wants money. Did you send him the money?" "I did." Ning Shu spouted nonsense. Zhu Yanqiu wouldn't be able to get anything from her in the future. Mother Zhu turned over on the bed with her back facing Ning Shu. Her breathing was a little rough. She was probably crying secretly. Ning Shu didn't say anything. He turned around and left Mother Zhu's room. When he returned to his room, he saw Zhu Siyuan sitting on the bed, eating candied fruits and dried tofu. When he saw Ning Shu, he climbed down from the bed and called out to Ning Shu in a childish voice. He was a 3-year-old child, but he had never seen his father. After Zhu Sunyang died, Zhu Siyuan was taken over by Zhu Yanqiu. After all, he was her child. The teenager was in his rebellious period. He hated his father, Zhu Yanqiu, and the heroine, Fang Feifei. He would do anything that made Zhu Yanqiu unhappy. He was a hopeless child. No matter how much Zhu Yanqiu beat him, it was useless. At that time, Zhu Yanqiu was already famous. He was a high-ranking military officer and had tens of thousands of men under his command. He could be the king of a place. Zhu Siyuan's evil and destructive power was a little too great. He caused trouble everywhere with Zhu Yanqiu's power. Zhu Siyuan hated his father to the bone. His mother was devoted to him, but in return, Zhu Yanqiu abandoned her mercilessly. The father and son were enemies. They felt that they couldn't live under the same sky. They fought whenever they saw each other. There were several times when Zhu Yanqiu wanted to take out his gun and shoot him, but he couldn't do it in the end. A man who abandoned his wife and son succeeded in the end and was respected by others. Ning Shu touched Zhu Siyuan's head. Now that they were living together, he didn't care if Zhu Yanqiu died. He would let Zhu Siyuan become a good young man with dreams and ambitions. In the end, he would climb above his father and make his father bow to him. If he hated someone, he would have to climb higher than him and control his fate. Then, as Zhu Siyuan's mother, he would have to set an example for Zhu Siyuan. Wasn't Fang Feifei called a heroine? Ning Shu's days were very busy. He didn't sleep at night and used meditation to replace sleep. In the early morning, he had to wake up to make tofu. Ning Shu wanted to earn more money now and buy more food. When there was a shortage of food, even a small yellow croaker wouldn't be able to buy a steamed bun. He had to fulfill Zhu Sunyang's wish and take good care of Zhu Siyuan. He also had to plan a happy life for Zhu Sunyang. Zhu Sunyang had fallen to this point. Wasn't it because Zhu Sunyang wasn't as capable as Fang Feifei? The weather was getting colder. Ning Shu used money to buy cotton and cloth to make 2 winter jackets for little Siyuan and himself. The reason why he didn't make clothes for Zhu Sunyang's mother was that she was bedridden. Her condition was so serious that she couldn't get out of bed. No matter how much medicine she took, it didn't work. Although it didn't work, Ning Shu still took medicine and boiled it for Zhu Sunyang's mother. He even bought candied fruit several times. Ning Shu felt that this was because of Zhu Sunyang's mother's mentality. She couldn't bear hardships. If she could endure it, she would definitely become a blessed old lady. After all, Zhu Yanqiu would become rich in the future. Sometimes, Zhu Sunyang's mother was so sick that she was muddle-headed. She would call out Zhu Yanqiu's name. It seemed that she wouldn't be able to endure it for long. When the doctor came to see her, he told Ning Shu to prepare for her funeral. Ning Shu frequently went to the post office to send telegrams to Zhu Yanqiu, asking him to come back. Zhu Yanqiu would reply before, but later on, he was probably annoyed by Ning Shu. In addition, he didn't send him money for a long time. Zhu Yanqiu was angry and didn't reply at all. Ning Shu directly said that his mother was dying and that he had to come back to send the coffin. This time, Zhu Yanqiu replied. He was very dissatisfied with Ning Shu saying that his mother was dying. Zhu Yanqiu didn't believe that his mother was dying. Zhu Yanqiu's mother was the madam of a rich family and had always been in good health. Besides, Zhu Yanqiu also knew that Zhu Sunyang was in charge of everything at home. In the end, Zhu Yanqiu said at the end of the letter, "Thank you for everything at home." Then, he said that the winter in Shanghai was very cold. The sea breeze from the Huangpu River was humid and cold. Anyway, he needed money to buy clothes. Ning Shu tore the telegram. Anyway, Zhu Yanqiu wouldn't come back no matter how much he said. Coming out of the post office, Ning Shu began to prepare the coffin and shroud. Zhu Sunyang's mother couldn't even eat now. She could only eat a little liquid food. Sometimes, she couldn't even drink water. When Zhu Sunyang's mother was sober, she asked Ning Shu if Zhu Yanqiu had come back. As soon as Ning Shu said no, Zhu Sunyang's mother began to cry. Chapter 563. When Ning Shu saw that Mother Zhu's forehead was filled with a thick aura of death and her forehead was dark, she knew that Mother Zhu would pass away in a few days. Instead of selling tofu, Ning Shu stayed close to Mother Zhu to take care of her. She also recorded the date of Mother Zhu's death so that the geomancer could find a good grave for her. Sun Yang, come to me. Mother Zhu, who was so sick that she couldn't even turn over, sat up on her own. Ning Shu waved at her. Ning Shu saw that Mother Zhu's complexion was better than before she was sick. He felt creeped out and walked over to ask, Mother, what's wrong? Mother Zhu reached out to hold Ning Shu's hand and patted the back of Ning Shu's hand with her other hand. Ning Shu wanted to withdraw his hand, but Mother Zhu held it. How could a sick person have so much strength? You're a good woman and a good daughter-in-law. Yanqiu is lucky to have a daughter-in-law like you. After I leave, you and Yanqiu should live well and take care of Siyuan. Mother Zhu said to Ning Shu. Yanqiu's father and I will rest in peace if we see you happy together in the underworld. Ning Shu just said, Mother, don't say such discouraging words. You'll get better. Mother Zhu shook her head. I dreamed of Master last night. He came to pick me up. I know my body can't take it anymore. Promise me that you'll live well with Yanqiu. Ning Shu nodded indifferently. He wasn't agitated by Mother Zhu's words. Mother, don't worry. I'll live well. Living well didn't necessarily mean living with Zhu Yanqiu. Mother Zhu didn't hear Ning Shu's unspoken words and nodded with satisfaction. She looked out the door again and said with longing and sadness, I wonder how Yanqiu is doing now. Zhu Yanqiu had left home to study in Shanghai when she was 18. She was almost 21 now. No wonder Mother Zhu wanted to see what Zhu Yanqiu looked like. Ning Shu helped Mother Zhu lie down. Mother Zhu's eyes were still fixed on the door. Ning Shu stayed close to Mother Zhu and placed Zhu Siyuan, who had fallen asleep in his arms, on the bed. When he returned to Mother Zhu's room, Ning Shu saw that she was already asleep. He called out to her, but there was no response. Ning Shu placed his hand in front of Mother Zhu's nose. She was no longer breathing. Ning Shu was quite scared to die in the middle of the night. He hurriedly went out and knocked on the door of the neighbor next door, asking for help. Ning Shu's eyes were red all the time. Hearing that Mother Zhu had passed away, the neighbors saw that it wasn't easy for Ning Shu to manage the funeral alone at home, so they all came to help. With everyone's help, Zhu Mu's mother's body was moved to the hall and laid in the middle of the hall. They began to clean Zhu Mu's mother's body and put on her shroud. They worked until dawn. Sun Yang, Zhu Yanqiu hasn't come back yet? Ning Shu, the auntie next door, asked, what will happen if she stays with the coffin? Ning Shu shook his head and anxiously argued for Zhu Yanqiu. Yanqiu is too busy with her studies. Siyuan and I will stay with the coffin. The people in the hall looked at each other. In the end, an elder in the family stood up and said, what scholar? Why didn't the old woman come back? Ning Shu lowered his head and didn't say anything. Ning Shu and the little boy, Zhu Siyuan, were the ones staying with the coffin. They wore coarse white clothes and knelt in front of the coffin to burn paper. Zhu Siyuan was confused and didn't understand what was going on. Ning Shu spent a lot of money to hire a feng shui master to find a good grave. She also hired a chef to prepare food and wine for the relatives, friends, and elders in the family who came to pay their respects. In short, Ning Shu was in charge of all these things. He even hired a Suona team to play the drums and beat the drums. They were going to bury Zhu Mu's mother grandly. Because they needed a man to send the coffin, the only man at home was Zhu Siyuan. However, Zhu Siyuan was confused. The feng shui master told Ning Shu to hold the child. The child held a small incense burner in his hand. There was a stick of incense in the burner and it was fine as long as the incense didn't go out or the burner was knocked over. After going through the entire process of the funeral, Ning Shu carried Zhu Siyuan and walked at the front of the funeral procession. She didn't even look back as she walked to the chosen grave. Fortunately, nothing went wrong during the process. Zhu Mu's mother was successfully buried. Ning Shu watched as the soil gradually covered the coffin. Zhu Mu's mother hadn't suffered much in her life. She was the daughter of a rich family. Then, she married the scholar, Old Master Zhu. Her family declined, and Zhu Sunyang took care of her like she was her own mother. She probably used up all her blessings in this life. Zhu Yanqiu didn't succeed in life. After Zhu Mu's mother was buried, Ning Shu didn't send Zhu Yanqiu any more telegrams. Even if Zhu Yanqiu sent a telegram, Ning Shu would tear it up after reading it. Sometimes, he would take it back and give it to Zhu Siyuan to make paper airplanes. Ning Shu was still making tofu. However, there were restaurants that liked Ning Shu's dried tofu. They would sell some tofu every day. His life was much better than before. He had accumulated some money. He used most of it to buy food and store it. After being fed by Ning Shu for a period of time, Zhu Siyuan was much fatter than before. Her hair was not as yellow as before. Ning Shu had been recuperating this body. In addition, she had some success in cultivating the peerless martial arts when she was free, so her strength was much greater than before. Ning Shu had been looking for a suitable weapon for himself. In this era, guns were the most powerful weapons. However, Ning Shu didn't have the means to get a gun. Was he going to carry a big knife and be a heroine? It was better to use a hidden weapon. It was convenient to carry and hide. Ning Shu asked the blacksmith to get her a large needle. It was about the size of a nail, but much sharper than a nail. When Ning Shu had nothing to do, she would practice swinging the needle in the yard to practice her aim. The world would only become more and more chaotic. When the Japanese trampled on the land, the whole nation was wailing and struggling in pain. Ning Shu went to the pharmacy to get some medicine. He made some poisonous powder and some medicinal powder that could stop bleeding and treat external injuries. A woman and a child were both vulnerable and easy to be bullied. When he was free, Ning Shu also let Zhu Siyuan run around the yard and do the horse stance to train his body. However, Zhu Siyuan was just a child. He didn't know how to think, so Ning Shu could only strengthen himself. Ning Shu still went out to sell tofu every day. However, the atmosphere in the town was not right. It was filled with a panicked atmosphere. The Japanese launched the September 18th incident. Because the central government didn't resist the policy, the northeast warlord Zhang Shuoyang didn't resist and retreated into the pass. As a result, the three northeast provinces quickly fell. The whole society was condemning Zhang Shuoyang and the Nanjing central government. These were too high and mighty for the people. Because of the fall of the three northeast provinces, many people fled the northeast and poured into other places. Moreover, after the Japanese occupied the three northeast provinces, they continued to expand. It was very likely that they would attack this place. The influx of these refugees would cause a lot of chaos. In this national war, everyone was helpless and precarious. Ning Shu truly felt the insignificance of an individual. Many people in the town had already started to move. When someone took the lead to move, the others followed blindly. They were afraid to be a step slower. Chapter 564. Ning Shu also started to move, because there would be a large number of refugees here soon. They would do anything for a bite of food. Especially a woman like her, she could easily become the target of refugees. In the plot, Zhu Sunyang took her child to Shanghai. She went to find Zhu Yanqiu with excitement and fear, and went to Shanghai, which was full of life and luxury. Zhu Sunyang was confused when she arrived in Shanghai. Gij didn't come, and she found that Zhu Yanqiu had a girl he liked, which made Zhu Sunyang even more uneasy and scared. Zhu Yanqiu was not happy about Zhu Sunyang's arrival. He even disliked her in his heart. When he introduced Zhu Sunyang to others, he said that Zhu Sunyang was his sister. Zhu Sunyang was about 5 years older than Zhu Yanqiu. Plus, she worked hard in life, so she looked older than Zhu Yanqiu, who was handsome and full of intellectual aura. Zhu Sunyang was a little sad. She was Zhu Yanqiu's wife, but he said that she was his sister. Zhu Yanqiu's reason was that he didn't want his classmates to know that he had a family and was a child bride. Such a futile way would be laughed at by his classmates. Zhu Sunyang was not a very opinionated person. When others asked her, she would say that she was Zhu Yanqiu's sister. Later, Zhu Sunyang really couldn't get used to the life in Shanghai. Looking at her husband, who was wearing a white shirt and a cap, she felt very strange and distant. She took her child back to the small town and lived a bitter life. Zhu Yanqiu didn't ask Zhu Sunyang to stay. Maybe in Zhu Yanqiu's heart, Zhu Sunyang and Zhu Siyuan were shameful existences, and he even regretted consummating with Zhu Sunyang. Ning Shu still planned to go to Shanghai to avoid the flow of refugees, but he didn't know what would happen this time. Oh, haha. There were already many refugees in the small town. Some refugees even crossed the wall and ran to Ning Shu's house to rob. First, they ran to the kitchen to grab the leftovers and ate fiercely. Then they threatened Ning Shu, hand over the food at home. Ning Shu punched and kicked the robber, kicked him out of the yard, and closed the door. Ning Shu bought a ship ticket to Shanghai. Now, a ship ticket actually cost 10 yuan. Ning Shu paid for it and carried Zhu Siyuan onto the ship with the things in her arms. There were many people on the ship and it was very crowded. Ning Shu sat in a corner with the child in his arms. He glanced around and saw that everyone's faces were filled with uneasiness and panic. The country was in turmoil, and the people were displaced. This war could be said to be the most serious foreign disaster in history. The prolonged destruction caused the land under their feet to be devastated. Zhu Siyuan was a little scared. Ning Shu patted his back to comfort him. When Ning Shu was hungry, he secretly ate some cornbread and stuffed a fasting pill into the child's mouth. The smell in the cabin was unbearable. The smell of smoke and stench mixed together was simply unbearable. The ship continued to stop and more people squeezed onto the ship, making the environment on the ship even worse. Finally, a week later, they arrived at Huangpu Pier. Ning Shu carried the child off the ship and let out a long breath. They had finally arrived. Standing on the pier, Ning Shu felt that the wind blowing from the Huangpu River was indeed cold and damp. It was really good. He wondered if Zhu Yanqiu had frozen to death. Ning Shu didn't plan to find Zhu Yanqiu. He didn't want to wash clothes and cook for Zhu Yanqiu. Zhu Yanqiu would tell everyone that this was his sister. Sister, your sister. Ning Shu found a small hotel and simply cleaned up. The environment in the cabin was too dirty and bad. Zhu Siyuan had been listless the whole time. Ning Shu touched Zhu Siyuan's head. He had a fever. Ning Shu gave the child the fever medicine that he had exchanged before the mission. After taking the medicine, Zhu Siyuan fell into a deep sleep, sweating all over. Ning Shu used the kettle to mix hot water with cold water. He endured the cold and took a bath. Then, he wiped the sweat off the child's body. Now, Ning Shu wanted to settle down. He planned to rent a house and then find a job. Zhu Siyuan had reached the age where he should go to school. Ning Shu wanted Zhu Siyuan to receive a good education. More importantly, he wanted to cultivate Zhu Siyuan's will. Zhu Yanqiu was a cultured person, but the things she did were worse than pigs and dogs. In the end, she was successful and famous. How unreconciled. Moreover, he also had to work hard to start a new life for Zhu Sunyang. He had to live a glorious life in this chaotic world. Ning Shu hugged Zhu Siyuan and slept soundly on the bed. He basically didn't close his eyes on the ship. He was very tired now. The next day, Ning Shu wrapped Zhu Siyuan tightly. He went out of the hotel and began to look for a house. He bought soup dumplings for Zhu Siyuan. Zhu Siyuan ate happily. He stuffed the dumplings into Ning Shu's mouth and said in a childish voice, Mommy eat too. Ning Shu's heart was very warm. This was the second time she was a nanny. Thinking of this child being ignorant and incompetent in the future, Ning Shu shook his head. He couldn't walk on that kind of path. Although he was angry at Zhu Yanqiu, that kind of behavior was also a kind of incompetence. Powerful people wouldn't use this kind of method to take revenge on others. Zhu Siyuan was Zhu Yanqiu's son. That was why Zhu Siyuan used this kind of method to take revenge on Zhu Yanqiu. In the end, Zhu Su, Nyang and Zhu Siyuan were too weak. Zhu Siyuan had Zhu Su, Nyang in his heart, so Zhu Su, Nyang wanted to take care of the child and live a good life. Shanghai was very prosperous. There were many shops. Beautiful dresses and gems were displayed in the windows. The sign of the disco hall was flashing with neon lights. The streets were full of traffic. Rickshaws came and went. Cable cars passed by on the street. The sound of bicycle bells mixed with the cries of newspaper sellers. This was a tolerant and modern city. Zhu Yanqiu didn't want to go back after coming here. Ning Shu wanted to find a place to rent. He bought 2 newspapers from the newspaper seller and asked him where there was a place to rent a house. As a result, the newspaper seller took Ning Shu to a tube-shaped apartment. There were all kinds of clothes hanging on the ceiling. It was like a pig cage village. There were so many people crowded together, eating and drinking in the small yard. Ning Shu wanted to give Zhu Siyuan a better environment. He didn't gain anything for the day. After eating his fill outside, he returned to the hotel and paid for the room for the day. To understand a city, one had to read the city's newspaper. There was a lot of information in the newspaper. In short, too many things happened in Shanghai every day. It could be described as changing with each passing day. There were gangs, such as the Qing gang and the Hong gang, as well as renting places and patrolling houses. All kinds of forces mixed together, which made Shanghai burst with endless opportunities. Anything could happen here. This city was prosperous but also chaotic. Ning Shu had to do his best to protect himself and his child. Ning Shu saw in the newspaper that the hospital was recruiting nurses. He planned to give it a try. What could he eat if he didn't earn money? He only had a little money. Was he going to beg for money after using it up? Ning Shu planned to walk the path of a doctor. He kissed Zhu Siyuan and said, "Baby, mother wants to be a doctor." Zhu Siyuan clapped his hands and repeated happily, "Doctor, doctor, doctor." Chapter 565. The next morning, Ning Shu went to the hospital to apply for a job. Ning Shu did not have much confidence when he went to the hospital with his child. When he arrived at the hospital, he was told that they only wanted young girls. It would be best if they graduated from a nursing school. When he saw Ning Shu carrying his child and wearing a large cotton-padded jacket, he was tactfully told that he was not suitable. Ning Shu sighed and said, "I know a little about nursing and I know Chinese medicine. My ancestors were from a family of imperial physicians, but they have declined." Ning Shu was talking nonsense to create a very powerful family background for himself. The interviewer just looked at Ning Shu and said, "There is a special job, which is to be a battlefield doctor. They are training you now. Do you want to try?" Ning Shu, this was going to be a battlefield. If she was unfortunately hit by a stray bullet and died on the battlefield, what would happen to Zhu Siyuan who was in her arms? Ning Shu looked at the young girls with braids beside him. They were really beautiful. He really did not have any competition. Ning Shu thought in his heart. Fang Feifei was a war reporter. She became a battlefield doctor. They would meet sooner or later. Ning Shu looked at the ignorant Zhu Siyuan and asked, "Are there any benefits? If something happens to me on the battlefield, what will happen to my child? Also, I don't have a house to live in now. The country will take care of your child. You can rest assured." "You have to sign the document," the interviewer said. Ning Shu frowned and said, "I don't have a house to live in." Being a military doctor was basically a suicide mission. This was a high-risk job. Ning Shu had to apply for benefits. Moreover, after she died, the country might not be able to raise her child for her. The documents might also be useless. In the following period of time, the whole nation would be in a very chaotic situation. Who would remember a child? You will get a salary of 5 yuan a month and a small suite assigned to you by the hospital. It will be enough for you and your child to live in, the interviewer said. At this time, a professor at Tsinghua University only earns 7 or 8 yuan a month. 5 yuan was indeed not a low salary. Ning Shu thought that she didn't have much money in her pocket. The room fee of a small hotel was very expensive. Even if it was to compete with Zhu Yanqiu and Fang Feifei, she had to take this job. I'm willing. Ning Shu nodded. The interviewers were very happy. No one was willing to become a military doctor in the entire morning. This was a job where one's head was tied to one's belt. One moment, they might be holding a scalpel, and the next moment, they might be hit by a bomb. The environment was very bad, and it was not as comfortable as a hospital. The interviewer also saw that Ning Shu was dressed like a country bumpkin, so he managed to convince Ning Shu to become an intern military doctor. Sign here. The man took out a document and pushed it in front of Ning Shu. Do you know how to write your name? Ning Shu picked up the pen and hesitated for a moment before signing Zhu Sunyang's name on the document. Very good. The man put away the document. Ning Shu hugged Zhu Siyuan and kissed her. Mother has become a doctor. Zhu Siyuan giggled. The hospital assigned a house to Ning Shu. The house was not big, and there were all kinds of furniture. It was very simple and not gorgeous at all. Ning Shu was very satisfied. Now, there were many people living on the streets. Moreover, this house was under her name, so it could be considered her property. In the future, when the country developed rapidly, the housing price in Shanghai would be very expensive. It could be considered that Zhu Siyuan had accumulated a family property. They checked out of the room at the small hotel and carried their luggage to the new house. Ning Shu let Zhu Siyuan play by herself and cleaned all the corners of the house. Looking at the clean room, Ning Shu's heart was filled with indescribable joy. Her body even trembled slightly. This was Zhu Sunyang's emotion. She was so happy just to have an independent house of her own. She had her own house in Shanghai. Even Zhu Yanqiu did not have her own house in Shanghai. Next, Ning Shu began the military doctor training. Military doctors in the field could not treat diseases such as coronary heart disease and high blood pressure, but they had to be good at treating war injuries, such as trench foot, burns, all kinds of penetrating wounds, lacerations, dysentery, and so on. As for medical conditions, they used whatever they had at hand. Without disinfection, anesthetics, or scalpels, they dared to amputate with a military knife or a fruit knife. They used the fastest and most violent way to save a soldier's life. Military doctors were soldiers first, and then doctors. They had to have a strong physique and be able to find survival items and medical equipment from the surrounding environment. They not only had to save people, but also protect their own safety. In short, it was a very dangerous job, and it was also a job that tested one's psychological quality. Listening to the fighting outside and the sound of gunfire, they had to be able to take the bullets out of the soldiers' bodies without shaking their hands. Ning Shu took the child to the training site. There were only 3 men who came to participate in the training. Including Ning Shu, there were 4 people in total. No wonder the interviewer accepted her because she was a woman. Although the Japanese occupied the 3 northeastern provinces, Shanghai was still very prosperous, full of singing and dancing. Although every day there were newspaper sellers shouting that the 3 northeastern provinces had fallen under the Japanese's iron heel, most people did not realize the cruelty of the war. They did not have the consciousness and ambition to become a military doctor in the field with the army. When the 3 men saw Ning Shu holding a child, they showed sarcastic expressions, but they did not say anything excessive. A woman was very brave to be a military doctor in the field. The military doctor in the field taught Ning Shu and the other three how to bandage the soldiers' wounds and how to solve various problems. Ning Shu took a notebook and wrote it down carefully. These were all life-saving things. If he learned them well, he would have a better chance to survive on the battlefield. She did not have the good luck of Zhu Yanqiu and Fang Feifei, so she could only work hard by herself. There were also physical training courses, the most basic boxing, and gun training. Ning Shu could not wait to pick up the gun. It was heavy and even very old-fashioned. It almost went off accidentally, but it was indeed a weapon with great lethality in this era. Ning Shu shot at the target, and the result was not bad. The military doctor's physical training was not a big deal for Ning Shu. After all, she had cultivated peerless martial arts. Although she had only cultivated a strand of qi energy the size of a strand of hair, the qi energy would slowly repair her body, making her physical fitness better and better. Her strength was even greater than 2 men. In terms of physical fitness, the other 3 men were not as good as Ning Shu. During fighting, Ning Shu could even defeat the 3 men. After a day of training, Ning Shu took Zhu Siyuan home to cook and wash clothes. It was much easier than making tofu day and night in his hometown. He could also play with Zhu Siyuan. Ning Shu bought some colorful picture books for Zhu Siyuan. Zhu Siyuan was speaking more and more clearly now. He could clearly express his intentions and feelings. Ning Shu felt a sense of pride as a parent again. Chapter 566. It had been a while since they arrived in Shanghai. Ning Shu didn't go to see Zhu Yanqiu. She spent her time every day either learning the basic knowledge of a military doctor or slowly teaching Zhu Siyuan how to read and count his fingers. Occasionally, she would go to the hospital to be an intern nurse to take care of patients. It was also an early attempt to adapt to the identity of a doctor. She lived a fulfilling life every day for herself, not to provide for Zhu Yanqiu. To be honest, Zhu Sunyang had never lived for herself. She was sold to the Zhu family as a child bride when she was young. Then, she took care of Zhu Yanqiu, who was younger than her, every day. After the Zhu family fell, she worked hard to provide for Zhu Yanqiu's studies. When Zhu Yanqiu became successful and famous, she retired. Zhu Sunyang's role was to provide for Zhu Yanqiu until she died. How sad was that? And Zhu Yanqiu hadn't acknowledged her in his heart. Ning Shu put on a nurse's uniform, a hat on his head, and a mask covering half of his face. He walked into the ward and saw many students in Chinese tunic suits. There were also some female students. When Ning Shu saw this situation, she understood that these ambitious youths were holding banners and parading on the streets again. They had a conflict with the police in the patrol office and were beaten up. All of them had injuries on their bodies. However, Ning Shu saw an acquaintance. Ning Shu didn't expect that she and Zhu Yanqiu would meet in this way, as a patient and a doctor. Ning Shu glanced at Zhu Siyuan, who was sitting obediently on a chair in the aisle and reading a book. "Child, come and see what your father looks like." Ning Shu walked over to Zhu Yanqiu and looked at Zhu Yanqiu. Zhu Yanqiu's face was white, and his eyebrows and eyes were square. He was very handsome in the Chinese tunic suit and had the gentleness of a scholar. Compared to Zhu Sunyang's memory, Zhu Yanqiu's face was very young. Now, he looked more mature. However, his face was bruised, the corner of his mouth was broken, and several buttons on his clothes were torn off. Ning Shu was about to speak when a female student walked over and said to Zhu Yanqiu, "Yanqiu, are you okay?" "Yanqiu." Such an intimate form of address. Ning Shu looked at the female student. She had short hair, fair skin, soft facial features, and firm almond-shaped eyes. It was obvious that she had her own ideas. She looked at Zhu Yanqiu with worry in her eyes. "Is it very painful? You shouldn't have stood in front of me at that time." "It's okay. It's better for me to be injured than for you to be injured. It's okay. It's not very painful." Zhu Yanqiu comforted the female student softly. "Don't do this again. I'm worried." The female student pursed her lips. I'll protect myself. Zhu Yanqiu took the female student's hand. You're a girl, you can't beat them. They have guns and military sticks in their hands. Ning Shu raised his eyebrows and looked at the interaction between the two. This female student should be Fang Feifei. She was indeed beautiful and full of vitality. She was totally different from Zhu Sunyang, who carried a pole every day and sold tofu under the sun and wind. Fang Feifei had an intellectual and elegant temperament. The determination and stubbornness between her brows made people feel that there was a huge amount of energy hidden in her small body. Zhu Yanqiu didn't tell Fang Feifei that he already had a wife and a child. Ning Shu coughed. Fang Feifei turned her head and saw Ning Shu. She quickly said, "Nurse, quickly take a look at his injury." "Let me see." Ning Shu turned Zhu Yanqiu's face left and right and said lightly, "It's okay. It's just a flesh wound. It'll be fine after applying some medicine." As Ning Shu spoke, he opened the bottle cap and used a clip to pick up a small ball of cotton and dipped it in the medicine. Ning Shu curled the corner of his mouth and pressed hard on the corner of Zhu Yanqiu's mouth. Zhu Yanqiu immediately screamed in pain and covered her mouth to breathe. Ning Shu said unhappily, "Why are you moving? It'll definitely hurt a little to apply medicine." At this moment, Ning Shu was wearing a mask, so Zhu Yanqiu couldn't tell that this black-hearted nurse was his wife. She only felt that this nurse's attitude was really bad. She pressed hard on the wound, and with the alcohol in the medicine, the wound hurt so much that it seemed to be torn again. "Yanqiu, bear with it." Fang Feifei comforted Zhu Yanqiu and said politely to Ning Shu, "Nurse, let me apply medicine for him." Ning Shu's voice was muffled through the mask. "No need. This is my job." Fang Feifei couldn't snatch things from him, so she could only watch from the side. Ning Shu dipped the cotton ball in the medicine again and applied it on Zhu Yanqiu's face. He still used a lot of strength. Zhu Yanqiu was in so much pain that she kept breathing. In the end, she couldn't help but dodge the clip in Ning Shu's hand. "Why are you dodging?" Ning Shu said unhappily. Zhu Yanqiu felt that she had only met this kind of nurse after 8 lifetimes. She wasn't gentle at all. "Feifei, you go back first. It's getting dark." Zhu Yanqiu didn't want Fang Feifei to see her in such a sorry state. Fang Feifei took a look outside. It was getting dark, but when she saw Zhu Yanqiu's face, she said worriedly, "Your injury?" "It's okay. You go back first. It's not safe when it's dark." When Zhu Yanqiu spoke to Fang Feifei, her eyes were full of affection and her voice was gentle. Ning Shu looked at her gentle appearance and curled the corner of his mouth. His hand holding the clip was eager to try. In his memory, Zhu Yanqiu had never talked to Zhu Sunyang like this. She had always had a superior attitude, especially when she was young. She used Zhu Sunyang as a maid. Zhu Sunyang took care of all his meals and clothes. In summer, she had to fan him all night and drive away mosquitoes. It was not until Zhu Yanqiu and Zhu Yanqiu consummated their marriage that Zhu Yanqiu's attitude towards Zhu Sunyang became a little better. Now seeing Zhu Yanqiu's attitude towards Fang Feifei, Ning Shu could only say that the gap between people was huge. No matter how much you did, others couldn't see it. Fang Feifei saw that Zhu Yanqiu insisted on letting her go, and her tone was full of worry for her. She nodded, smiled at Zhu Yanqiu with her white teeth, and then left. Zhu Yanqiu kept looking at Fang Feifei's back. The tenderness in her eyes could turn into water and pour out. Ning Shu picked up a cotton ball and wiped Zhu Yanqiu's face. Zhu Yanqiu grimaced in pain and said with anger, "What's with your attitude? Can't you be gentler?" "No." Ning Shu said lightly, "I'm already very gentle. Your wound hurts, but you blame me for using too much strength. You intellectuals are unreasonable. Okay, you don't have to deal with it." Zhu Yanqiu pushed away Ning Shu's hand. Especially when she saw the snow-white silver clip in Ning Shu's hand, she felt that the wound was very painful. Ning Shu didn't force her. He closed the medicine bottle and said, "Medical expenses. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Zhu Yanqiu's face. She felt up and down, but there was no money on her. Ning Shu said, "Today's parade. I didn't bring any money." Ning Shu looked at Zhu Yanqiu coldly. Zhu Yanqiu was a little embarrassed by Ning Shu's stare. She took off the watch on her wrist and said with pride, "This is a German-Swiss mechanical watch. I'll leave it with you first. I'll come to pay the medical expenses tomorrow." Chapter 567. Zhu Yanqiu really had no money. His family hadn't sent him money for a long time. Now, he rarely went out to play with Fang Feifei. They used to go to the movies when they were free. Now, Zhu Yanqiu could only use studying to fool Fang Feifei. But Zhu Yanqiu was a smart person. He asked Fang Feifei to read books in the library. They sat by the window. The sunlight was hazy and beautiful through the window. Zhu Yanqiu took a pencil and drew Fang Feifei on the white paper. Occasionally, he would write a hazy and romantic love poem. On the basis of not wasting money, he tried his best to be romantic. Fortunately, Fang Feifei was a literary young woman. She liked this very much and didn't notice Zhu Yanqiu's financial difficulties at all. Now, Ning Shu asked Zhu Yanqiu for medical expenses. Zhu Yanqiu didn't have any money, so he could only say that he didn't have any money. He also pretended to give his watch to Ning Shu as collateral. Ning Shu raised his eyebrows and took the watch. The watch was still a bit heavy. It looked very delicate. The small hands were unique and didn't feel like it was made in a rough way. It didn't look cheap at all. "How much is this?" Ning Shu asked. Zhu Yanqiu looked complacent and said, 1,000 yuan. "Is it enough for medical expenses?" Ning Shu wanted to poke Zhu Yanqiu's face with a clip and poke his face. 1,000 yuan to buy a watch, ha! Now, 1 yuan could buy more than 170 kilograms of rice. An ordinary family of 3 could live for a year with 2 or 3 yuan, and 500 yuan could buy an ordinary house. What Zhu Yanqiu did was simply not something a human could do. He tired Zhu Sunyang to death, but Zhu Yanqiu wore such a luxury watch. "Why do I want your watch? The medical expenses are less than 1/10,000th of this watch. I don't want the watch. I want money." Ning Shu threw the watch to Zhu Yanqiu. Zhu Yanqiu caught the watch in a panic and said, "This watch is very expensive. You can't afford to pay for it if it's broken." "Medical expenses." Ning Shu said lightly, "Don't tell me you don't have money. You're pretending to be poor. Wearing such an expensive watch, you don't have any money on you." "I already said that I didn't bring any money with me today," Zhu Yanqiu said with a red face. Together with the injuries on her face was purple. Ning Shu looked at Zhu Yanqiu without saying anything. In the end, other students helped to pay for the medical expenses. Zhu Yanqiu immediately put the watch on her wrist and thanked the student, saying that she would pay him back in the future. Zhu Yanqiu walked out of the ward and saw Zhu Siyuan sitting on the chair and reading. He looked very serious. She squatted in front of Zhu Siyuan and asked, "Little friend, why are you here alone? What's your name?" Ning Shu was packing up when he saw Zhu Yanqiu and Zhu Siyuan talking. His heart skipped a beat. He was about to take the child away when he heard Zhu Siyuan say to Zhu Yanqiu, "You're so ugly." Zhu Siyuan's voice was childish, but his expression was very serious. After arriving in Shanghai, Ning Shu dressed Zhu Siyuan up nicely. Zhu Siyuan was white and tender. Now that he said that Zhu Siyuan was ugly with a serious face, it was simply ridiculous. Zhu Yanqiu's current image was indeed a little bad. Her face was bruised and purple, and she had also applied medicine. Her face was simply unbearable to look at. Zhu Yanqiu was embarrassed and a little angry when a child said that. "Children are so rude," Zhu Yanqiu said, then turned and left. This was the first time the father and son met, and they parted on bad terms. In fact, the father and son's birth characters were not harmonious. Ning Shu handed the child to a familiar nurse and said to Zhu Siyuan, "Siyuan, wait for mother here obediently. Mother will be back soon. Zhu Siyuan nodded obediently and said, Ning Shu took off the nurse's uniform, took off the mask, and followed Zhu Yanqiu out of the hospital. At this time, the sky had begun to darken. Zhu Yanqiu, who was walking in front, did not notice that someone was following her. When they passed by a small alley, Ning Shu took off his coat and quickly ran to Zhu Yanqiu's side. He covered his head with the coat and dragged him into the alley. Zhu Yanqiu was walking when she saw darkness in front of her, and then she was dragged away. Zhu Yanqiu was shocked and struggled violently. However, the other party was so strong that she could not break free. Ning Shu beat Zhu Yanqiu fiercely. He kicked and punched Zhu Yanqiu's face. Zhu Yanqiu was already injured, and he was beaten by Ning Shu until he screamed. You are. Zhu Yanqiu wanted to speak, and wanted to take off the clothes on his head, but a fist hit his face, followed by a kick to his stomach. Zhu Yanqiu vomited. Ning Shu punched his liver with his left hook and swept Zhu Yanqiu's lower body with a spinning kick. Zhu Yanqiu fell to the ground with a bang and could not get up for a long time. Ning Shu leaned over and took off the watch on Zhu Yanqiu's wrist. Then he took off his clothes, leaving him only a pair of underpants. Zhu Yanqiu had been beaten by Ning Shu until he could not fight back. His bones were broken, and his eyes were swollen and could not open. His clothes were taken off by someone else. Zhu Yanqiu's heart was filled with fear. Was he raped by a man? Ning Shu was very strong. Zhu Yanqiu believed that the person who beat him was a man. Ning Shu looked at Zhu Yanqiu, who was as white as a cut chicken, and his heart was filled with killing intent. He might as well kill him. This kind of person's death was not worth pitying. Moreover, with Zhu Yanqiu's luck, he would become rich in the end. With tens of thousands of people under him, she would not be able to defeat him. Ning Shu reached out and grabbed Zhu Yanqiu's neck very hard. Zhu Yanqiu struggled violently. She pulled away Ning Shu's hand that was on her neck and shouted with a hoarse voice, help me. Until now, Zhu Yanqiu had not seen what the other party looked like. Her lungs were burning with pain as if they were about to explode. Let go, Ning Shu used more strength. At this time, footsteps and the sound of people talking came from not far away in the alley. It was probably the patrol officers patrolling. Ning Shu gritted his teeth. Zhu Yanqiu was really lucky. Ning Shu let go of Zhu Yanqiu's neck. He clenched his hand into a fist and punched Zhu Yanqiu's heart. Zhu Yanqiu spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground softly. He coughed violently and choked on the blood in his mouth. Ning Shu put it over Zhu Yanqiu's head, turned around and ran away. The patrol officers used their flashlights to see Zhu Yanqiu, who was naked and unconscious on the ground. Ning Shu put the things he took from Zhu Yanqiu in a bag and then returned to the hospital to pick up Zhu Siyuan. Ning Shu did not stay in the hospital and went back with Zhu Siyuan on his back. Zhu Siyuan lay on Ning Shu's back. Ning Shu asked, Mother, what is an impolite child? Ning Shu said indifferently, Mother, Siyuan is a polite child. It's just that Siyuan told the truth and made that petty person unhappy. Mother, that person is really ugly and annoying, Zhu Siyuan said. Chapter 568. Ning Shu went to the cake shop and bought a small cake for Zhu Siyuan. Today was Zhu Siyuan's third birthday. Soon, Zhu Siyuan would go to school. Ning Shu hoped to make arrangements for Zhu Siyuan before going to the battlefield. In fact, Ning Shu wanted to take Zhu Siyuan with him, but she was a military doctor. Taking care of a child like Zhu Siyuan could easily cause problems. If the environment was too bad, the child would get sick. Fortunately, they were only training reserve military doctors now. They were not in a hurry to send her to the battlefield. There were still a few years before the all-out war against Japan. She still had a lot of time to be with Zhu Siyuan. Going to the battlefield was destined, and she had signed the document. If she went back on her words, she would probably end up miserable. In troubled times, human lives were the most worthless. Ning Shu's biggest wish was to protect himself and Zhu Siyuan. At the same time, he would train Zhu Siyuan and not let him become a playboy. Back home, Ning Shu put the candles on the cake and said to Zhu Siyuan, "Siyuan, make a wish on the cake." "What is a wish?" Zhu Siyuan looked confused. Ning Shu asked again, "What does Siyuan want to do the most?" "Siyuan and mother always be together," Zhu Siyuan said. Oh, this was so heartwarming. Ning Shu and Zhu Siyuan blew out the candles and cut the cake. The mother and son ate the cake. After washing Zhu Siyuan's hands and feet, Ning Shu told a story to Zhu Siyuan, who was lying on the bed. Seeing that Zhu Siyuan had fallen asleep, Ning Shu touched Zhu Siyuan's head and sighed in his heart. Zhu Siyuan was a child neglected by his parents. Needless to say, his father did not know him, so he knew nothing about Zhu Siyuan. On the other hand, Zhu Sunyang worked hard all day, working day and night to earn money. It was inevitable that she would neglect Zhu Siyuan. Later on, when her personality became like that, how could she not feel stifled in her heart? How could she not be looking forward to going against her own father like that? A child who lacked love. After Zhu Siyuan fell asleep, Ning Shu took out Zhu Yanqiu's things from the bag. There was a sweater, a school uniform, a watch that cost 1,000 yuan, and a pen. Ning Shu saw that the pen was very well made. There were even engravings on it. The words, Yanqiu, were engraved on it. Ning Shu took out a dagger and scratched out the engravings. Then he turned the Chinese tunic uniform over and over again and found that Zhu Yanqiu's name was embroidered on the collar. Ning Shu picked up the thread that embroidered the name with a needle. There was dirt on the clothes, so Ning Shu washed them. When the clothes were dry, Ning Shu packed everything and took it to the pawn shop to pawn the clothes, pen, and watch. Originally, a watch that cost 1,000 renminbi could only be sold for 500 renminbi, but Ning Shu was not happy. The watch looked like it was still 90% new. In the end, they bargained for 650 renminbi and the deal was made. After pawning off the pen and clothes, there were more than 10 yuan, which was not a small sum. Sure enough, it was a robbery. The things that Zhu Yanqiu bought had emptied the Zhu family's pockets. After getting more than 600 renminbi, Ning Shu felt that he could be considered a rich man. With money, Ning Shu consciously began to store food. The prices in this era were not stable at all. Ning Shu did not want to waste the money in his hands. Ning Shu took the money and bought another house and some wasteland. The wasteland was very cheap. Although Shanghai was prosperous now, some places had not yet been developed. Thinking of the price of housing in the future, Ning Shu consciously stored up land. However, he only dared to buy small pieces of land, and it was far away from the prosperous areas now. Besides, he could not afford to buy large pieces of land. After the mission was completed, he would leave the world. Ning Shu hoped that Zhu Sunyang and Zhu Siyuan could live more comfortably. After the training, Ning Shu went to the hospital for an internship. Zhu Yanqiu, who was beaten to death by Ning Shu, was sent to the hospital. Looking at Zhu Yanqiu lying on the bed like a pig's head, Ning Shu could only say that the scourge lived for 1,000 years. When he wanted to kill Zhu Yanqiu, the patrolman appeared. Ning Shu was very disappointed. He really wanted to kill Zhu Yanqiu 100 times, 100 times. Fang Feifei sat by the bed with tears in her eyes. She looked angry and asked Zhu Yanqiu, "Who did it?" "He is too arrogant." Zhu Yanqiu's throat was so painful that he could not speak. His neck, which was broken by the mysterious person, seemed to be broken. Zhu Yanqiu did not know who he had offended. Not only did the mysterious person rob him, but also wanted to kill him. Zhu Yanqiu now had goosebumps all over his body when he thought about it. The mysterious person really wanted to kill him with a strong murderous intent. Now Zhu Yanqiu was both mentally and physically exhausted. Now he was injured like this and had no money to stay in the hospital. He sent a telegram home, but his family did not reply to him. Zhu Yanqiu guessed that something had happened. He planned to go home, but now he was beaten so badly that he could not move. His head was dizzy, and he always felt nauseous. His heart ached as if it had been punched by someone. The doctor said that he had a concussion and a slight fracture of his leg bone. "Tell me, you were fine before?" Fang Feifei asked anxiously. Her almond-shaped eyes were wide open, and she looked indignant. Zhu Yanqiu wanted to say something, but he could not. Ning Shu walked over, looked at Zhu Yanqiu and said in surprise, "How did you become like this? It was not so serious before." Zhu Yanqiu tried to open his eyes a little. When he saw Ning Shu wearing a mask, he suddenly felt pain all over his body. Could it be that the black-hearted nurse had applied medicine to him? The nurse who had applied medicine to him before was much gentler than this nurse. Zhu Yanqiu really wanted to tell Ning Shu to get out, get out, get out. Ning Shu took a pair of tongs, picked up a cotton ball, dipped it in medicine, and planned to apply it to Zhu Yanqiu's wound. Zhu Yanqiu tried hard to avoid it. Ning Shu said angrily, "Why are you dodging?" Then Ning Shu applied medicine to Zhu Yanqiu, but this time he did not use much strength. Ning Shu did not want him to faint. There would be more miserable things waiting for Zhu Yanqiu later. He applied medicine to Zhu Yanqiu's swollen face. This face was so swollen that it really took a lot of medicine. The doctor said that you still need to stay in the hospital. Now go and pay the medical fees. All the fees add up to about 5 yuan, Ning Shu said lightly. When Zhu Yanqiu heard 5 yuan, his face turned red. He was angry and anxious. Not to mention 5 yuan, he did not even have 1 yuan. Now he was so seriously injured. This was the first time in his life. Zhu Yanqiu was afraid that he would be disfigured. His leg was broken. Zhu Yanqiu was afraid that he would be crippled. Now he could not be driven out of the hospital. This was the first time Zhu Yanqiu thought of Zhu Sunyang. If Zhu Sunyang was here, she would definitely try to raise money for him. Ning Shu looked at Fang Feifei and said, "You are his girlfriend, right? It is not convenient for him to pay the fees now. Go and help him pay the fees." Fang Feifei was stunned. She pursed her lips and did not speak. "Feifei, all my money has been robbed." Zhu Yanqiu tried hard to say. His voice was hoarse and unpleasant. "Nonsense. You don't have a single yuan. Rob your sister." Ning Shu rolled his eyes. Chapter 569. $5 was a huge sum. Fang Feifei hesitated. Hearing Zhu Yanqiu's explanation, Fang Feifei felt helpless. "Feifei, I don't know who stole my money. I'll return it to you when I recover." Zhu Yanqiu could only be thick-skinned and ask Fang Feifei again. Zhu Yanqiu's voice contained suppressed awkwardness. In this situation, it was indeed quite awkward for Zhu Yanqiu to borrow money from Fang Feifei, especially since they were still a couple. When it came to money, she felt awkward and felt that it had tarnished her pure feelings. Now, Zhu Yanqiu and Fang Feifei were still in a relationship. They had not experienced life and death battles together. At most, they had a good impression of each other and were in the budding stage of their relationship. Zhu Yanqiu's request to borrow money made Fang Feifei feel strange. If it were any other girl, she would feel a little uncomfortable if her boyfriend wanted to borrow money from her. Her boyfriend, who should have been successful in everything, wanted to borrow money from her. She would feel that her boyfriend was useless. Ning Shu, who was watching from the side, said to Fang Feifei, "He is indeed seriously injured. If he is not treated, there may be a mark on his face. His leg is fractured. If he is not treated, there may be a permanent injury. There is also a concussion. This is the most serious. Are you sure you don't want to treat him?" Zhu Yanqiu could only stare at Fang Feifei with great effort. Seeing that Zhu Yanqiu and the nurse were staring at her, Fang Feifei could only nod and say to Zhu Yanqiu, "You don't have to worry about money. Just take care of yourself." Zhu Yanqiu let out a long sigh and reached out to grab Fang Feifei's hand. She said in a hoarse voice, "Feifei, thank you." Fang Feifei pushed Zhu Yanqiu's hand away and said, I'm going to pay. Zhu Yanqiu's hand stopped awkwardly in the air, and then she retracted her hand as if nothing had happened. Seeing that the black-hearted nurse was still looking at her, she closed her eyes and ignored Ning Shu. Ning Shu didn't care about Zhu Yanqiu's disdain for him at all. He asked dutifully, how do you feel now? Does your head still hurt? Do you still want to vomit? Zhu Yanqiu didn't even open her eyes. Her tone was very bad. As long as you're not here, I won't feel like vomiting. When Zhu Yanqiu spoke, she used a bit of force, causing the choking marks on his neck to become obvious. He looked very miserable. Ning Shu laughed wildly in his heart. Serves you right. Ning Shu narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhu Yanqiu. Why don't I just kill him now? I can use the reason that the treatment is ineffective. Now, Zhu Yanqiu can be said to be alone. The Zhu family no longer exists, and his parents are dead. As for her, this child bride, Ning Shu has never seen Zhu Yanqiu as a husband. Ning Shu reached for the hidden weapon at his waist. He might as well kill him with the thick needle. Why are you still here? Zhu Yanqiu opened her swollen eyes. I don't need you now. Please leave. Ning Shu suppressed the killing intent in his heart and said indifferently, I'm going to check your body and wipe it. Zhu Yanqiu was very impatient. This nurse was really annoying. She didn't know why, but when she saw this nurse, Zhu Yanqiu had an inexplicable anger in her heart. Ning Shu only wanted to kill Zhu Yanqiu now. He walked towards Zhu Yanqiu with the hidden weapon in his hand. Zhu Yanqiu saw that the nurse didn't leave but approached her instead. She frowned and pulled the wound on her face. She gasped in pain. What's wrong with you? Ning Shu reached out and wanted to tidy up the quilt for Zhu Yanqiu. He held the hidden weapon between his fingers and wanted to stab Zhu Yanqiu's heart. However, a huge elastic force suddenly gushed out of her body, almost ejecting her soul out of Zhu Sunyu's body. Ning Shu staggered twice and steadied himself. Cold sweat broke out on his body. Yanqiu, I've already paid the fee. Coincidentally, Fang Feifei came in at this time. She glanced at Ning Shu and sat on the chair beside the bed. She said, you can rest well. Fang Feifei smiled sweetly and her voice was crisp. Thank you. Zhu Yanqiu's voice was full of tenderness. Ning Shu turned around and walked out of the ward. She didn't want to see the two of them being lovey-dovey. She wiped the cold sweat off her forehead and leaned against the wall weakly. She could only sigh in her heart. Ning Shu could only sigh. The situation just now was because of Zhu Sunyu's resistance. Zhu Sunyu didn't want him to kill Zhu Yanqiu. Zhu Sunyu couldn't do such a thing as killing her husband, nor did she want to bear the crime of killing her husband. Zhu Sunyu was a timid and humble woman who grew up under the feudal doctrine. She didn't dare to do such a rebellious thing. She was sold to the Zhu family since she was young. The servile nature in her bones was very strong. Zhu Sunyu was a timid and kind person. Zhu Sunyu couldn't bear to stain her hands with blood, and it was her husband's blood. No matter what, Zhu Yanqiu was her husband. Ning Shu could only smile and chuckle. As long as you're happy. Since Zhu Sunyu didn't want Zhu Yanqiu to die, then let him live. But it wasn't so easy for Zhu Yanqiu to become successful now. Ning Shu glanced into the ward. Fang Feifei was taking care of Zhu Yanqiu, whose face was swollen like a pig's head. After taking off the nurse's uniform, Ning Shu took Zhu Siyuan home. Zhu Siyuan asked Ning Shu, Mother, why don't I have a father? Zhu Siyuan often followed Ning Shu in and out of the hospital. Many people in the hospital knew Zhu Siyuan. Some gossipy people asked Zhu Siyuan who his father was. Zhu Siyuan was usually at a loss. Ning Shu heard this and said, Siyuan, you have a father. Your father is dead. Zhu Siyuan. Ning Shu said, your father died and was buried in the ground, just like your grandmother. Zhu Siyuan looked a little depressed. Mother, I've never seen my father. It's okay. I don't know if there's a picture of your father at home. I'll look for it and let you see your father, Ning Shu said indifferently. Zhu Xiyuan nodded and lay on Ning Shu's back. Ning Shu knew that as a single woman with a child, there would always be rumors. But these people actually asked Zhu Xiyuan, which made Ning Shu feel very uncomfortable. The child didn't know anything. She couldn't let the child be in such a disadvantageous environment. It would affect Zhu Xiyuan's mentality. Ning Shu hated Zhu Yanqiu very much. Since she couldn't kill Zhu Yanqiu, she would cripple him. He had good arms and legs, but he couldn't do delicate things. Zhu Yanqiu was someone who could kill enemies with a gun in the future. In this era of ups and downs, even without Zhu Yanqiu, there would still be people who would rise. This era didn't lack national heroes. Without Zhu Yanqiu, there would still be thousands of heroes. For Zhu Yanqiu to reach that step in the end, she had great luck on her body. But Ning Shu didn't want Zhu Yanqiu to be successful and have both power and beauty. Zhu Yanqiu forgot the tears of a woman. Zhu Yanqiu didn't have any gratitude or pity for Zhu Sunyang. He even treated Zhu Sunyang as a disgrace. How could a person who had received a new education have a child bride? Fang Feifei was his wife in this life. Chapter 570. In the past few days, Zhu Xiyuan's mood had not been very good. Obviously, it was because of his father. Ning Shu saw this and did not say anything. After the military medical course, Ning Shu went to the hospital. He glanced at the head nurse next to him and walked over to pour a glass of water. "Head nurse, are you busy?" The head nurse was a woman in her 40s. Her attitude towards Ning Shu was very cold. "I'm not busy." "Head nurse, I heard that your son is studying in university and has a bright future." Ning Shu said calmly, "My child is still so young. The world is so chaotic now. I don't even know what to do in the future." Children were the best way to shorten the distance between women. The old nurse's face showed sympathy and her tone was gossipy. "It's really hard for a woman to raise a child. Where's the child's father?" Ning Shu's eyes turned red immediately. She said, "My husband went to study, but I haven't heard from him for a long time. I suspect that he's already dead. In addition, my hometown is too chaotic, so I brought my child to Shanghai to avoid the chaos and find the child's father." Ning Shu recounted her life story again. She made it sound as miserable as she could. The head nurse comforted Ning Shu. Then, Zhu Xiyuan's pitiful life story spread among the doctors and nurses. The curious people did not ask about Zhu Xiyuan's father. Sometimes, when they saw Zhu Xiyuan, they would even give him some worthless things. Ning Shu didn't want Zhu Yanqiu to know about her and her mother for the time being. If she knew, she wouldn't know what she would do. She might even drive them out of Shanghai. Ning Shu wanted to learn nursing knowledge now and make a name for herself on the battlefield. As for Zhu Yanqiu, didn't she look down on Zhu Sunyang? Ning Shu wanted Zhu Sunyang to become someone who was respected. Ning Shu carried the basin into the ward and asked Zhu Yanqiu, "How do you feel today?" Zhu Yanqiu opened her eyes and saw Ning Shu. Her expression immediately turned bad. "Much better." Ning Shu put down the basin and tidied up the blanket for Zhu Yanqiu. He squeezed the handkerchief and began to wipe Zhu Yanqiu's face and hands. Zhu Yanqiu saw that Ning Shu was gentle. She glanced at the mask on Ning Shu's face. "Why are you always wearing a mask?" Zhu Yanqiu sized up Ning Shu from left to right. She felt that this person was somewhat familiar, but she could not recall where she had seen him before. Zhu Yanqiu didn't even think about Zhu Sunyang. He believed that Zhu Sunyang knew how to make tofu, but Zhu Sunyang became a nurse. Zhu Yanqiu only had 2 words, impossible. Besides, Zhu Sunyang should be in her hometown now, not in Shanghai. But thinking of Zhu Sunyang, Zhu Yanqiu's heart was full of anger. Now Zhu Sunyang didn't send him a telegram or send him money. He sent a telegram home, but no one replied to him. Zhu Yanqiu had already decided that she would make a trip home after she recovered. Could it be that something had really happened at home? And she had no money on her, so she had to go home to get money. Ning Shu didn't say anything. He wiped Zhu Yanqiu's arm with a warm and wet handkerchief. When the handkerchief wiped her wrist, Zhu Yanqiu suddenly felt an extremely sharp pain. She quickly withdrew her hand and looked at her wrist. There was no injury, but she didn't know why it hurt. What did you do? Zhu Yanqiu roared angrily at Ning Shu. She turned her wrist over and over again. There was no wound and no bleeding, but she felt a sharp pain. Ning Shu looked at Zhu Yanqiu with a puzzled look and said speechlessly, "Did you really break your head?" "What did I do?" Zhu Yanqiu frowned tightly. Ning Shu said, "I don't want you to wipe it for me. I want to change the nurse." Ning Shu picked up Zhu Yanqiu's other hand and wiped it. "Now the hospital is short of manpower. I'll wipe this hand for you and leave. Next time you want a nurse to take care of you, just ask the nurse to take care of you. I've never seen a man like you, making a fuss over a little thing." Ouch! Zhu Yanqiu shook off Ning Shu's hand and felt that her wrist was really painful. The place where the nurse had wiped was very painful. A sharp pain ran through her skin. It was very painful. Ning Shu looked at Zhu Yanqiu with an extremely disgusted look. He threw the handkerchief into the basin and left with the basin. Before leaving, he muttered, "You really think you are a young master? Wiping your hand hurts. Why don't you go to heaven?" Zhu Yanqiu was so angry that her face turned blue. She shook her hand and felt that her wrist was very painful. The pain also ran to her fingertips, making her hand very swollen and painful. Ning Shu walked out of the ward and bumped into Fang Feifei, who had come to visit Zhu Yanqiu. Fang Feifei was wearing a long woolen gown and a red scarf around her neck, which made her complexion look extremely good. Ning Shu glanced at her and brushed past her. Fang Feifei turned around and called out to Ning Shu, "Nurse, wait a minute." Ning Shu held the basin and looked at Fang Feifei. Fang Feifei hesitated for a moment. Ning Shu asked, "Yanqiu, how long does that patient need to recover?" Ning Shu said very perfunctorily, "It depends on the patient's recovery. It's hard to say." Fang Feifei frowned and then asked directly, "How much does it cost when the patient is discharged from the hospital?" Ning Shu was stunned when he heard this. He glanced at Fang Feifei's beautiful face. Does Fang Feifei not want to pay for Zhu Yanqiu's medical expenses? "I'm not sure. We'll listen to the doctor. But it takes 100 days to heal the bones and meridians. His injury can't be healed in a day or two. He needs to rest well," Ning Shu said. He rolled his eyes and then said in a gossipy manner, "I heard that he is a young master of a big family and doesn't lack medical expenses." Fang Feifei glanced at Ning Shu. "How do you know that he is a young master of a big family? He wears a German watch worth 1,000 yuan. If he is not a young master, then what is he? But I don't think he has much money. Last time when you were beaten to the hospital because of the demonstration, he couldn't afford the medical expenses." Ning Shu was very gossipy, which made Fang Feifei's expression a little bad. She said a few perfunctory words to Ning Shu and then turned to enter the ward. Ning Shu sneered. "Zhu Yanqiu is spending Zhu Sunyang's hard-earned money. You are spending Zhu Sunyang's money for dating and activities. Now you can't stand it when you have to pay 5 yuan. Every time Zhu Sunyang sent money, it was 20 yuan. 20 yuan. How many tofu could she sell to get so much money?" Fang Feifei's family condition was not bad. Otherwise, her parents would not send a girl like Fang Feifei to school. But they were not rich. Otherwise, Fang Feifei would not be so distressed when she had to pay 5 yuan. Zhu Yanqiu was very generous in front of Fang Feifei. With Zhu Yanqiu's temperament, it was obvious that she was not short of money. Zhu Yanqiu never talked about her family in front of Fang Feifei. She hid that she had a wife and a child from Fang Feifei. Zhu Yanqiu's mentality was to hide it as long as she could. She wanted to spend more time with her beloved. Chapter 571. Outside the ward, Fang Feifei heard Ning Shu say that Zhu Yanqiu didn't have money to pay the medical fees before, so she stood at the door of the ward for a while, tidied up her clothes, and then walked in. Zhu Yanqiu called the doctor because of the pain in his wrist and even his fingers were swollen. The doctor saw that there was no injury or swelling on his hand, so he could only say that his body was reducing inflammation and it was normal for him to feel pain. Fang Feifei walked over and saw Zhu Yanqiu staring at his hand. She asked, "Yanqiu, what are you looking at?" Zhu Yanqiu saw that Fang Feifei was here, so he stopped worrying about his wrist. The sharp pain seemed to have dissipated. He looked at Fang Feifei softly and said, "You're here." Fang Feifei nodded and poured a glass of water for Zhu Yanqiu. She thought for a while and said, "Yanqiu, you're seriously injured. Why don't you inform your family to come and see you?" Zhu Yanqiu was drinking water. Hearing this, he choked and said quickly, "No need." Fang Feifei asked in surprise, "Why? You're seriously injured. It's best to inform your family." Zhu Yanqiu definitely wouldn't inform his family. If he did, his mother probably wouldn't come. At that time, Zhu Sunyang would definitely come to see him. What if Zhu Sunyang bumped into Fang Feifei? If Zhu Sunyang leaked something, Fang Feifei would leave him. "My mother is old and the journey is so long. She can't take it by ship. If I tell her that I'm injured, it will only make her worry. I can't tell my family about this." Zhu Yanqiu explained to Fang Feifei and took her hand. "When the holidays come, I want to take you home." Fang Feifei said angrily, "Who wants to go home with you? By the way, I still don't know the situation of your family." Zhu Yanqiu looked gloomy and told Fang Feifei about his family situation. "My father was a scholar in the late Qing dynasty. He didn't become an official and started a business, but he has passed away. Now the family is supported by my mother alone, so I can't tell her about my injury. She can't leave the family business and can't come to see me. She can only worry in her heart." Zhu Yanqiu directly ignored Zhu Sunyang and Zhu Siyuan. He didn't dare to tell the truth and say that the Zhu family was already in dire straits. Fang Feifei nodded with a smile and said, "That's good. Don't make her anxious." Ning Shu naturally didn't know what Zhu Yanqiu said. He walked into the ward with the bill and said directly to Fang Feifei, "Please pay the bill." The doctor said that the patient needs to stay in the hospital for observation for a while. Fang Feifei frowned. Ning Shu asked, "How much?" $2, Ning Shu said. "It's mainly because the anti-inflammatory medicine used by the patient is more expensive. Pay the fee." After Ning Shu finished speaking, the ward quieted down. There was an awkward atmosphere. Ning Shu didn't say anything. He just looked at the two of them. In the end, it was Zhu Yanqiu who spoke first. "Feifei, can you pay for me first? When I'm better, I'll inform my mother to send me the money." Ning Shu rolled his eyes. "Your mother is no longer around. It's more like you're looking for a psychic." Fang Feifei said, "I paid $5 before. I don't have much money left. It's not enough for $2. Let me go back and borrow from my classmates. Can you give me a few more days?" Fang Feifei said to Ning Shu, "I don't have enough money." Ning Shu saw Fang Feifei holding her small bag of jacquard lace tightly. He felt that Fang Feifei should have $2, but she didn't want to take it out. Ning Shu raised the corner of his mouth. "You have to ask the doctor. I can't make the decision. If you can't pay, the patient can only be discharged." Zhu Yanqiu really felt what it meant to be poor. She couldn't help but resent Zhu Sunyang in her heart. If Zhu Sunyang sent her money, she wouldn't be in such an embarrassing situation. Zhu Yanqiu was so embarrassed that his back was sweating. He felt that the wound on his body was even more painful, but he still had to pretend to be calm. He said to Fang Feifei, "Feifei, go and borrow money. I'll pay it back." Fang Feifei nodded and said to Zhu Yanqiu, "I'll go back to school and borrow money from my classmates." Fang Feifei said to Ning Shu, "Please give me a few more days." Fang Feifei turned and left after she finished speaking. Zhu Yanqiu exhaled heavily. He had never felt so difficult. It was true that a penny stumped a hero. He had never worried about money before. When he ran out of money, he would send a telegram home. But recently, the telegrams he sent out were like stones sinking into the sea. He hadn't received money from his family for more than half a year. Fortunately, he had some money before to support his basic necessities. But now he had no money. Zhu Yanqiu didn't know what to do after he was discharged from the hospital. Where could he get money from? Zhu Yanqiu rubbed his molars. He had to go home. What happened at home? Why didn't they send him money? Every time he asked Fang Feifei for money, Zhu Yanqiu felt very uncomfortable. He didn't want their relationship to change because of money. Money, money. Zhu Yanqiu's heart was full of resentment towards Zhu Sunyang. Ning Shu saw all kinds of emotions on Zhu Yanqiu's face, such as resentment, suffering, embarrassment and uneasiness. He laughed in his heart, "I'll let you feel the bitterness of a poor young master." Zhu Sunyang was the only one suffering. Zhu Yanqiu and his mother didn't suffer any hardship at all. Zhu Sunyang was also stupid. She gave money to Zhu Yanqiu stupidly when he asked for money. At first, Zhu Yanqiu would make up all kinds of reasons to ask for money. Later, he didn't even bother to make up reasons and directly said that he had no money. They were all spoiled, so men couldn't be spoiled. The more they were spoiled, the more bastards they would be. Zhu Yanqiu was already depressed in his heart. Seeing this black-hearted nurse standing there and looking at him like a wooden stake, Zhu Yanqiu was so angry that he couldn't help but choke. "Why are you still standing here? I don't want you to take care of me. Get out of my sight," Zhu Yanqiu roared in his heart. Ning Shu, what was this? Looking at Zhu Yanqiu's current appearance, he was no different from a cornered dog jumping over a wall. Ning Shu said lightly, "I'm staying here now, waiting to pack your things." "Pack what things?" Zhu Yanqiu frowned and asked. "I think you should be discharged from the hospital soon. You may not be able to pay the 2 yuan fee." Ning Shu's tone was firm. Zhu Yanqiu felt cold in his heart and said, "I haven't recovered yet. How can I be discharged from the hospital? Besides, my girlfriend will definitely borrow the money." Zhu Yanqiu felt that he was looked down upon. He was especially angry and unwilling. At the same time, he was uneasy. He couldn't guarantee that Fang Feifei could borrow the money. Would he be driven out of the hospital with his tail between his legs? Zhu Yanqiu hated the person who robbed him that night even more. He was only left with his underwear. Zhu Yanqiu especially felt sorry for his German watch, which was the most expensive thing he had. It was his glory. Chapter 572. Ning Shu originally thought that Fang Feifei would not be able to borrow the money, but he did not expect that Fang Feifei would have enough money the next day. She had borrowed the money from her classmates, and she even signed an IOU. Knowing that she could continue to receive treatment, Zhu Yanqiu let out a sigh of relief. When she saw Ning Shu, she puffed out her chest and said proudly, "Who said that I would leave the hospital soon? My girlfriend is very popular in school. She won't leave me." "Ning Shu, what are you showing off for? You said it as if you don't need to pay back the money. When the time comes, how can you pay back the money? You will definitely lose face. You'd better go to Huangpu Wharf to unload the goods." Fang Feifei borrowed the money because she was not willing to pay the 2 yuan. It was not good to be involved in money disputes between boyfriends and girlfriends. When the time comes, these classmates would ask Zhu Yanqiu for money. Fang Feifei would come to the hospital to take care of Zhu Yanqiu every day when she had no classes. Her attitude was quite considerate, which made Zhu Yanqiu feel very happy. Ning Shu rarely went to Zhu Yanqiu now. He spent more time learning military medical knowledge and constantly strengthening his body. Otherwise, he would not be able to run for his life when he was in a war. Practicing fighting skills and shooting skills was to increase the chance of survival. The chaos soon would last for too long. Ning Shu had to ensure his own life until the mission was completed. Ning Shu completed all the training programs meticulously. Because of the peerless martial arts, Ning Shu was very strong. When he ran with weights, the sandbag on his body was heavier than the other 3 men. In addition, Ning Shu had money now, so he would not treat himself badly. The food was very good, and his body was not as weak as before. In the blink of an eye, it had been almost a year since they came to Shanghai. Zhu Xiyuan had reached the age to go to school. Ning Shu sent Zhu Xiyuan to school. Zhu Xiyuan had never left Ning Shu's side. He hugged Ning Shu's leg at the school gate and cried loudly. He cried and shouted for his mother not to leave him. Ning Shu comforted him, saying that his mother wouldn't abandon Xiyuan and that it was time for Xiyuan to go to school. There were many friends there. Zhu Xiyuan was a child without any sense of security. He didn't have a father in his life. When he could remember, he only had hatred for his father. He only remembered how heartless his father's mother was. When Zhu Xiyuan finished school, Ning Shu was waiting for him at the entrance of the school to take him home. Every time Zhu Xiyuan saw Ning Shu, he would throw himself into Ning Shu's arms. On the way home, Ning Shu would ask Zhu Xiyuan what he had learned today and which kid he had played well with in class. Zhu Xiyuan would tell Ning Shu everything. He was no longer as resistant to going to school as before. He also had good friends in school. Occasionally, she would fight with her classmates and complain to Ning Shu while crying. The current Zhu Si was far more lively than her lonely self from before. Ning Shu saw this and was quite happy in her heart. Zhu Xiyuan was now developing in a good direction. Other than that, Ning Shu prepared tools for himself. He had a sturdy medical kit, medical scissors, scalpels, and a sturdy belt that he could carry wherever he went. These were all things that she needed to make a living. Not only that, Ning Shu also made a set of silver needles. When necessary, he would use silver needles. The combination of Chinese and Western medicine had a good effect. Ning Shu consciously started to collect anti-inflammatory Western medicine. Occasionally, he would go to the Chinese pharmacy to buy some herbs and grind them into powder. The main purpose was to stop the bleeding quickly. Only when the bleeding was stopped could there be enough time to save the patient. The finished powder was placed in the medical kit. When he was free, he would make it and accumulate it slowly. Other than making the golden sore powder, Ning Shu made his own poison. However, the materials for making poison were hard to find. The things he made weren't very effective and weren't very toxic. Ning Shu was busy with his own things. Zhu Yanqiu had recuperated in the hospital for almost a month. She also left the hospital and was almost recovered. However, he spent a lot of money this time. When he paid for the 3rd time, it was Fang Feifei who paid for it. Ning Shu watched Zhu Yanqiu leave the hospital. Looking at his and Fang Feifei's back, Ning Shu's heart was as calm as still water. They probably wouldn't have any interactions in the future. Ning Shu touched her chest and felt uncomfortable. Zhu Su Nyang was really a lowly person. She was especially lowly in front of Zhu Yanqiu. She should have called Zhu Yanqiu Mr. and introduced him to others as, "This is my husband, my husband." However, she was afraid that Zhu Yanqiu would be angry. If others asked, she would say that she was Zhu Yanqiu's sister. The atmosphere in the country was getting tenser and tenser. The Japanese occupied the 3 provinces in the northeast. There were 2 forces in the country that were entangled and fighting a civil war. The central government's policy was to pacify the country before resisting foreign aggression. They were suppressing the red forces everywhere. Spies were rampant and assassinations and sabotage were constant. This made the situation more turbulent and uneasy. Every day, from high officials and nobles to peddlers and pawns, people were caught and sent to prison. They were suppressing people who seemed to be from the red forces. There were layers of dark clouds that couldn't be removed over the whole nation. The ground under their feet was moaning and wailing. Ning Shu was in such a troubled world. That kind of insignificance, that kind of suffering and pain were lingering in his heart. Everyone should do something for this suffering nation. Zhu Siyuan asked Ning Shu for books to read. Ning Shu took Zhu Siyuan to the bookstore to buy books without hesitation. Now, Zhu Siyuan could recognize some words and understand some books. In this day and age, books were precious and expensive. The bookstore was basically filled with students in school uniforms or well-dressed intellectuals. When Ning Shu and Zhu Siyuan were choosing books, they heard an uncertain and shocked voice. Zhu Sunyang. Ning Shu turned his head and saw Zhu Yanqiu. Zhu Yanqiu was holding a book in her hand and was looking at him in a daze. Ning Shu was dumbfounded. Who are you? Zhu Yanqiu's heart skipped a beat. When she saw someone who shouldn't be here appear in front of her, she felt shocked and ridiculous. Then, two words appeared in her heart. Oh no! Why are you here? Zhu Yanqiu's voice was a little loud, causing everyone in the bookstore to look at her. Zhu Yanqiu quickly walked in front of Ning Shu, grabbed Ning Shu's arm and dragged Ning Shu out of the bookstore. Ning Shu shook off Zhu Yanqiu's hand and carried Zhu Siyuan out of the bookstore. After leaving the bookstore, Zhu Yanqiu scolded Ning Shu, "Why are you here? Where is mother? I sent you so many telegrams, why didn't you reply? You came to Shanghai without telling me. This is not a place for you to stay. Go back quickly." Ning Shu was still confused. He asked hesitantly, "You are?" "Zhu Yanqiu." Zhu Yanqiu said impatiently. Ning Shu immediately smiled and said happily, "Sir, I finally found you." Zhu Yanqiu frowned tightly and asked in disbelief, "What did you call me, sir?" "I think people here call their husbands sir." Ning Shu said, then turned his head and said to Zhu Siyuan, "Siyuan, this is your father. Your father is not dead yet. Call him father." Zhu Siyuan. His father was not dead? Chapter 573. When Zhu Yanqiu heard Ning Shu say that she was dead and told the child that she was dead, she was very angry with Ning Shu. She reached out and hit Ning Shu hard. "Zhu Susu, I'm asking you a question. You left your mother and came to Shanghai. What if something happened to her at home? Mother is already dead. I sent you many telegrams to ask you to come back, but you didn't. Mother kept talking about you." "Siyuan was the one who sent the coffin," Ning Shu said. "Dead?" Zhu Yanqiu staggered. "Why didn't you tell me clearly when she passed away?" "Ning Shu, I kept sending you telegrams, but you just didn't come back." Ning Shu had said this twice, but Zhu Yanqiu didn't seem to hear it. Zhu Yanqiu pulled her hair with her hands. She looked very painful and called her mother. Ning Shu curled his lips. If she really cared about Mother Zhu so much, why didn't Zhu Yanqiu come back after sending so many telegrams? Zhu Yanqiu wiped her tears and looked at Ning Shu with reddened eyes. "Why didn't you tell me you came to Shanghai? I didn't know where you were." "I couldn't find you," Ning Shu said lightly. Zhu Yanqiu looked down at Zhu Siyuan. Zhu Siyuan hid behind Ning Shu. Zhu Yanqiu felt that this child was very familiar. Thinking of the child who said, "You are so ugly," in the hospital, Zhu Yanqiu had complicated feelings for this child. "Where do you live now?" Zhu Yanqiu asked Ning Shu. Ning Shu was a little puzzled why Zhu Yanqiu asked this. He quickly said, "Siyuan and I live in the tube-shaped apartment." "Sir, can Siyuan and I move to your place?" Zhu Yanqiu almost jumped up. She didn't want Zhu Susu to follow her. She said, "You can live in the tube-shaped apartment first. My room is too small. It can't fit too many people." Ning Shu, fuck. Ning Shu stared at Zhu Yanqiu and didn't say anything. Zhu Yanqiu avoided Ning Shu's gaze, squatted down, and opened her hand to Zhu Siyuan. She said softly, "Siyuan, come to father." Zhu Siyuan shrank behind Ning Shu and hid behind Ning Shu. He stuck his head out and looked at Zhu Yanqiu vigilantly. Seeing Zhu Siyuan like this, Zhu Yanqiu gave up trying to get closer to him. She stood up and said to Ning Shu, "Sun Yang, do you have money?" I sent you so many telegrams, but you didn't send me any money. Do you know what kind of life I've been living recently? Zhu Yanqiu had been having a hard time recently. She owed money to her classmate some time ago. Zhu Yanqiu pawned all her valuable things and finally paid back the money she borrowed from her classmate. However, she still owed Fang Feifei a lot of money. Zhu Yanqiu could only tell Fang Feifei that she had already informed her family. Because the current situation was too chaotic, the money was still on the way and hadn't been sent yet. Zhu Yanqiu was burning her heart every day. She didn't know how long she could keep it a secret. Zhu Yanqiu couldn't bear to go out and work. If she worked as a waitress, she would be embarrassed to death if she met her classmate. Zhu Yanqiu had created the image of a rich young master in front of her classmates. It was very uncomfortable to break the image she had created. Zhu Yanqiu was holding on like this now. Now that she suddenly saw Ning Shu, Zhu Yanqiu was relieved. At least the current predicament was solved. She asked Ning Shu for money. I was sick some time ago and spent a lot of money on medical expenses. I owe my classmate a lot of money. Give me some money to pay back the debt first. Zhu Yanqiu said to Ning Shu. She was probably asking for money. Her attitude towards Ning Shu was a little better. She said in a soft voice, when I find a bigger house, you and Si Yuan can move in with me. Ning Shu asked without changing his expression, which classmate can lend you so much money? How much is the medical expenses? 10 yuan, Zhu Yanqiu said. Ning Shu, fuck off. Who lent it to you? Ning Shu asked again. Zhu Yanqiu's eyes flashed and she said, a classmate with the same interests. Ning Shu, fuck off. How much money do you have? Zhu Yanqiu asked, give me some money to pay back the money I borrowed. Ning Shu looked at Zhu Yanqiu. Such a strange person refreshed her worldview. Such a natural attitude was all because Zhu Su Nyang had spoiled her. She used to think that Miao Miao Miao's husband, Zhang Jiasen, was a scumbag. But at least Zhang Jiasen gave back to the family that provided for him. He robbed Miao Miao Miao's family by giving back. However, Zhu Yanqiu only had herself in her heart. 1 second, she was still sad that her mother had passed away. The next second, she was asking her for money. Ning Shu coughed and said sadly, I don't have any money on me. I spent a lot of money on my mother's medical expenses when she was sick. After she passed away, I spent a lot of money on her funeral. I also chose a place with good feng shui for my mother. All the money at home has been spent. Anger flashed across Zhu Yanqiu's face. She rubbed her eyebrows and asked angrily, you really don't have money? Ning Shu shook his head. I really don't have money. Si Yuan and I both live in a narrow tube-shaped apartment. We can also hear the people next door snoring in their sleep and eating rotten vegetable leaves. Zhu Yanqiu stared at Ning Shu. She felt that Zhu Su Nyang's skin was fairer than before, and her face was rounder than before. She looked so good. Did she eat rotten vegetable leaves? Zhu Yanqiu's heart was burning with anger. She felt that the woman in front of her was making a fool of her and really treated her as a fool. Coupled with the frustration during this period, Zhu Yanqiu could hardly suppress the anger in her heart. Facing Zhu Su Nyang, Zhu Yanqiu could lose her temper without any scruples. Zhu Su Nyang, what do you mean? You took your child to the bookstore to buy books, wore good clothes, and gained weight. You said that you ate rotten vegetable leaves. Are you kidding me? Ning Shu touched his face. That's why it's said that Shanghai's environment is good for people. Eating rotten vegetable leaves made me gain weight. Zhu Yanqiu was about to die of anger. Zhu Su Nyang, do you think that the Zhu family will be able to make a comeback after my mother passed away? I'm your husband. How can you be so selfish? So, Ning Shu looked at Zhu Yanqiu coldly. Why didn't he think that he was already a husband and a father when he was dating Fang Feifei at this time as her husband? How much did Zhu Su Nyang spoil Zhu Yanqiu? I really don't have money. Even if you kill me, I don't have money. Ning Shu spread his hands and said. Zhu Yanqiu's face was gloomy. She couldn't help but say, Zhu Su Nyang, stop it, okay? I really need money now. Ning Shu looked helpless. But I really don't have money. My family has been emptied. Can I live with you? I don't have money to rent a house. How about letting Siyuan live with you? I won't live with you. Let Siyuan have a place to rest. Mother. Zhu Siyuan looked at Ning Shu with watery eyes. Ning Shu lowered his head and said to Zhu Siyuan, be good. Call me father. You can live with father in the future. You don't have to live in a shabby house with mother. Zhu Siyuan. Why couldn't he understand what his mother was saying? Chapter 574. Zhu Yanqiu originally wanted money, but now Ning Shu gave him a child. He had to go to school and didn't have time to take care of a child. Moreover, if he brought the child with him, how could he explain the child's identity to others? Zhu Yanqiu glanced at the cowering Zhu Siyuan. Hiding behind a woman made Zhu Yanqiu uncomfortable, and he didn't like the child that much. I don't have time to take care of the child at all. I'm so busy with my homework every day. What about the child? Do I just lock the child at home? Zhu Yanqiu frowned tightly. Obviously, he didn't want to accept Zhu Siyuan. Ning Shu looked troubled. Then what should I do? I can't afford to live in the tube-shaped apartment for a while. I can suffer, but the child can't suffer with me. All kinds of emotions were not enough to describe Zhu Yanqiu's feelings. What was the situation now? Was Zhu Sunyang going to ask him for money? Give me the money first, and Siyuan will live with me, Zhu Yanqiu said. Ning Shu, I really don't have money. Ning Shu spread his hands. Zhu Yanqiu was impatient. If they weren't on the street, Zhu Yanqiu would want to check her pockets to see if she had money. Zhu Yanqiu looked at Ning Shu up and down. He didn't look like he was short of money, and Zhu Siyuan was also white and tender with baby fat. How could he say that he didn't have food or a place to live? Zhu Yanqiu was irritable. He felt betrayed and said anxiously, Sun Yang, I'm in a bad situation now. Give me some money first. I believe you have money. I don't have money, Ning Shu said firmly. You, Yanqiu, have you bought your books? Fang Feifei came over with a bag with a smile on her face. Hearing Fang Feifei's voice, Zhu Yanqiu's hair stood on end and his pupils trembled. His body was stiff until Fang Feifei came to his side. There was only one thought in his mind. Fang Feifei and Zhu Sunyang bumped into each other. What should he do? Fang Feifei glanced at Ning Shu and asked casually, This is? She's my sister. I'm his wife. Zhu Yanqiu and Ning Shu said at the same time, but what they said was completely different. Zhu Yanqiu looked at Ning Shu with an ashen face. Her eyes were red, and her gaze was terrifying. She looked like a wild beast that was about to devour someone. Ning Shu's face was indifferent. Whose sister gave birth to your child, raised your child, and even earned money for you to study and support your squandering? Fang Feifei was stunned. She looked at Ning Shu and then at Zhu Yanqiu. She didn't know what was going on and asked in confusion, What do you mean? I'm fine. Zhu Yanqiu took Fang Feifei's hand and turned to leave. She said to Fang Feifei, You met a crazy person. She's crazy. She met a man and said that she was his wife. Just ignore her. But. Fang Feifei turned to look at Ning Shu. She. Ning Shu said to Zhu Siyuan, Child, quickly call me Dad. No, call me Dad. Call me Daddy. Zhu Siyuan called out obediently, Daddy. When Zhu Yanqiu heard this, her face instantly turned ferocious. She looked at Ning Shu with eyes full of disgust and hatred. Obviously, she was very angry at Ning Shu for not understanding the situation. Yanqiu, this child is calling you Dad? Fang Feifei looked at Zhu Yanqiu in confusion and uneasiness. What's going on? I said she's crazy. I was just pestered by this crazy woman. Zhu Yanqiu took Fang Feifei's hand and left. Fang Feifei kept looking back at Ning Shu. Her face was full of confusion. Ning Shu waved to Zhu Yanqiu and shouted, "Sir, I'll wait for you here tomorrow." Zhu Yanqiu's figure paused. Then she took Fang Feifei's hand and left quickly. Ning Shu curled his lips. At least he had to confirm his identity. Zhu Sunyang was his wife, not some troublesome sister. "Mom, is he really my dad?" Zhu Siyuan asked in confusion. "Isn't Dad dead? Why did he suddenly come back to life?" Zhu Siyuan felt like he had been played too much. His mother said, "Siyuan, your dad is dead." Now she said, "Siyuan, call me Dad. Call me Dad. Call me Daddy." Ning Shu nodded. "It's your dad. He went to school before you were born. He never came home for so many years. I thought he was dead." Zhu Siyuan lowered his head and said, "Dad doesn't seem to like me." Ning Shu didn't know what to say. "Siyuan, not everyone likes us. What we need to do is to love ourselves better. Dad doesn't love Siyuan, but Mom does." Zhu Siyuan didn't understand. He was very confused. Ning Shu took Zhu Siyuan's hand and went home. He didn't care about Zhu Yanqiu at all. As for whether the relationship between Zhu Yanqiu and Fang Feifei would be broken because of this, Ning Shu could only shrug. It was none of his business. As for waiting for Zhu Yanqiu at the bookstore tomorrow, it was just a joke. Zhu Siyuan was in low spirits again. He had just gotten used to not having a dad, and now his dad appeared again. Then he realized that it was better not to have a dad. His dad even called his mom a lunatic. Ning Shu looked at Zhu Siyuan and didn't say anything. It was useless to say more about this kind of thing, especially at Zhu Siyuan's age. The image of a dad was like Mount Tai standing in front of the child, shielding the child from the wind and rain. Ning Shu still did her own things every day. The medicinal powder she made was almost enough to fill a medicine box, and the effect was not bad. Ning Shu tried to cut her finger and sprinkled the powder on it. The bleeding stopped very quickly. The only drawback was that it made the wound hurt and stimulated the wound a little. However, it was a life-saving medicine. This drawback could be tolerated. When Zhu Yanqiu heard Ning Shu say that he would wait for her at the entrance of the bookstore the next day, Zhu Yanqiu really went to the bookstore the next day. However, she waited from morning to noon, and Ning Shu didn't appear. Zhu Yanqiu could only wait patiently. She couldn't contact Zhu Sunyang at all now. She didn't know where Zhu Sunyang lived or where to find her. "You really came to wait for someone?" Fang Feifei walked to Zhu Yanqiu and looked at her expressionlessly. "Are you hiding something from me?" Zhu Yanqiu didn't go to class today. Fang Feifei just tried her luck to find Zhu Yanqiu, but she didn't expect that Zhu Yanqiu was really waiting for that woman here. Zhu Yanqiu immediately shook her head and said, "I'm not waiting for someone. I'm here to buy books. Yesterday, I was pestered by that lunatic woman and didn't even buy books." Fang Feifei's expression became even worse. She was very angry, but she held it back and said stiffly, "You don't have to buy books without going to class. You're waiting for that woman yesterday, right? What's your relationship?" "Zhu Yanqiu, make it clear." Zhu Yanqiu shook her head firmly. "Feifei, I really just came to buy books." "Then did you buy them? What kind of books would take half a day to buy? Did you not see the person you were waiting for?" Fang Feifei had a faint guess in her heart. She felt shocked and sad. Chapter 575. Fang Feifei felt that she didn't know Zhu Yanqiu at all. Zhu Yanqiu actually hid such a big thing from her. Fang Feifei wouldn't be fooled by Zhu Yanqiu's words of a madwoman. That woman was not a madwoman at all. Zhu Yanqiu already had a wife and a child. Fang Feifei tried to calm herself down and suppress the anger and sadness in her heart. She looked at Zhu Yanqiu and said, "I have the right to know the truth. Zhu Yanqiu, if you don't tell me, I'll find out the truth myself." Zhu Yanqiu scratched his head irritably with a painful and helpless expression. He quickly followed Fang Feifei and grabbed her hand. Fang Feifei shook off Zhu Yanqiu's hand and said coldly, "Zhu Yanqiu, you should know my temper. Either you tell me the truth, or we break up." Zhu Yanqiu took a deep breath and said, "I'm sorry, I lied to you." "You?" Fang Feifei's face turned pale and she turned to leave. Zhu Yanqiu stood in front of Fang Feifei and said, "I know you won't forgive me, but at least listen to me. I didn't know about Zhu Sunyang's marriage. When I was 4 years old, I was sick and almost couldn't make it. My parents were superstitious and said that I would be cured if I found a child bride. Zhu Sunyang was sold to my family at that time. I didn't treat her as a wife at all. At most, she was a maid." Zhu Yanqiu explained as he took Fang Feifei's hand, "I never loved her in my heart." "That child?" Fang Feifei was mentally prepared in advance, but she was still hurt by the truth. Zhu Yanqiu hurriedly said, "That child was an accident. Just once, Zhu Sunyang got pregnant. Feifei, I didn't tell you this because I like you very much. I want to be with you. I wanted to tell the truth many times, but I didn't dare to take the risk. I wanted to lose you." As Zhu Yanqiu spoke, he held Fang Feifei's hand tightly, as if he was afraid that Fang Feifei would disappear. His palms were wet. Even at this moment, Zhu Yanqiu still didn't tell Fang Feifei the truth. He didn't tell her that the Zhu family had collapsed and he was no longer a rich young master. Zhu Yanqiu didn't dare to say it. If he did, Fang Feifei would definitely leave him. He had a wife and a child. What's more, he was a poor rich man. He was simply useless. Would Fang Feifei love such a Zhu Yanqiu? Zhu Yanqiu wasn't sure. Zhu Yanqiu pursed her lips tightly and placed Fang Feifei's hand on her heart. She said affectionately, "Feifei, I only have you in my heart." Fang Feifei pushed Zhu Yanqiu's hand away with an ugly expression. Zhu Yanqiu still wanted to hold Fang Feifei's hand, but Fang Feifei shook her head at Zhu Yanqiu. "Let me be alone." She turned and left. Looking at Fang Feifei's receding figure, Zhu Yanqiu angrily punched a pillar on the roadside. Her fingers suddenly felt a sharp pain. Zhu Yanqiu shook her hand with a pale face and grabbed her hair in pain. It was all Zhu Sunyang's fault. Zhu Sunyang ruined his life. Without Zhu Sunyang, Fang Feifei wouldn't treat him like this. Zhu Yanqiu really liked Fang Feifei. Fang Feifei was bright and moving. Compared with Zhu Sunyang, who was dull and knew nothing and couldn't communicate with her at all, she was much better. The most important thing was that he loved Fang Feifei and regarded Fang Feifei as his only wife in this life. Zhu Yanqiu's mood at this moment was fear and hatred. He was afraid that Fang Feifei would leave him. Of course, he hated Zhu Sunyang. Why did she appear? Zhu Yanqiu really wanted to remove Zhu Sunyang from his life like weeding weeds. For Zhu Yanqiu, Zhu Sunyang was the shame in his life, and it was a shame that couldn't be erased. Zhu Yanqiu regretted consummating with Zhu Sunyang and making her pregnant and giving birth to a child. It made everything so complicated. Too many things had happened during this period of time. He had been worrying about money all day long. Now, Zhu Sunyang had come to Shanghai and let Fang Feifei know the truth of the matter when he was unprepared. The matter that he had painstakingly concealed for so long was exposed so suddenly. Zhu Yanqiu, who waited for a long time but didn't see anyone, was very unhappy. Moreover, the person he was waiting for was Zhu Sunyang. Zhu Yanqiu was very angry. But he had no choice but to continue waiting. Anyway, things were already so bad. He had to get back from Zhu Sunyang. At least now, he had to get the money and return the medical fees that Fang Feifei paid for her. Zhu Yanqiu was now trying his best to get Fang Feifei back. Just thinking that Fang Feifei would leave him, Zhu Yanqiu felt that his life was gloomy. Did he have to spend the rest of his life with a woman like Zhu Sunyang? This was really terrible. The two of them were not on the same ideological level and couldn't communicate at all. Zhu Yanqiu shuddered at the thought of facing a boring and dull woman for the rest of his life. Zhu Yanqiu compared Fang Feifei's advantages with Zhu Sunyang's shortcomings. Zhu Sunyang was useless. Zhu Yanqiu had been waiting for Ning Shu to appear. But he waited from morning to noon, from noon to evening, and finally, when the sky was dark, Ning Shu didn't appear. Zhu Sunyang. Zhu Yanqiu gritted his teeth and shouted this name. He still didn't know that he was fooled. He was a pig. Zhu Sunyang had the courage now and dared to fool him like this. What a vicious woman. She pretended to be so gentle before, but now that there is no one in the Zhu family, she shows her true colors. Zhu Yanqiu muttered in his heart. He even felt that Zhu Sunyang ran away with the Zhu family's money. Otherwise, why didn't she contact him when she came to Shanghai? A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Even if the Zhu family was in dire straits, they should still have some money. This money was with Zhu Sunyang. Zhu Sunyang wanted to take this money for herself and enjoy life with it. These were all the Zhu family's things. What right did Zhu Sunyang have to take them? Zhu Yanqiu thought that he had to find Zhu Sunyang no matter what. He should inherit all the Zhu family's things. When it was dark, Zhu Yanqiu could only go back. The next day, he continued to wait at the entrance of the bookstore, waiting for Ning Shu to appear. But he waited for another day in vain. Zhu Yanqiu finally realized that Zhu Sunyang wouldn't appear. There was no way for him to wait like this. Zhu Yanqiu could only think of a way. Thinking that he had seen Zhu Siyuan in the hospital before, Zhu Yanqiu decided to go to the hospital to try his luck and ask. When Zhu Yanqiu arrived at the hospital, he asked the nurse about Zhu Siyuan. The nurse heard it and said, "You mean Nurse Zhu's child." Nurse Zhu. Zhu Yanqiu's pupils shrank. Zhu Sunyang became a nurse. Zhu Yanqiu felt that it was ridiculous, as if he had heard a big joke. Nurse Zhu's name is Zhu Sunyang. Yes. Zhu Yanqiu almost jumped up. Zhu Sunyang was a person who didn't know anything. She was illiterate. Did she know how to use medicine? Did she know the alphabet of Western medicine? Chapter 576. Zhu Yanqiu never dreamed that the illiterate and rustic Zhu Su could become a nurse. This was even more fantastic than a dream. Zhu Yanqiu had a strange feeling in her heart. The person she disdained in her heart had changed without her knowing. Zhu Yanqiu looked for Ning Shu one ward after another. Finally, she found Ning Shu. Seeing Ning Shu holding a needle and skillfully injecting the patient, Zhu Yanqiu doubted whether this person was Zhu Sunyang. In Zhu Yanqiu's heart, Zhu Sunyang was a person who only knew how to do things. She would do whatever she was asked to do. Now, she could wear a white nurse's uniform and hold a needle. Zhu Yanqiu felt that she had been deceived. What did Zhu Sunyang mean by being so sneaky? He had been robbed before and stayed in this hospital for so long. Zhu Sunyang couldn't not know his existence. But she didn't tell him, so he had to ask Fang Feifei for medical expenses. Now, because of her, Fang Feifei seemed to want to break up with him. Zhu Sunyang was really a troublemaker. After Ning Shu gave the patient an injection, he turned around with the tray and saw Zhu Yanqiu standing at the door. Zhu Yanqiu's face couldn't be darker. She was full of resentment, with a resentful and angry expression. Ning Shu didn't care about Zhu Yanqiu at all. He took the tray and left. He passed by Zhu Yanqiu expressionlessly and indifferently. Zhu Yanqiu was furious. She turned around and followed Ning Shu. She suppressed her anger and asked, "Zhu Sunyang, shouldn't you say something to me?" Say what? Ning Shu didn't think there was anything to say between them. Zhu Yanqiu asked in a low voice, "Why didn't you tell me you were a nurse in this hospital?" "Oh, I'm a nurse here," Ning Shu said. Zhu Yanqiu's face turned blue because of Ning Shu's indifferent attitude. She asked with red eyes, "Zhu Sunyang, what do you mean?" Zhu Yanqiu was very angry with Ning Shu's attitude. Shouldn't he say something to her? Zhu Yanqiu just wanted an apology, but what was his attitude now? What kind of attitude was that? He had asked her for money before, but she didn't give him any. Didn't nurses get paid? He was already in such a difficult situation, but Zhu Sunyang was indifferent, which made Zhu Yanqiu very dissatisfied. Ning Shu looked at Zhu Yanqiu. His expression was indignant, as if he had suffered a great grievance. Ning Shu felt uncomfortable. What are you feeling wronged for? Didn't you say that you don't want us? Don't you have a girlfriend? If I leave you silently, what else do you want? Ning Shu looked at Zhu Yanqiu sadly. I've already left. I won't hinder you and your girlfriend. What else do you want me to do? Ning Shu looked at the crowd around them and looked at Zhu Yanqiu with red eyes. When mother left, I kept sending you telegrams, but you just refused to come back. You asked me for money, but I said I didn't have any money, so you got angry. Sell me. I really don't have any money. More and more people gathered around. Zhu Yanqiu listened to Ning Shu's words and her face turned red. The eyes of the people around made Zhu Yanqiu feel like a thorn. Sun Yang, what are you talking about? You came to Shanghai without telling me. I was worried about you. Zhu Yanqiu reached out to take Ning Shu's hand. Obviously, she wanted to avoid the crowd, but Ning Shu avoided her hand. Sun Yang, don't be willful. Zhu Yanqiu's tone was threatening. Ning Shu said sadly, Yanqiu, I know I'm not as beautiful as your girlfriend, and I'm not as cultured as your girlfriend. You don't want me and the child anymore. You said you couldn't communicate with me, but you never talked to me properly. After mother passed away, we had no money. I sent you a telegram saying that I was going to Shanghai, but you didn't reply. I came to Shanghai and couldn't find you, so I could only sleep on the street with the child. Zhu Yanqiu's face and eyes were red. She looked at Ning Shu and couldn't say anything. She was so angry that her whole body was trembling. Zhu Yanqiu didn't expect Zhu Sunyang to have such courage. She didn't give him any face in front of the crowd and talked about him as if he was a beast. Did she want you to give up Fang Feifei? As long as there was something wrong with his head, he wouldn't choose Zhu Sunyang. What was Zhu Sunyang doing? Was she trying to ruin his reputation? Not only was she illiterate, but she was also vicious. Sure enough, people would change. Zhu Sunyang was not like this in the past. The collapse of the Zhu family made Zhu Sunyang have other thoughts. Sunyang, I didn't want to ask you for money. It's just that you didn't tell me that you took the child with you. I was worried. I thought something happened to you. Zhu Yanqiu's tone was full of concern. A smile suddenly appeared on Ning Shu's face and he said, I thought you were going to ask me for money again. Wait until I give you my salary this month. Just bear with it for a few more days. Zhu Yanqiu suddenly felt that the eyes around her were full of strong disdain. She said to Ning Shu, Sun Yang, I still have classes. I'll come to you tomorrow. Zhu Yanqiu left in a hurry. She looked a little embarrassed from the back. Nurse Zhu, is this your husband? Ning Shu, the head nurse in her 40s, asked, he looks good. How can he do that kind of thing? Ning Shu grinned and said, he is a person who has received a new education. He pursues free love and opposes the feudal arranged marriage. We are not on the same page. The new education made people abandon their wives and children. This man is not good. The head nurse said, but you are a legitimate wife. That kind of vixen is not legitimate. Ning Shu didn't say anything. According to the head nurse, she couldn't save this marriage. Ning Shu didn't want to. Why should she save it? Besides, she might not be able to save it. During this period of time, without Zhu Yanqiu, she still lived well with the child. She didn't have to serve a man and had to face his cold violence. Anyone could live well. Even if a woman didn't have a man, she could still live well. How could she be so lonely? She just wanted to find someone to rely on. Especially a man like Zhu Yanqiu, who couldn't be relied on at all. Instead, he would break her bones and suck her marrow. Zhu Yanqiu wouldn't share joys and sorrows with Zhu Sunyang. She would share joys and sorrows with Fang Feifei. In her heart, she didn't treat Zhu Sunyang as a person of the same class. She was very noble. Don't be too sad. Men are all like this. When they are young, they are dazzled by the colorful world. When they are older, they still have to return to their families. The head nurse comforted Ning Shu. Ning Shu took off her nurse uniform and planned to pick up Zhu Siyuan from school. She wouldn't wait for the prodigal to turn over a new leaf. Besides, how could Zhu Yanqiu turn over a new leaf? Even if he did, she would kick him away. A prodigal was a prodigal. It was easy to change mountains and rivers, but hard to change one's nature. After picking up Zhu Siyuan from school, Ning Shu took Zhu Siyuan to a Western restaurant to eat steak. She spent all the money but didn't give it to Zhu Yanqiu. Chapter 577. Ning Shu was more worried about what would happen to Zhu Siyuan if he went to the battlefield. Ning Shu pursed his lips and said, "Siyuan, Mom might go to the battlefield." Zhu Siyuan put down the pencil in his hand and walked to Ning Shu. Zhu Siyuan was much taller than before. She was about 5 or 6 years old and was almost at Ning Shu's heart. Besides, Zhu Sunyang was not tall to begin with. "Mom, you will leave me, right?" Zhu Siyuan looked at Ning Shu. Ning Shu sighed and said, "Mom has to go." Zhu Siyuan lowered his head and sounded very disappointed. "Mom, Siyuan doesn't want to leave you." Ning Shu regretted talking about this topic. He didn't promise Zhu Siyuan that he would never leave her. Zhu Siyuan was unhappy for a few days and ignored Ning Shu. Ning Shu didn't say anything. Ning Shu could only accompany Zhu Siyuan for a few years. Since Zhu Yanqiu knew that Ning Shu worked in the hospital, she went to the hospital to find Ning Shu when she didn't have class. However, her attitude towards Ning Shu was much better. It was probably because there were too many people in the hospital that he had some scruples. Zhu Yanqiu didn't want to be known as a heartless person. The intellectuals in this era paid more attention to reputation. Zhu Yanqiu still wanted to revitalize the Zhu family. Zhu Yanqiu's purpose was to ask Ning Shu for money to avoid the current crisis. She felt that Zhu Sunyang was smarter than before. She didn't ask for money directly. She wanted to take Ning Shu and Zhu Siyuan to live with her. "Sunyang, it's too much for you to raise the children alone. Live with me and let me take care of you," Zhu Yanqiu said gently to Ning Shu. When Ning Shu heard Zhu Yanqiu's words, she was dumbfounded. What did she mean? Ning Shu didn't think that Zhu Yanqiu was so kind to live with her and Zhu Siyuan. She was so resistant before. That's not good. Will it affect your studies? Didn't you say that you were busy with your studies and couldn't take care of the children? Ning Shu said with a frown. It's fine. It's my duty to take care of you. Zhu Yanqiu said gently. Coupled with his handsome face and refined temperament of a rich young master, it was easy for him to give others a good impression. Ning Shu didn't agree, but he also understood Zhu Yanqiu's intentions. Once they were in Zhu Yanqiu's territory, Zhu Yanqiu could do whatever she wanted. At that time, she would be completely exploited by Zhu Yanqiu. In the hospital, Zhu Yanqiu didn't dare to be too ruthless. Being rejected by Ning Shu, Zhu Yanqiu was angry, but she said, "Sunyang, when are you going to stop being angry?" Ning Shu pursed his lips. She made it sound as if she was being unreasonable. "If I don't go, why don't you bite me?" Zhu Yanqiu could only go to the hospital to look for Ning Shu every day. She said that she wanted to take care of Ning Shu and let Ning Shu live with her. She said that it was too dangerous for a woman to live with a child, especially now that the world was so chaotic. Ning Shu still refused, and he refused in a big way. Zhu Yanqiu was so angry that she hated Ning Shu even more. There was a reason why he was so anxious to get money, because Fang Feifei was ignoring him now. Since the matter was exposed, Fang Feifei hadn't said a word to him. Although she didn't mention breaking up with him, Zhu Yanqiu was very uneasy. Zhu Yanqiu now wanted to find a reason to talk to Fang Feifei. The best reason was to pay back the medical expenses that Fang Feifei had paid for him. But Zhu Yanqiu didn't have money, so she hoped to get it from Ning Shu. Zhu Yanqiu had never suffered since she was a child, so she didn't want to work to make money. So she could only start with Ning Shu and get money from Ning Shu. And she was a nurse now, so she should be rich. Besides, Zhu Yanqiu also suspected that Ning Shu had taken the Zhu family's money. At that time, his mother gave most of the money to him, so there was still some money left. Zhu Yanqiu thought that the money was with Ning Shu. Zhu Yanqiu had never been so embarrassed. She was so worried about money. He endured the danger of being hated by Fang Feifei and wanted to take the mother and son to live together, but she still didn't know what was good for her. But now Zhu Yanqiu could only endure it. She went to the hospital every day, no matter what weather it was, just to let Ning Shu see her sincerity and let Ning Shu live with her. Her attitude was very good, and she also said that she would protect Ning Shu and her son. Even the doctors and nurses in the hospital told Ning Shu not to be too tense and to be gentle when it was time. When the man was impatient, she would be the one to suffer. They told Ning Shu to live a good life with Zhu Yanqiu. Ning Shu could only laugh at this. These people only saw Zhu Yanqiu's gentleness, but they didn't see Zhu Yanqiu's evil intentions. Zhu Yanqiu only had Fang Feifei in his heart. Now he was so good to her just because he wanted her to take out the money. Ning Shu was so annoyed by Zhu Yanqiu that he didn't go to the hospital to work directly. He only went to learn military medical knowledge on the battlefield. If you like to wait in the hospital, then wait until you die. When Zhu Yanqiu arrived at the hospital, she was directly told that Ning Shu had resigned. Zhu Yanqiu's head suddenly went blank. She was so angry that she wanted to strangle that woman in her heart. She disappeared without a word again. In the vast sea of people, Zhu Yanqiu didn't know where to find her again. He still didn't know where Ning Shu lived. He had lowered himself to talk to that woman, but she was still so arrogant. Zhu Yanqiu was very anxious. He had no money. If he delayed it, he wouldn't even have food to eat, let alone return the money to Fang Feifei. He was afraid that Fang Feifei would break up with him. Zhu Sunyang was so hateful. Zhu Yanqiu left the hospital. He wanted to take a rickshaw back, but he had no money at all. Zhu Yanqiu was very poor now. Zhu Yanqiu looked at the bustling streets of Shanghai and the people coming and going. She suddenly felt helpless in her heart. No matter how Zhu Yanqiu looked down on Zhu Sunyang, he still relied on Zhu Sunyang in his heart. Because Zhu Sunyang tolerated him, he could treat Zhu Sunyang so unscrupulously. Because Zhu Sunyang would only tolerate him infinitely. Now without Zhu Sunyang, Zhu Yanqiu's heart was blank and scared. She had the same feeling as Mother Zhu at that time. She didn't want to face the outside world. But she let Zhu Sunyang serve them like a cow. Ning Shu's life was very comfortable. As for whether Zhu Yanqiu was alive or dead, she didn't want to care. In fact, Ning Shu felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. She wanted to end Zhu Yanqiu directly at that time, but Zhu Sunyang subconsciously resisted, which made the current situation neither good nor bad. The humble and cowardly Zhu Sunyang couldn't be blamed for being bitten by dogs. If a person didn't have a bottom line and principles, they would either live a very good life, or live without self like Zhu Sunyang. Ning Shu freed up more time to accompany Zhu Siyuan. She also prepared for the preliminary work of going to the battlefield, so that she wouldn't be in a mess on the battlefield. Ning Shu couldn't wait to be armed to the teeth to ensure her safety. Anything could happen on the battlefield. If something happened, her task would be a failure. Chapter 578. Zhu Siyuan poured a cup of tea for Ning Shu, who was grinding medicinal powder. The small man held the teapot and poured tea for Ning Shu. Ning Shu was shocked and quickly took the teapot. It was filled with hot water. If he could not hold it and it fell to the ground, it would break. The teapot was small, but it would be a big problem if he got scalded. Ning Shu placed the teapot on the table and said to Zhu Siyuan, "Thank you, Siyuan." Zhu Siyuan looked at the medicinal powder. Ning Shu asked, "Mother, are these things used to save people?" "Yes." Zhu Siyuan looked at Ning Shu and said, "Mother, send me to boarding school." Ning Shu was stunned. "What?" Zhu Siyuan said in a low voice, "I asked Mr. what a battlefield doctor was. Mr. said that it was a person who saved the lives of soldiers. I told Mr. that Mother was a battlefield doctor. Mr. admired Mother very much. I don't understand what Mr. means." Zhu Siyuan looked at Ning Shu. "Mother, go to the battlefield." Ning Shu looked at Zhu Siyuan strangely. Zhu Siyuan had not been happy a while ago, but now he had thought it through. He was so reasonable. It was not like Zhu Siyuan at all. "What's wrong with you?" Ning Shu looked at Zhu Siyuan. "Why did you suddenly become mature?" Zhu Siyuan said, "Mr. said that what Mother does is beneficial to the country and the people." Ning Shu didn't think that it was because he had suddenly thought things through. She reckoned that he had been praised by the teacher and no longer objected to Ning Shu going to the battlefield. She was afraid that when she really went to the battlefield, Zhu Siyuan would cry himself to death. "Mother, I'll go to boarding school," Zhu Siyuan said to Ning Shu. At this time, boarding schools already existed. The concept of boarding schools was proposed by the Song sisters. Ning Shu put down the work in his hand and asked Zhu Siyuan, "Is that really what you think? Mother went to the battlefield to save people and is alone. I don't even know when Mother will come back. Can Mother not go?" Zhu Siyuan tilted his head and asked. "Of course not." Ning Shu patted Zhu Siyuan's head. "Mother has to go." Ning Shu felt that if he left, Zhu Siyuan would definitely cry in the boarding school. Zhu Siyuan Ning Shu said, "Mother, I realize that I have things that other students don't have. The things that other students have are better than mine. These were all bought for me by Mother. In the past, Mother suffered a lot. Now that you have these things, is it because Mother wants to go to the battlefield?" Zhu Siyuan had a lot of books and even a fountain pen, but the other students might not even have a cheap brush. Ning Shu looked at Zhu Siyuan in surprise. He couldn't help but hug him and said, "Siyuan, in this world, you have to give something in order to get something. Mother wants to give Siyuan a better life and become someone that Siyuan can be proud of." The battlefield changed rapidly. Ning Shu didn't know when he would return from the battlefield. Ning Shu could only influence Zhu Siyuan in a positive way. In the future, you can proudly tell others that your mother is a battlefield doctor who saves people. "What about father?" Zhu Siyuan asked. Ning Shu was speechless for a moment. How should he answer? He thought about it and said, "When the nation is in danger, perhaps your father will become a soldier." Ning Shu wasn't sure if Zhu Yanqiu would still join the army. "Siyuan, do you want to see your father? Mother will take you to see him." Ning Shu kept stopping Zhu Siyuan from seeing Zhu Yanqiu. No matter how young a child was, he had his own judgment. Zhu Siyuan nodded. "Yes. Okay." Ning Shu put on a jacket, held Zhu Siyuan's hand, and went out. They hailed a rickshaw and went to Zhu Yanqiu's school. Zhu Yanqiu's school environment was quite good. The students who came and went were all wearing zhongshan suits. There were also female students wearing black leather shoes and pleated skirts in 2s and 3s. They were holding books in their hands and had their hair in braids, which made Ning Shu feel like she was in a different era. Because Ning Shu wasn't a student of the school, he could only wait for Zhu Yanqiu at the school gate. Zhu Yanqiu was notified by the reception office that someone was looking for him. Zhu Yanqiu immediately thought of Zhu Su. Zhu Yanqiu saw Ning Shu holding the child at the school gate. He was surprised and angry, but he suppressed his anger. He was afraid that she would run away. This time, he had to know her address no matter what. "Su, you're here." Siyuan is here too. Zhu Yanqiu's attitude was quite good. Ning Shu nodded and looked Zhu Yanqiu up and down. Zhu Yanqiu was much thinner than before. There was a heavy gloominess between his eyebrows. Obviously, he wasn't doing well. Knowing that you're not doing well, I feel much better. Siyuan wants to come and see you, Ning Shu said calmly. It was this kind of indifferent attitude again. Zhu Yanqiu was so angry that his liver hurt. He left the hospital without saying anything. He couldn't find her at all. Shouldn't she explain to him? Zhu Yanqiu felt that the other party didn't take him seriously at all. Zhu Yanqiu sadly found that no matter how angry he was, he had to endure it. Moreover, he had to endure it for Zhu Su. How sad was that? Siyuan, call Dad. Don't you want to see Dad? Ning Shu asked Zhu Siyuan. There were people coming and going at the school gate now. Many students who passed by looked over when they heard this. Zhu Yanqiu's face immediately turned green. Father, Zhu Siyuan called out in a crisp voice. Zhu Yanqiu glared at Ning Shu fiercely. This person was doing it on purpose. He wanted to spread the news that he had a family everywhere. Call uncle. Zhu Yanqiu deliberately raised his voice. Obviously, he said it for others to hear. Zhu Siyuan was dumbfounded. He turned to look at Ning Shu. Ning Shu had a smile on his face. Zhu Yanqiu was really a coward. He was the most cowardly man she had ever seen. He was afraid of being laughed at and wanted to make them disappear from this world. Let's go home first. Zhu Yanqiu wanted to take Ning Shu and Zhu Siyuan back to where he lived. Ning Shu called for a rickshaw and said, Siyuan just wanted to see you. He's already seen you. We're going back. Zhu Yanqiu was irritated. She felt that these two people were just here to see monkeys. They would leave after seeing her. Sun Yang, don't be stubborn, okay? Can't we have a good talk? Zhu Yanqiu said very helplessly. I can explain about Fang Feifei. Ning Shu grinned. How else did this matter need to be explained? Ning Shu didn't want to hear it at all. He said to Zhu Siyuan, Siyuan, let's go back. Zhu Siyuan nodded and got on the rickshaw. Zhu Yanqiu quickly grabbed Ning Shu and asked, Sun Yang, where do you live? The apartment. Didn't I tell you before? I live in the apartment. Ning Shu shook off Zhu Yanqiu's hand and got on the rickshaw. Zhu Sun Yang, do you think of me as? Zhu Yanqiu looked around and said in a low voice, as your husband? Do you think of me as your wife? I'm not your sister. Ning Shu sneered. Chapter 579. Zhu Yanqiu never cared about Zhu Sunyang, but he asked Zhu Sunyang to obey him wholeheartedly, think about him, and work hard without complaint. Fuck off. Ning Shu directly let the rickshaw driver go. Zhu Yanqiu ran a long distance behind the rickshaw, and he was too tired to keep up. Ning Shu looked back at Zhu Yanqiu, who was bent over and panting with his hands on his knees. Ning Shu looked down on such a man very much. He was not worthy of being a son, husband, or father. Zhu Yanqiu was a spoiled person, and he was very embarrassed when he encountered something. Ning Shu wondered how such a person became successful in the end. Was it because of his halo? Mother, why did father ask me to call him uncle? Ning Shu asked Zhu Siyuan in confusion. Ning Shu said casually, because your father doesn't want people to know that you are his son. Why? Because he feels ashamed. Why does he feel ashamed? Because your mother has not received a new education. I don't understand, what is the relationship between these two? Yes, your father likes girls who receive a new education. You don't understand. Ning Shu received an order from above that she was going to follow the army. When she received this order, Ning Shu's heart was heavy. She glanced at Zhu Siyuan, who she was most worried about. After the September 18th incident, the fall of the three eastern provinces gave Japan a taste of the sweetness of the war to invade China. Using the method of war to support war, they solved the lack of economic resources, the small domestic market, the overpopulation, and the resulting domestic instability. Finally, on July 7, 1937, they launched a full-scale war to invade China that lasted for 8 years. Now, artillery fire was everywhere, and more troops were sent out. Ning Shu did not have much time. She only had 3 days to solve the problems at home. After 3 days, Ning Shu would follow the army. During this period, many people who wanted to save this race joined the army to fight against the invaders. "Mom, send me to my boarding school," Zhu Siyuan Ning Shu said. "I know Mom is leaving." Zhu Siyuan grew very quickly. Now, he was almost at Ning Shu's shoulder. "Mother, Sir said that the Japanese invaded our land. Our compatriots should drive the Japanese invaders out of our land." Ning Shu felt strange every time he heard Zhu Siyuan shout such high-sounding slogans. Zhu Siyuan must have been brainwashed by his Mr. Nationalist. Ning Shu sent Zhu Siyuan to the boarding school and told the teacher that he was a military doctor and had received orders to follow the army. He hoped that he could help take care of the child. When the teacher heard this, he told Ning Shu not to worry and that he would take good care of Zhu Siyuan. When the country was in danger, everyone hoped that the land under their feet would be safe. Although not everyone dared to go to the battlefield, they were still willing to do something for the country. Ning Shu squatted down and hugged Zhu Siyuan. He said, "Siyuan, be good and wait for Mom to come back." Zhu Siyuan wiped his tears on Ning Shu's body and said with a choked voice, "Siyuan will wait for Mom." Ning Shu wiped his face and turned to leave. When he turned back, he saw that Zhu Siyuan was holding the teacher's hand and waving at him. Now, Zhu Siyuan was really like a little man. He was even more stalwart than Zhu Yanqiu. After sending Zhu Siyuan to the boarding school, he went to find the interviewer and asked him to take care of his son. 3 days passed quickly. Ning Shu only took 2 pieces of underwear and then carried a large medical box to the military camp. The box was filled with medicinal powders made by Ning Shu. There were medicinal powders for stopping bleeding, preventing heatstroke and diarrhea, and some anti-inflammatory Western medicine. There were about 25 kilograms of medicinal powders in the box. Fortunately, Ning Shu had practiced peerless martial arts. In addition, he had been doing physical training, so it was not too difficult for him to carry the box. The 3 male field military doctors with Ning Shu were also assigned. Ning Shu did not know where they were assigned. Ning Shu's treatment was a little better than ordinary soldiers, but it was not much better. After a round of gunfire swearing, the army immediately went to the battlefield to stop the invaders and drive them out of their own country. Because Ning Shu was a military doctor, he could sit in the car and did not have to carry a medical box and follow the army. It was July, and the weather was very hot. The marching team was under the hot sun. Some soldiers could not stand it and got dehydrated. Ning Shu boiled a pot of water with a military pot and sprinkled medicinal powders for the soldiers who got heatstroke to drink. Ning Shu was glad that he had prepared everything in advance. Otherwise, he would have been numb at this time. As a military doctor, he was useless. He estimated that he would not live for long. If something happened, he would be abandoned. People who had no value were not worth the effort to save. The army was rushing day and night. Without enough vehicles, the soldiers could only run. They hurried to the battlefield. From afar, they could hear the sound of cannons and gunfire. There were fighter jets flying in the sky, and from time to time, they would throw down a lethal bomb. Ning Shu was arranged to be in a tent at the back of the battlefield. It was said that the previous field military doctor had died, and Ning Shu was to replace him. Ning Shu walked into the tent and saw that it was full of wounded people. Everyone's expression was abnormally painful. Some people were even rolling on the ground in pain, crying out in pain. It looked like they were about to die. Ning Shu quickly put down the medicine box and began to treat the wounded. Ning Shu was busy. After treating the wounded, he immediately treated the next one. It was Ning Shu's first time participating in a modern war. His ears were filled with the roar of cannons and the figures of fighter jets above. Bullets flew past his ears. One bullet could end a life. Ning Shu wrapped a piece of cloth tightly around a soldier's thigh. This soldier's calf had been blown away. The wound was bloody and there were white bones. Now, it was bleeding. The soldier's pupils had begun to dilate. It was obvious that he was not going to make it. He wrapped the thigh with a piece of cloth to prevent the blood from flowing too fast. Then, he sprinkled hemostatic powder on the wound. The soldier cried out in pain. Ning Shu gritted his teeth and treated the wound. In this situation, it was impossible to comfort the wounded. Every now and then, someone was carried in. Ning Shu took the lead to treat the seriously injured. Those who were not seriously injured waited. Ning Shu treated all kinds of wounds as if he was numb. He was tired, very tired, but his body could not stop. Ning Shu knew that being a field military doctor would be tough, but he did not expect it to be so tough. Moreover, he had to be on guard against the enemy's cannons. Every time a cannonball was dropped, Ning Shu felt that his ears were going deaf. The ground below shook violently. After the airdrop was over, Ning Shu got up from the ground and continued to treat the wounded soldiers. Ning Shu felt that his hands were useless. He did not know when he could stop. Chapter 580. The war didn't stop from the morning until the evening. There were more and more wounded people in the tent. Ning Shu was so busy that she didn't even drink a sip of water. She only managed to hold on by stuffing a fasting pill into her mouth. Ning Shu's ears were filled with the rumbling sounds of cannonballs. The enemy's fighter jets whistled in the air, causing the ground to shake from time to time. There were a few cannonballs that landed beside the tent. Ning Shu could even feel the heat waves from the cannonballs burning her skin, causing her skin to burn with pain. It was really too dangerous. Modern wars were more cruel. All kinds of weapons were more lethal. The damage and pain to the soldiers were greater. Why else would it be said that war pushed the development of human beings? Doctor, help take a look. A hurried female voice sounded. Her voice was filled with anxiety. Ning Shu found the voice familiar. He turned around and saw Fang Feifei in a military uniform with a camera hanging on her chest. Fang Feifei was supporting an injured person. Ning Shu looked at the soldier and grinned. It was Zhu Yanqiu. Zhu Yanqiu's shoulder was bleeding. Obviously, she was shot. He didn't expect the three of them to meet under such circumstances. Fang Feifei was stunned when she saw Ning Shu. She stuttered and asked, "You're a military doctor?" Ning Shu ignored her and was busy treating the soldier's wound. Fang Feifei didn't care about why this woman was here. She quickly said to Ning Shu, "Please take a look at Yanqiu." Yanqiu was shot. "Put him over there." "I'll be right there," Ning Shu said. "But he's badly injured." "Can you take a look at him first?" Fang Feifei was frightened when she saw Zhu Yanqiu covered in blood. Ning Shu said without raising his head, "There are so many wounded people here. There are many who are more seriously injured than him. They are all waiting for treatment. I said, put him down and apply this powder to the wound to stop the bleeding." Seeing Ning Shu's cold face, Fang Feifei was a little speechless. She put Zhu Yanqiu on the simple operating table made of wooden planks, untied Zhu Yanqiu's clothes, and sprinkled the medicine powder that Ning Shu said on the wound. Zhu Yanqiu gasped in pain, and her body convulsed in pain. "Come and see what's going on." "What's going on?" Fang Feifei saw Zhu Yanqiu like this and hurriedly shouted to Ning Shu. Ning Shu tied a knot on the gauze and walked towards Zhu Yanqiu. "Hold him down. Don't let him move," Ning Shu and Fang Feifei said. "Oh." Fang Feifei was stunned for a moment and quickly held Zhu Yanqiu back. Ning Shu picked up the scalpel and cut open the wound a little. Then, he took out the bullet and the fragments with a screwdriver. Then, he sprinkled the powder and wrapped it with gauze. The whole process took more than 10 minutes. Zhu Yanqiu wailed in pain. The scalpel cut through the skin and the screwdriver stirred in the wound. Zhu Yanqiu was in so much pain that she didn't want to move. Fang Feifei finally held down Zhu Yanqiu, who was moving around. Seeing Ning Shu's vigorous movements, she said in disbelief, "Why don't you give him anesthesia?" Ning Shu glanced at Fang Feifei. "There is no such precious thing as anesthesia here. Every soldier is holding on like this." Ning Shu stuffed another anti-inflammatory medicine into Zhu Yanqiu's mouth. "Get him some water and take the medicine." Ning Shu gave a few words of advice before she went to treat the others. Fang Feifei glanced at Ning Shu, unscrewed the kettle and carefully fed water to Zhu Yanqiu, who was groaning in pain. Then, she stayed beside Zhu Yanqiu. Looking at the busy Ning Shu and the injured Zhu Yanqiu, she frowned. "Military doctor, come with me." A man in a military uniform came in with 2 medals hanging on his chest. He walked into the tent and looked around. When he saw Ning Shu, he immediately said, "Someone is injured. Come with me." "Why don't you bring him here?" Ning Shu asked while his hands were busy. "Sir was shot. He has to command the whole battlefield and can't leave. If he leaves, it will be a great blow to the morale. Now, come with me." The man anxiously said to Ning Shu, "If there is no accident, we can hold the fort before dark, so sir can only hold on." Ning Shu said, "Oh." He put the medicine box on his shoulder and said to Fang Feifei, who was guarding Zhu Yanqiu, "Don't be idle. If these wounded people need water or something, help them. If new wounded people are sent in and there is a lot of bleeding, sprinkle this powder on the wound. Stop the bleeding first and wait for me to come back." Fang Feifei was stunned by Ning Shu's words. She took the powder from Ning Shu and was about to speak, but he had already left the tent. Ning Shu walked in the trench with his back bent. There were bullets raining in his ears. Ning Shu was almost hit by a flying bullet, so he quickly bent down even more. Bang! A soldier was shot and fell in front of Ning Shu. Ning Shu immediately squatted down to see if he could be saved. "Let's go." "What are you doing?" "Sir is still waiting." Ning Shu, the officer in front of him, roared. The sound of artillery shells was too loud. People couldn't hear him at all if they didn't speak loudly. Oh! She wanted to save the wounded as soon as she saw them, but her body reacted faster than her brain. It was a conditioned reflex. Ning Shu felt the soldier's pulse and found that he was already dead. Ning Shu quickly followed the military officer and saw a few people surrounding a person lying on a stretcher in the trench. The officer lying on the stretcher was about 30 or 40 years old. Because of excessive bleeding, his face was pale and even his lips were pale. He had already fallen into a coma. Ning Shu saw that the clothes around his chest were wet with blood. His heart should be injured. Ning Shu suddenly felt numb. It was not easy to save him. If he died, would she be killed by these officers? Ning Shu put down the first aid kit and unbuttoned the officer's clothes. He took a cotton ball and wiped the blood from the wound. There was a hole in his chest. Ning Shu's heart was cold. How could he save him? How is it? Hurry up and save him. Several officers looked at Ning Shu. For a moment, Ning Shu was under a lot of pressure. Ning Shu took a scalpel and cleaned the edge of the skin. He widened the wound and exposed the wound. Without anesthetics, the unconscious officer woke up from the pain and moved his body. The officers beside him quickly held him down. Ning Shu pulled open the necrotic tissue and saw the deformed bullet head stuck in the ribs. There were also some fragments scattered in the flesh. If these fragments were not taken out, they would cause lead poisoning. Ning Shu held a scalpel and slowly pried open the rib tissue. The senior officer was in so much pain that he gasped and opened his eyes. His face was full of pain and he was sweating profusely. Ning Shu took out the bullet with a suction cup in her right hand. Then, the wound started bleeding like a fountain. Ning Shu sprinkled some medicinal powder and quickly covered the wound with a cotton ball. When the bleeding stopped, Ning Shu cleaned up some of the fragments and covered the wound with a pad. Then, she bandaged the wound and fixed it. Ning Shu looked at the senior officer who was barely breathing and felt anxious. She dissolved the anti-inflammatory and anti-infection Western medicine in water and asked the officer to feed it to the senior officer. Chapter 581. After finishing these things, Ning Shu planned to go back. The officer who called Ning Shu said to Ning Shu, "You go back first. I'll call you when the officer has something to do." Okay. Ning Shu carried the medical kit and left. He walked in the trench like a cat. When he met an injured soldier, he immediately put down the medical kit to save him. When Ning Shu returned to the tent, she saw that Fang Feifei was running around in circles. Because she had never done these things before, she was flustered. When she saw that Ning Shu had returned, she let out a long sigh of relief. Ning Shu put down the medical kit and put on gloves. He asked Fang Feifei, "Whose wound is more serious?" "That one over there. He was shot twice." Fang Feifei pointed at a person on a wooden board. Ning Shu walked over and felt the pulse. It was very weak. There was also powder on the wound that Fang Feifei had scattered. Ning Shu took out silver needles and inserted 2 needles into the soldier's body. Then he began to treat the wound. Fang Feifei looked at Ning Shu in a daze. She felt that the person in front of her was not the illiterate Zhu Sunyang that Zhu Yanqiu said. How could he treat the wound so calmly, be the child bride that Zhu Yanqiu said didn't know anything? It was already dark. Ning Shu couldn't see when he was treating the wound. Besides, after a busy day, his eyes couldn't take it anymore. It was very strenuous to hold the scalpel and bend over. "Bring me the lamp over there." "I can't see," Ning Shu said to Fang Feifei who was standing there. "Oh, okay." Fang Feifei brought the oil lamp over and put it in front of Ning Shu. Ning Shu could barely see. The sound of artillery fire gradually decreased. The gunshots were not as intense as before. Ning Shu knew that today's battle was over. After suturing the wound, Ning Shu stretched and let out a long sigh. It was so tiring. After the battle ended, many more wounded were carried over. Ning Shu hastened the treatment. Because it was dark, Fang Feifei had been helping to hold the oil lamp. Fang Feifei's hand was sore, so she changed to the other hand. After a while, he finally treated the wound of the wounded. It was already dark outside. It was estimated to be 10 o'clock. After that, Ning Shu thanked Fang Feifei. Fang Feifei didn't say anything. She put down the oil lamp and stayed beside Zhu Yanqiu. Ning Shu moved his stiff neck. Finally, he could have a good rest. Ning Shu wiped his scalpels and scissors clean and put them in the medicine box. There was much less medicine powder in the medicine box. It was only the first day. It seemed that he had to use it sparingly. Ning Shu felt that he should ask for medical resources from the people above. She was a military doctor, but without anti-inflammatory medicine, Ning Shu couldn't save people no matter how capable he was. When it was time to eat, the cook sent some food over. The food was very simple. It was rice soup with pickled vegetables and cornbread. Ning Shu chewed the cornbread and drank the rice soup as clear as water when he couldn't swallow it. Fang Feifei couldn't eat these things. She put it down after one bite and took out chocolate from her pocket. Ning Shu saw Fang Feifei eating chocolate. At this time, chocolate was a very expensive Western candy. She was so rich. Zhu Yanqiu, who had been in a coma for almost half a day, finally woke up. When she opened her eyes, she was still a little dazed. She moved her body and took a breath in pain. "Yanqiu, lie down first. Don't move." Fang Feifei quickly held Zhu Yanqiu and didn't let her get up. "Feifei." Zhu Yanqiu saw Fang Feifei and smiled. Fang Feifei's tears fell down and she said with a sobbing voice, "You really scared me. I thought you wouldn't wake up." "I won't." Zhu Yanqiu grimaced in pain. Fang Feifei quickly put the rice soup in the bowl in front of Zhu Yanqiu's mouth and said, "Drink some water." Zhu Yanqiu enjoyed Fang Feifei's care. It seemed that even if she was injured, she was happy. Ning Shu chewed cornbread on the side and watched the two lovey-dovey. After eating the cornbread, Ning Shu began to check if these wounded people had a fever. A fever was also fatal. Ning Shu saw that many of these wounded people were disabled and didn't have much fighting power. They would probably be sent home by the army and compensated. Human life was the most worthless in troubled times. At least these people were still alive. Those who were hit in the vital parts and died on the spot were much better. "Military doctor, come with me quickly. The officer has a fever," Ning Shu, the previous officer, said. Ning Shu put the medicine box on his shoulder and followed without saying a word. Zhu Yanqiu, who was drinking rice soup, only saw Ning Shu's back. Under the weak light, she couldn't see clearly. She asked Fang Feifei, "Is our military doctor a woman?" Fang Feifei's hand holding the bowl paused. She just nodded and didn't say anything. Ning Shu came to the officer's tent. The officer was sleeping on a simple wooden bed. His body was slender and his body was even longer than a wooden board. He walked over and touched his forehead. Then he looked at his wound. The gauze around the wound was oozing blood and he was sweating all over. Ning Shu quickly said, "Get some water and wipe his body." Ning Shu opened the medicine box, dissolved the Western medicine in water and fed it to the officer. A guard got some water for the officer to wipe his body. Ning Shu changed the gauze on the wound again. She had done everything she could. If he couldn't survive, Ning Shu felt helpless. "Where did you get these things in your box?" Ning Shu asked. Ning Shu said, "I prepared them myself. You go back first. If the officer needs anything, I'll call you again," Ning Shu said. "What's your name?" "Zhu Sunyang." Ning Shu put the medicine box on his shoulder. "Then I'll call you Military Dr. Zhu." "I'm Tang Zheng," Ning Shu said. "Officer Tang." Ning Shu said politely. Then he said, "The army is short of medicine. Simple physical therapy can't save the soldiers' lives. Can you get some medical resources?" Tang Zheng spread his hands and said, "I can't give you an accurate answer. Let's wait until the officer wakes up. It's not just our army that's short of medicine. Everything else is the same." Ning Shu could only nod. During the war, not only were medical resources scarce, but food was also scarce. Ning Shu regretted not getting more medicine. She knew that medical resources would be scarce, but she didn't expect it to be so scarce. If she hadn't prepared anything in advance, she would have been numb in the face of such a situation. Even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. Carrying the medicine box back to the tent, Ning Shu felt dizzy. She had been busy the whole day and her brain hadn't rested at all. Ning Shu directly fell on the wooden plank and planned to take a nap. She didn't know what would happen tomorrow. Day after day of fierce battles, no one knew if they would still be alive tomorrow. How many comrades around them had fallen, and whether they would fall like their comrades in the next moment. People were greedy and vicious, plundering and tyrannical. In order to survive, they had to take up arms to resist. Chapter 582. Zhu Yanqiu saw that Ning Shu had come back, and then directly ignored him and lay down to sleep. Zhu Yanqiu was stunned. Who did he just see? Zhu Sunyang. Why was Zhu Sunyang here? She was a military doctor. When did Zhu Sunyang become a military doctor? Zhu Yanqiu was dazzled by this woman's change. She was a nurse before, and now she was a military doctor on the battlefield. He, her nominal husband, didn't even know about this. That is Zhu Sunyang, right? Zhu Yanqiu asked Fang Feifei uncertainly. Fang Feifei looked very bad. She fiddled with the camera in her hand and said, "It's your wife, Zhu Sunyang." Zhu Yanqiu quickly said, "I have never admitted that Zhu Sunyang is my wife. Don't be angry." Fang Feifei looked up at Zhu Yanqiu and said, Zhu Sunyang has become a military doctor now, and maybe she came to the army for you. Aren't you touched? Zhu Yanqiu shook his head and said, I'm not touched. I'm touched that when I told you that I was going to the battlefield, you followed me to the battlefield without hesitation. Zhu Sunyang has nothing to do with me, Zhu Yanqiu said expressionlessly. Zhu Yanqiu said expressionlessly. He remembered all the things that Zhu Sunyang had done to him. He didn't want to spend the rest of his life with such a person. Fang Feifei didn't believe it. Do you really think so? Don't you have a child? Speaking of the child, Zhu Yanqiu sighed. That child grew up with his mother. He doesn't have a father in his heart. He was influenced by Zhu Sunyang, so he has a grudge against me. Fang Feifei frowned and could only sigh. She said, I think Zhu Sunyang came to be a military doctor for you this time. She probably wants to reconcile with you. Absolutely impossible. It's impossible. I don't like Zhu Sunyang, Zhu Yanqiu said firmly. The next day, Ning Shu was awakened by a gunshot. With this gunshot, the sound of artillery fire rang out. The battle began again. Ning Shu drank a glass of water, stuffed a fasting pill into his mouth, put on gloves, and started a new day's work. Before any new wounded were brought in, Ning Shu checked the condition of the wounded. If they had a fever, he would give them medicine or change the gauze. Zhu Sunyang. Even if you followed me here, it's impossible for us. Zhu Yanqiu said to Ning Shu. Ning Shu was changing the gauze for the wounded person next to Zhu Yanqiu. When she heard this, she was stunned for a moment. Her face was full of confusion. Wasn't he feeling too good about himself? At this time, a wounded person was carried in. Ning Shu ignored Zhu Yanqiu and started treating the wounded person. This kind of disregard made Zhu Yanqiu so angry that his wound hurt. Zhu Yanqiu covered his wound. Seeing Ning Shu skillfully treating the soldier's wound, Zhu Yanqiu was a little confused. Was this still the Zhu Sunyang in his memory? Zhu Sunyang was cautious and submissive, like a wooden puppet. The way she spoke was also unpleasant. At first glance, one could tell that she didn't know much. So Zhu Yanqiu didn't like Zhu Sunyang so much. Even if the two of them consummated their marriage, it was probably because Zhu Yanqiu was in puberty. His hormones were restless and he had a strong attraction to the opposite sex. In addition, he could have consummated his marriage with Zhu Sunyang openly. Zhu Yanqiu ignored Zhu Sunyang, but this weed that he ignored actually bloomed a gorgeous flower now. Zhu Yanqiu was a little unhappy in his heart. He was lying here injured, but Zhu Sunyang was holding a scalpel and skillfully treating people's wounds. This change of identity made Zhu Yanqiu feel very uncomfortable. Moreover, he was saved by Zhu Sunyang. He felt ashamed in his heart. The reason why he joined the army was also because of Zhu Sunyang. On one hand, he wanted to make contributions on the battlefield. On the other hand, he wanted to get out of trouble. Because of Zhu Sunyang, he was gossiped about in school. So many classmates said that he was married and even had children. It was obviously the best time for a man, but he was already a husband and a father. Fang Feifei ignored him because of this. Moreover, he had no money on him. He didn't even have the money to rent a house and eat. Coincidentally, the war broke out at this time, so Zhu Yanqiu decided to join the army. Zhu Yanqiu went to see Fang Feifei and said that he was going to the battlefield. Maybe they wouldn't see each other again in this life. Zhu Yanqiu hugged Fang Feifei and said, I love you in this life. You will always be in my heart. Fang Feifei was held in Zhu Yanqiu's arms. She felt that Zhu Yanqiu's body was trembling. It seemed that Zhu Yanqiu was holding back all his feelings. At this moment, Fang Feifei felt Zhu Yanqiu's sincere feelings. Fang Feifei liked Zhu Yanqiu in her heart, but she was angry that Zhu Yanqiu lied to her. She felt as if she was a part of someone else's family. She was very uncomfortable in her heart. However, Fang Feifei was moved by Zhu Yanqiu's deep feelings. Thinking that Zhu Yanqiu was going to the battlefield, which was very dangerous, maybe they would be separated by life and death without her knowing. Thinking that she wouldn't be able to see Zhu Yanqiu in the future, Fang Feifei felt warm in her heart and made a decision. Rather than being separated, it was better to go to the battlefield together. At least they could still see each other. Zhu Yanqiu became a soldier, and Fang Feifei became a war reporter. The two went to the battlefield together. If nothing went wrong, the two would write a touching war song. However, Zhu Yanqiu felt that something was wrong when he went to the battlefield for the first time. There was something wrong with his index finger. When he pulled the trigger, he was very weak. Usually, he was fine, but when he aimed at the enemy and pulled the trigger, his index finger would tremble. He could barely pull the trigger with his index finger, but the hit rate was very low. He didn't know what was wrong with him. The old soldier next to him said that he was dizzy and wasn't suitable to hold a gun. Zhu Yanqiu felt very uncomfortable. He went to the battlefield to bring glory to his ancestors. Now, he couldn't kill the enemy with a gun. What was this? He still had to revitalize the Zhu family and give Fang Feifei a beautiful future. Going to the battlefield was Zhu Yanqiu's opportunity. Maybe he wanted to serve the country, but Zhu Yanqiu wanted to use this opportunity to succeed more. More importantly, Zhu Yanqiu didn't tell Fang Feifei that the Zhu family was no longer a big family. From the beginning to the end, Fang Feifei thought that Zhu Yanqiu was a young master of a big family. A young master of a big family was going to the battlefield to save the country, and it was because of her. This was enough to make this man stand tall in a woman's heart. To some extent, Zhu Yanqiu was a liar. He found all kinds of lies to get money from Zhu Sunyang. He hid from Fang Feifei that he had a family, a wife and a child, and he was dating Fang Feifei. He didn't reveal any clues from the beginning to the end. Even now, Zhu Yanqiu still hid something from Fang Feifei. Chapter 583. Zhu Yanqiu was afraid that Fang Feifei would leave him because of family conditions, so he wanted to fight for a future on the battlefield. Even if Fang Feifei knew the truth, she wouldn't leave him easily. Zhu Yanqiu lied to two women at the same time. He lied to Zhu Sunyang out of malice. He took money from Zhu Sunyang and lied to Fang Feifei out of kindness. He tried every means to keep Fang Feifei by his side because he loved Fang Feifei. But now he couldn't hold a gun. He was injured on the first day on the battlefield and was saved by Zhu Sunyang. Zhu Yanqiu felt complicated. He felt that God was really unfair. He didn't have any place to stand out. Even Zhu Sunyang, who didn't know anything, became a military doctor on the battlefield. Zhu Yanqiu was very angry. Zhu Sunyang was a member of the Zhu family and was raised by the Zhu family. After her parents died, Zhu Sunyang betrayed them and took away the Zhu family's money. Now she had a meteoric rise. She was simply a shameless woman. Ning Shu was treating the soldier's wounds when she felt a burning gaze. She turned around and saw Zhu Yanqiu staring at her with a very resentful gaze. Her eyes were red. Ning Shu snorted and continued with her work. Zhu Yanqiu was used to venting all her emotions on her. There were more and more wounded people and the front line was still retreating. It meant that the front line couldn't hold on anymore. The enemy's firepower was originally strong and their weapons were stronger than hers. Ning Shu's simple operating room was also retreating. When they retreated, there were still air forces shooting crazily from the sky. This land fell. Although many soldiers sacrificed their lives, they couldn't stop the invaders. Ning Shu felt how small an individual's strength was. Even if she was a mission enforcer, she couldn't stop the wheels of history. What Ning Shu wanted to do was to try her best to save as many people as she could. She didn't have the ability to turn the tide of the battle around with a flip of her hand. Ning Shu opened the box and saw that there wasn't much powder left, but there were more and more wounded people. Ning Shu was very anxious. If this continued, the powder would be gone sooner or later. She had to think of a way to tell the higher-ups. The higher-ups kept saying that resources were tight, but too many soldiers had died. It was her responsibility as a military doctor. Ning Shu had many things to worry about every day. As long as a soldier's heart did not stop beating, she had to do her best to save them. Ning Shu really wanted to have a helper by his side. He had to do everything by himself, and he also needed her to do some trivial things. Ning Shu told Tang Zheng that he could look for him if he needed anything. As long as it was something beneficial to the military, he would do his best to fight for it. Ning Shu told Tang Zheng that he needed an assistant to bandage the warrior's wounds. Not long after, Tang Zheng brought a young lady over. The young lady looked young, about 15 or 16 years old. Her name was Xiao Tong. Later, when Ning Shu became familiar with the girl, he found out that the girl had been raped by a Japanese devil. Moreover, it was not a Japanese devil. Fortunately, she was saved by someone. Ning Shu taught the little girl how to wrap the bandage. She taught the little girl some basic knowledge, so Xiao Tong usually called Ning Shu master. Ning Shu saw her like this and taught her everything he knew. Now was the time when the country was in trouble. Even if one person's strength was small, it was still huge when accumulated. With a helper, Ning Shu's work was much easier. Some trivial things were left to Xiao Tong to handle. During this time, Fang Feifei was already a slightly famous war reporter. Many newspapers used her photos of the battlefield. However, Zhu Yanqiu did not have much progress. Because she was injured, she had to recuperate for a long time. Every day, she looked at Ning Shu's busy face. When she heard the people in the military call Ning Shu military Dr. Zhu and seemed to respect her, Zhu Yanqiu felt as if there were countless ants gnawing at her heart. He really wanted to tell these people that this woman was not worthy of respect at all. She was just a woman who had been sold as a servant since she was young. From the beginning to the end, this woman ignored him and treated him as heir. Fang Feifei was busy taking photos every day. She only came to take care of him after the war was over. When Zhu Yanqiu saw Ning Shu, he was anxious. When he saw Fang Feifei, he was also anxious. Because Fang Feifei had already left in front of him. He had nothing now and was afraid that Fang Feifei would leave him. However, he was injured. Zhu Yanqiu pursed his lips and made up his mind to go to the battlefield. If this continued, Zhu Sunyang would be more capable than him. Fang Feifei came back with a camera and asked Zhu Yanqiu, who looked gloomy, "Does the wounds still hurt?" Zhu Yanqiu put away the loneliness on her face and reached out to wipe Fang Feifei's face. Her face was covered with dirt. She said, "It's good that you're okay. I'm worried about you all the time." "I'm fine." Fang Feifei gathered the camera and said, "I took a lot of photos again. These photos are evidence of the invaders invading our country." A smile appeared on Zhu Yanqiu's face. "Feifei, you're great." Fang Feifei smiled sweetly at Zhu Yanqiu and then glanced at Ning Shu, who was busy treating the soldier's wound. Fang Feifei's eyes flashed when she saw him treating the soldier's wound and telling Xiao Tong what to do with a solemn expression. Ning Shu basically had to work until midnight with the help of Xiao Tong. Xiao Tong was a quiet child. Perhaps it was because she had suffered a serious injury at a young age that made her feel inferior. She was very active in doing things. Usually, she would pour tea for Ning Shu. Ning Shu had fasting pills himself. If he was really hungry, he would eat fasting pills and give half of his food to Xiao Tong. A military doctor was a job that required a lot of physical strength. If one did not have enough physical strength, it would not work. Ning Shu's actions made Zhu Yanqiu so angry that she wanted to die. He was Zhu Su Nyang's husband. Although he couldn't be considered her husband, he should at least be her eldest young master. Ning Shu usually ignored him and didn't give him anything to eat. She treated an outsider better than him. Zhu Yanqiu wanted to get angry at Ning Shu, but considering his own body, he still needed Ning Shu to take care of his wound. No one could offend a doctor. No one could guarantee that they would not be injured on the battlefield. Ning Shu saw Zhu Yanqiu looking at him with red eyes and a constipated expression. Ning Shu was speechless. He turned around and said to Xiaotong, "Sleep for a while. There are more things to do tomorrow." Xiaotong nodded. Ning Shu asked, "Master, do you want me to get some water for you to wash?" Ning Shu waved his hand. "Rest. You don't have to do these things." In this situation, how could she care about whether her body was clean or not? Ning Shu could even smell the sweat on her body. She only needed to ensure that her hands were clean. She just had to endure the rest. Chapter 584. After a busy day, Ning Shu planned to rest. Fang Feifei came over and said to Ning Shu, "Zhu. Dr. Zhu, I have something to say to you. Can we talk outside?" Ning Shu refused. "Sorry, I feel very tired. I want to rest. Every day was hard." Why did they talk in the middle of the night instead of resting? Ning Shu said that he didn't have the time. Fang Feifei looked a little bad and said, "It won't take up much of your time. Let's talk about it and everyone will feel comfortable. I want to talk about Zhu Yanqiu." Ning Shu rubbed his eyebrows, got up from the wooden board and walked out of the tent with Fang Feifei. It was already late at night and the sky was full of bright stars. There were footsteps not far away. Obviously, soldiers were patrolling. Ning Shu didn't mind being dirty. He sat directly on the ground, supported his chin with his hand and asked, "What do you want to say?" Fang Feifei sat next to Ning Shu and said directly, "I won't give up on Yanqiu. We have the same ambition. We can talk about any topic. It's not easy to meet such a person in one's life. I know Zhu Yanqiu was your husband before, but you two didn't get along." Ning Shu was speechless. "So, why are you talking to me about this?" Ning Shu looked at Fang Feifei and said, "No matter what, he is already married. He has a wife and a child. You intellectuals are so funny. You said that you accepted the new ideas and wanted free love. It's just a marriage without a matchmaker. What do you mean by releasing human nature? As long as it's love, there will be a legitimate name." Women in this era had no guarantee at all. At least in ancient times, the patriarchal ethics attached great importance to marriage. Marriage was the foundation of etiquette. There was also the three no's on the surface. Fang Feifei's face was a little dark and said, "What kind of old-fashioned thinking is this? Times are different now. Everyone has the right to pursue their own happiness. It's impossible for Dr. Zhu to tie Zhu Yanqiu up with a child. Once the child grows up, he will have his own life. But what about the parents? Will they force the two to be together for the sake of the child? A person's life is very long. Spending decades with someone you don't like is a waste of your own life. This is irresponsible for your own life. What's the point of having to spend your whole life with someone you can't communicate with?" Ning Shu was speechless. It made sense. Ning Shu found that he couldn't refute it at all. But the root of the problem was that Zhu Yanqiu didn't even recognize his wife and son. He only knew how to exploit Zhu Su-nyang. Even if they had to separate, Zhu Yanqiu had to compensate Zhu Su-nyang. Otherwise, no one would have a good life. You two love each other sweetly, and in the end, you'll be successful and famous. You'll stand at the top and be admired by others. What's Zhu Su-nyang's sacrifice worth? There was nothing in this world that could be taken for granted. What right did Zhu Yanqiu have to think that Zhu Su-nyang should do something for him? He didn't even say thank you, and even despised Zhu Su-nyang. Since that was the case, he should have tightened his belt back then. Zhu Yanqiu was a willful young master. "So, why are you telling me this? Are you telling me that you two are going to be together?" Ning Shu was expressionless and yawned. "If you want to tell me such meaningless things, then don't say it. If you two are going to be together, or if you two want to get married and have children, I have no opinion. Zhu Yanqiu is a gift to you." Ning Shu got up from the ground, patted the soil on his butt, and brushed past Fang Feifei. Fang Feifei turned around and looked at Ning Shu's back. She said, "Zhu Yanqiu is not a thing. He's a human. He has his own feelings and thoughts. He doesn't need you to give in to him. Ning Shu waved his hand without looking back and walked into the tent. Seeing that Xiaotong hadn't rested yet and was waiting for him, Ning Shu said to her, "Go to sleep. Your body won't be able to take it." Ning Shu lay on the wooden board, closed his eyes and fell asleep. He was really speechless. What time was it now? Why was she still thinking about such things? People on the battlefield might not even be able to see the sun tomorrow. It was meaningless to think about love. When Zhu Yanqiu woke up, she saw Ning Shu coming in from outside the tent, followed by Fang Feifei. Zhu Yanqiu's heart skipped a beat. She quickly asked Fang Feifei, "Feifei, did Zhu Sunyang make trouble for you?" Fang Feifei shook her head and said, "Only now do I know what kind of person Zhu Sunyang is. She's very old-fashioned. No wonder you can't get along with her. You even said that we're a matchless couple." Zhu Yanqiu breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Don't worry about her. She's a woman from the feudal era. Even if you talk to her, it won't make sense. It's a waste of energy to talk to her. Feifei, I plan to go to the battlefield. But what about your injury?" Fang Feifei looked at Zhu Yanqiu's shoulder and said, "Don't worry. Your health is more important. Take care of yourself first." Zhu Yanqiu immediately said, "My injury is almost healed. I'm always doing nothing and wasting the army's food." Zhu Yanqiu was anxious. He couldn't delay any longer. The people who went to the battlefield with him had killed many enemies, but he had to lie here half dead. Fang Feifei nodded, "It's good that you know. But the battlefield is very dangerous. You must protect yourself well." When the war started, Zhu Yanqiu endured the injury on his body and fought. Zhu Yanqiu was eager for quick success and instant benefits. Even Zhu Sunyang, who he looked down on, had become a military doctor respected by the soldiers. He didn't have any merits. How could he talk about revitalizing the Zhu family and giving Fang Feifei happiness? Zhu Yanqiu had a lot of anger in his heart. He was determined to make a name for himself. But when he crawled in the trench, held the gun and pulled the trigger, Zhu Yanqiu had no ambition in his heart. He was full of powerlessness and fear. Zhu Yanqiu didn't know what was wrong with his hand. When he pulled the trigger, he was always powerless. There was a slight tremor and a little stiffness. He just felt that his hand didn't listen to his command. He felt that his fingers couldn't react accurately and quickly. In the face of this situation, Zhu Yanqiu, a big man, directly had red eyes. What was going on? What was wrong with his hand? Ning Shu was busy treating the wounds of the wounded. He saw Zhu Yanqiu, who had just gone to the battlefield, being carried back. He didn't have any injuries on his body. He was just stunned by the shell. However, the wound on his shoulder was torn again. He was bleeding and his clothes were wet. Ning Shu sprinkled some powder on Zhu Yanqiu's old wound. The severe pain of the wound woke Zhu Yanqiu up. He opened his eyes and the hazy face in front of him gradually became clear. Seeing that it was Ning Shu, Zhu Yanqiu suddenly reached out and grabbed Ning Shu's hand. Her voice was almost coming out from between her teeth. It was gloomy and angry. "You must have done something to me. You must have." Chapter 585. Zhu Yanqiu felt that his hand couldn't move. Zhu Sunyang must have done something to it when he was injured. Otherwise, his hand wouldn't be so trembling and stiff. "Zhu Sunyang, you have to be responsible." Zhu Yanqiu grabbed Ning Shu's arm tightly and didn't let Ning Shu go. Ning Shu was confused and impatient. "What's wrong with your hand? Isn't your hand fine? Why are you grabbing my arm like a ghost? It's not broken or lame. What's wrong with you?" Ning Shu pulled Zhu Yanqiu's hand away and went to work. "I can't shoot with my hand." Zhu Yanqiu roared at Ning Shu and raised his hand. "You must have done something to me." Ning Shu looked at him as if he was crazy. "Zhu Yanqiu, are you okay? Your hand is fine. Why do you have to say that there's something wrong with your hand?" It's not that there's something wrong with you. There's something wrong with your brain. Zhu Yanqiu looked very decadent and lay on the wooden board. I can't think of anyone who can make me like this except you. You fainted and you blame it on me. Zhu Yanqiu, can you be more cowardly? Ning Shu looked disdainful. It's okay that you can't support your family, but now you blame it on me. Is this showing your ability? He was pushing all the blame to her. She couldn't be the scapegoat. Shut up, Zhu Sunyang, shut up. Zhu Yanqiu was afraid that Ning Shu would say their relationship, so he roared at Ning Shu with a ferocious look. Now everyone on the battlefield knew that he and Fang Feifei were a couple and were college sweethearts. If others knew his relationship with Zhu Sunyang, how could he stay here? Zhu Yanqiu hated being involved with Zhu Sunyang. Ning Shu, bastard. At this time, Fang Feifei hurried in and asked Zhu Yanqiu, Yanqiu, are you okay? Zhu Yanqiu said to Fang Feifei very decadently, Feifei, I can't shoot. My hand can't shoot. Fang Feifei covered her mouth in shock and hurriedly asked, what's going on? What's wrong with your hand? Why can't you hold a gun? What's going on? Tell me. Fang Feifei was very worried about Zhu Yanqiu. Zhu Yanqiu turned to look at Ning Shu. Ning Shu shrugged. It's useless to look at me. What can I do to you? When you were injured, Fang Feifei was beside you. What can I do to you? Don't blame me. I can't take responsibility. Ning Shu ignored the two of them and started to treat the injured. While Xiaotong was assisting Ning Shu, she asked Ning Shu, Master, are you all right? Ning Shu turned his head and saw Xiaotong looking at him with a worried expression. He shook his head and said, it's fine. You don't have to care about that kind of person. Zhu Yanqiu might not know that she was the one who did it. She was just feeling depressed and wanted to find someone to vent. She just happened to be this person. Ning Shu laughed in his heart. Compared to the busy Ning Shu, Zhu Yanqiu and Fang Feifei were very worried. Fang Feifei even came to Ning Shu in private and asked Ning Shu if there was any way to treat Zhu Yanqiu's hand. Ning Shu twitched the corner of his mouth and said calmly, there's nothing wrong with his hand. He just fainted from being shot. It's the same as fainting from height. It's a psychological problem. It has nothing to do with the hand. I'm just a military doctor. I don't have the ability to treat any disease. Fang Feifei frowned and asked, is there really no way? This is related to Yanqiu's future. Besides, now is the time when the nation is in danger. One person is a little bit of strength. If Yanqiu can pick up a gun to kill the enemy and stop the invaders, military Dr. Zhu, I'll be thick-skinned and call you sister. At this time, we should put down our personal grudges. In the face of right and wrong, when the nation is in trouble, we can put our personal grudges aside. Ning Shu was speechless. Ning Shu was very impatient. Fang Feifei always stood at the top of morality and asked her for righteousness. It was as if she was the only one who had read books and the others were ignorant. She just wanted her to treat Zhu Yanqiu's hand. If it were someone else, Fang Feifei would not care at all. There were so many people in the team. It didn't make a difference whether Zhu Yanqiu was there or not. Ning Shu said calmly, how can I explain it to you so that you can understand? I said that there's nothing wrong with his hand. It's his psychological problem. He's afraid of being shot, fainted and can't be treated no matter what. Instead of asking me here, you might as well ask Zhu Yanqiu to overcome his psychological barrier. Otherwise, he won't be able to pick up a gun in his life. Fang Feifei frowned. Since the other party had said so, she could not say anything more. However, Zhu Yanqiu did not think that he had some psychological problem. He was not fainted, but his fingers. When he did delicate movements or things that required a high degree of concentration, his hands became stiff. However, the soldiers around him all said that he was fainted. Even Fang Feifei said that he was fainted. Zhu Yanqiu did not believe it and insisted on picking up a gun to take a look. However, the result was the same. Zhu Yanqiu was naturally not allowed to go to the battlefield in such a situation. Not only was his own safety not guaranteed, but he could also implicate other people. He was sent to deal with logistics by the higher-ups and became a cook. The job of a cook was much safer than fending off the enemies in the front. However, Zhu Yanqiu was not satisfied. He was a college student who had received a new education. Now that he wanted to be a cook, he could not get over the mental barrier. Of all things, only studying was the best. He was a scholar. A gentleman should stay away from the kitchen. Zhu Yanqiu would rather crawl in the trenches and risk dying in battle. She would rather die in battle than stay in the kitchen with a spoon in her hand and be burnt by smoke. What was the point of being a cook? Zhu Yanqiu wanted to bring glory to his ancestors. Ning Shu saw Zhu Yanqiu wearing an apron and bringing food with a dark face. Ning Shu laughed in his heart. He did not show it on his face. However, Zhu Yanqiu brought her very little food. Obviously, he was taking revenge on her. Zhu Yanqiu sneered at Ning Shu and then walked away proudly. Ning Shu pursed her lips. How shameless. Master, why don't you eat mine? Xiaotong sent her share to Ning Shu. Ning Shu waved his hand. You keep it. You don't have to give it to me. I have enough. Ning Shu ate pickled vegetables and cornbread. He sighed in his heart that the gap between people was so big. Zhu Yanqiu fried an egg for Fang Feifei and tried to find a way to give Fang Feifei something to eat. However, when it came to her, she still wanted to deduct her rations. Dr. Zhu, I want to talk to you. Fang Feifei walked into the tent and said to Ning Shu. Her tone was not very good. At this moment, the sharp sound of the Air Force dropping bombs sounded in the sky. Ning Shu immediately shouted, "Get down." Then, he pressed Xiaotong down. Fang Feifei also crawled on the ground the moment Ning Shu told her to get down. As a war reporter, she ran around the battlefield every day to take photos. She had to protect herself. Boom! The bomb landed on the ground. Even if Ning Shu covered his ears, he instantly felt that his ears could not hear. His heart was hurt by the huge sound waves. Chapter 586. A few more cannonballs landed one after another, causing the earth to shake. The simple tents were overturned by the huge heat wave. Some of the wounded in the tents were directly killed by the cannonballs that landed nearby. Ning Shu raised her head and looked at the dead wounded. These were the people she had spent a lot of effort to save. With one cannonball, all her efforts were in vain. The Air Force hovered in the sky for a while and then roared away. Although Ning Kong's bomb was not very accurate, it could cause damage to buildings and targets. All kinds of heat radiation and radiation were also a kind of huge damage to the human body. Ning Shu shook her head. She felt that her ears were buzzing. She could not hear the people around her clearly. This symptom would last for a while. The tent was still damaged. Many of the wounded were injured. Tang Zheng came over with a group of soldiers to check the situation. When he saw Ning Shu, he asked, "Dr. Zhu, are you okay?" Ning Shu could not hear. She picked her ears and said to Tang Zheng, "Some of the wounded are stable. Send them back. It's too dangerous here." "Okay, the officer is looking for you." "The gauze on the officer's wound needs to be changed," Tang Zheng said loudly to Ning Shu. Ning Shu could barely hear it. She indicated that she understood and treated the wounds of the people who were injured by the bombs first. Fang Feifei, Feifei. Zhu Yanqiu hurried over. When she saw Fang Feifei sitting on the ground, she quickly went over to help her up and asked, "Feifei, are you okay?" Fang Feifei was a little confused. When she saw Zhu Yanqiu, her eyes turned red. She could not help but hug Zhu Yanqiu. Zhu Yanqiu comforted her, "It's okay, it's okay." Tang Zheng ordered the soldiers to carry the wounded away and was ready to send them back. Ning Shu's eyes turned and said to Tang Zheng, "Are you going back to Shanghai?" "I want to write a letter. Can you help me send it back?" Tang Zheng nodded, Okay. Ning Shu quickly finished her work. Then she felt a little embarrassed. She did not have a letter paper or a pen. Tang Zheng gave Ning Shu a pen and took the letter from the guard next to him. Ning Shu. Thank you, Officer Tang. Ning Shu took the letter and wiped the dust off the wooden board. He placed the letter on the wooden board and began to think about how to write to Zhu Siyuan. In the letter, Ning Shu mentioned that she was very busy and had saved many people. She told Zhu Siyuan that she was protecting the country no matter how much pain these soldiers had suffered. She also told Zhu Siyuan not to worry about her. After she finished writing the letter, Ning Shu felt as though she had been cut off from the world for a lifetime. She had been saving people at the front lines all day, and after she woke up, she would save people. She had no idea how much time had passed. Ning Shu didn't even know what day it was today, nor did she know how Zhu Siyuan was doing. After handing the letter to Tang Zheng, Ning Shu said, "Thank you, Officer Tang." Tang Zheng put away the letter. Ning Shu said, "Haven't you applied for the medical resources yet? I can't hold on any longer. Why don't you get me some Chinese medicine? I'll make the medicine myself." Ning Shu had no medicine powder in his medicine box. If it wasn't for the medicine powder that could stop bleeding, some people would die from excessive blood loss. There would be no time to save them. In this era where blood transfusion was not allowed and there were no conditions for blood transfusion, those who couldn't stop bleeding could only wait for death. Ning Shu didn't wait for Tang Zheng to answer. He took the paper from the guard's hand and wrote the name of the Chinese medicine on it. He said, "I want these Chinese medicine. This medicine powder can stop bleeding. Without the medicine now, I can't save people." Tang Zheng could only nod and let Ning Shu change the gauze for the officer. Then he went to do his work. "Zhu Sunyang, you're good. Now you've got the upper hand. I didn't know you had this ability before." Zhu Yanqiu looked at Ning Shu talking to Tang Zheng and his heart was burning. He was just a small fry now, but Zhu Sunyang could talk to Tang Zheng. Who was Tang Zheng? He was the person next to the highest commander of this army. Ning Shu turned his head and saw Zhu Yanqiu supporting Fang Feifei. He looked at him with disdain, and his tone was sour as if he had drunk 2 bottles of vinegar. Seeing Ning Shu staring at him, Zhu Yanqiu said sarcastically, "As a military doctor, you have this ability. Flirting with men and not following the rules of a wife." Zhu Yanqiu saw that the woman he looked down on was doing better than him. A person who didn't know anything couldn't change her humble past. A woman who was sold as a servant. At this time, Zhu Yanqiu completely forgot the new ideas he had accepted. Equality, freedom, and universal love were all nonsense. Ning Shu looked at Zhu Yanqiu coldly. "Did you eat shit? Is your mouth full of shit? I'm not following the rules of a wife. Tell me who my husband is." Ning Shu looked at Zhu Yanqiu with disdain. "If you have the ability, tell me who my husband is." "You." Zhu Yanqiu looked left and right. In the end, she didn't dare to say her relationship with Ning Shu. "Humph, look at her cowardly and incompetent appearance. She has no guts." Facing Ning Shu's disdainful eyes, Zhu Yanqiu was angry. She gritted her teeth and didn't say anything. Ning Shu didn't bother to pay attention to Zhu Yanqiu. He treated the wounded and told Xiaotong. Then he carried the medicine box and went to change the gauze for the officer. Ning Shu felt that the officer of this army was very powerful. He was only in his 30s, but he could lead the army to fight against the enemy. At least Zhu Yanqiu didn't have such achievements at this age. This officer might have someone behind him, or he had a proud background. Ning Shu walked into the room with the medicine box. He saw that the officer was looking at a map. His face didn't look good. He was weak and pale because of a serious illness. Ning Shu stood at attention and saluted to the officer. "Officer." The officer nodded and said, "I heard from Tang Zheng that you saved me." Ning Shu nodded. She was the one who saved him. Ning Shu asked the officer to take off his clothes and remove the gauze. He treated the suppuration of the wound and rebandaged it. Then he put away the blood-stained gauze and brought it back. Can this kind of gauze still be used? The officer asked when he saw Ning Shu put away the gauze. Of course. It can be used after washing it and exposing it to the sun. These things are not enough, so they can only be used repeatedly. Ning Shu said. He could only try his best to find a way when resources were scarce. The wound couldn't be bandaged without gauze. The officer sighed. You are good. Although you are a woman, I heard from Tang Jing that you saved a lot of people. When the war is over, I will give you a third-class military merit. Thank you, officer. Ning Shu immediately saluted and shouted. She accepted the honor with a clear conscience. It was what she deserved. With the military merit, Zhu Sunyang's life would be better in the future. Ning Shu didn't know how long she could stay in this world. Zhu Sunyang's character was a little weak. She didn't know if she could become a qualified military doctor. It wasn't that difficult to be strong and live for herself. Even if it was for Zhu Siyuan, she should be brave and become a mother that Zhu Siyuan could be proud of. Zhu Siyuan was proud of his mother now. Chapter 587. A few days later, Tang Zhen came over to give Ning Shu a letter and some Chinese herbs. Ning Shu opened the letter. It was a letter from Zhu Siyuan. It was filled with worry and pride for Ning Shu. He said that he had shown the letter to his teacher and classmates. They were all praising his mother for being a great hero. In the end, he asked Ning Shu to take good care of him. He said that he would grow up quickly and fight the Japanese on the battlefield. When Ning Shu saw the letter, he felt that Zhu Siyuan had grown up a lot. Ning Shu kept the letter and started to process the Chinese herbs. He told Xiaotong how to process them. Now, Ning Shu and Xiaotong had another task, which was to process the herbs. They had less time to sleep. Ning Shu would let Xiaotong rest. She had cultivated peerless martial arts, so her body could take it. However, the little girl Xiaotong could not take it. Fortunately, with the support of the Chinese herbs, Ning Shu and Xiaotong's treatment process became more relaxed. Tang Zheng found Ning Shu and said that he wanted to mass-produce the prescription in Ning Shu's hands. This time, Tang Zheng went back and found out that the other troops had suffered heavy losses. Many of the wounded died before they could be treated. Although human lives were worthless in troubled times, the death count was still shocking. There were too many soldiers who died, and it was a blow to the morale of the entire country. Tang Zheng had long noticed the medicinal powder used by the military doctor. It seemed to be very effective. In this time of shortage of fast-acting Western medicine, it was good to use the traditional Chinese medicine passed down by their ancestors. Moreover, there were many Chinese herbs. Ning Shu had all kinds of thoughts in his mind. He asked, "Whose idea is this?" "I've reported this situation to the commanding officer." The commanding officer said that if you can contribute this prescription, he'll award you a second-class merit. Tang Zheng looked at Ning Shu. "You're now worth more than a company commander." It was a good deal to exchange such a prescription for a second-class military merit, but Ning Shu had another idea in mind. He said to Tang Zheng, "Sure, but I have another condition. I want to apply for a patent for this prescription. This prescription can only belong to me. No one else can steal it." This prescription was nothing much, especially in this kind of situation. It was fine to take it out, but it needed a name. Applying for a patent could make Zhu Sunyang famous. In the future, patents would be money in peacetime. Patent? Tang Zheng didn't quite understand. Ning Shu explained, "This thing can only be mine. Although I've given it away, I still have the right to possess the prescription." Tang Zheng thought for a moment, then looked at Ning Shu's face and said, "You still haven't offered the prescription." "Officer Tang, everyone wants a good reputation. I've given you the prescription, but it still belongs to me in name. In fact, it's not up to you to decide," Ning Shu said with a smile. Tang Zheng shook his head. "I have to report this to my superior." Ning Shu nodded. Master, the superior wants to award you with a second-class military merit? Xiao Tong looked at Ning Shu with eyes full of admiration and admiration. Master, you're amazing. Ning Shu grinned. Whether this matter would succeed or not was still a problem. Ning Shu looked at Xiao Tong. You can also become a military doctor in the future. Xiao Tong's face turned red, but she immediately thought of something and her expression turned gloomy. Ning Shu saw her expression and knew that she was thinking of her tragic experience. You can definitely become a good military doctor. Ning Shu told Xiao Tong about his story. He said that he was abandoned by his husband and raised his child by himself. In order to survive, he joined the military doctor training in the field. Xiao Tong listened to Ning Shu's words and asked with her eyes wide open, what about the child's father? Didn't I say that he abandoned his wife and child? It's not a big deal. Ning Shu said casually. Master, you're really open-minded. Xiao Tong was much closer to Ning Shu. They were both women who had been hurt. So what if he couldn't accept it? Even if he was in an adverse situation, he could still fight back. Even if he died, he had to die meaningfully and drag someone down with him. I'm already so fucking miserable, the person who hurt me must be even more miserable. Tang Zheng told Ning Shu that the superior agreed to Ning Shu's request and found a time to personally award the medal to Ning Shu. Ning Shu was relieved. At least he fought for his rights. Even if the superior wanted to snatch it away, Ning Shu could not do anything. This was the best situation in the end. The superior dragged his injured body and put the medal on Ning Shu. He even gave a statement to Ning Shu, saying that the powder was still under Ning Shu's name. Ning Shu looked at the statement and glanced at the superior's face without leaving a trace. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. The superior did this to repay him for saving his life. If he really accepted it, the other party's favor would be repaid. In this world, favors were the most repaid. One could owe anything but a favor. If this man did not die, he would definitely be a powerful person in the future. A favor from such a person was more valuable than any patent. Moreover, Ning Shu had to help Zhu Xiyuan. It would be helpful for Zhu Xiyuan's future if he knew such a person. This was something that could not be bought with money. Moreover, after he left, this person would more or less take care of Zhu Sunyang. Ning Shu tore the statement and handed over the prescription he wrote before. He saluted and said, I am a citizen of this country. The prescription of this powder is nothing. If I can use this powder to save more soldiers, it will be my merit. The statement is too cliché, too cliché. The superior raised his eyebrows and glanced at Ning Shu. In the end, he laughed, took the prescription and left. Tang Zheng was 2 steps behind. Ning Shu said, you did the right thing. Ning Shu wiped the cold sweat on his head. He was almost blinded by money. Zhu Sunyang was a woman with a child in a troubled world. It was good to have someone to protect her. Zhu Yanqiu, who was tending the fire in the logistics department, heard that Ning Shu awarded the second-class military merit. Her eyes turned red. Her mind was full of impossible. How did that woman get the second-class military merit? Zhu Yanqiu threw away the fire stick in her hand and found Ning Shu. She questioned, how did you get the second-class military merit? How did you get it? Did you do something dirty? Ning Shu took off his gloves and slapped Zhu Yanqiu's face. Zhu Yanqiu's face was slapped to the side. She staggered twice before she could steady herself. Ning Shu said coldly, what did you just say? Say it again. Zhu Yanqiu was slapped by Ning Shu so hard that she saw stars and felt dizzy. When she heard Ning Shu's words, she shouted out of reflex, you shameless bitch. What kind of dirty things did you do when you're not a woman? Zhu Yanqiu could not accept that this woman got the military merit. Why? Ning Shu slapped Zhu Yanqiu's face again. Half of her face was swollen, forming a sharp contrast with the other half. Chapter 588. Zhu Yanqiu felt dizzy after being slapped twice by Ning Shu. She fell to the ground and kept shaking her head. Her face was burning. She looked at Ning Shu in disbelief. You dare to hit me? If you talk nonsense again, I will not only hit you, but also kill you, Ning Shu said coldly. Zhu Sunyang couldn't bear to kill such a person. No matter how much knowledge one learned, it couldn't change a person's vicious heart. Zhu Yanqiu was a beast in human clothing. Zhu Yanqiu was so angry that her whole body was trembling. Zhu Sunyang, you are too arrogant. Ning Shu rolled his eyes and ignored her. Zhu Yanqiu could forget about rising up in this life. He would just be a cook for the rest of his life. Zhu Yanqiu whispered bitterly, Zhu Sunyang, are you going to kill your husband? If you are a man, speak louder. Why are you whispering? Ning Shu sneered. He wanted to use her husband's name to suppress her, but he didn't dare to say their relationship. He was simply speechless. It was Ning Shu's first time seeing such a strange Zhu Yanqiu. She didn't want to lose face and wanted people to treat her like an ancestor. I can send you to heaven with a can of gas. Zhu Yanqiu saw Ning Shu's unscrupulous look and gnashed her teeth in hatred. She turned and left. For Ning Shu, Zhu Yanqiu was a clown. She only knew how to find a sense of existence on the weak and only knew how to bully Zhu Sunyang. Even though Ning Shu's status was different now, she still had a mysterious confidence when facing Ning Shu. Zhu Yanqiu was indignant about being beaten by Ning Shu and went around saying that Zhu Sunyang was just a servant that was sold to a large family by her parents. She also didn't know what kind of dog's hit luck she had to become a military doctor on the battlefield. She also said that Ning Shu's second-class merit was dubious. How could a woman get a second-class merit? Hearing these rumors, Ning Shu smacked his lips and stroked his chest. Look, this is your husband, a narrow-minded and vicious man who talks about people everywhere like a gossipy woman. She succeeded, but Zhu Yanqiu didn't feel happy. Instead, she viciously spread rumors and was secretly jealous of her. Such a person, no matter how much you did to him, he would take it for granted. Ning Shu moved his wrist and beat Zhu Yanqiu. He said that if she heard such words again in the future, she would beat him every time she saw him. Zhu Yanqiu was asking for a beating. Fang Feifei came to find Zhu Yanqiu. Seeing that Zhu Yanqiu couldn't fight back after being beaten by Ning Shu and couldn't get up after being thrown over his shoulder, Fang Feifei frowned tightly. Ning Shu said unhappily, Military Dr. Zhu, you've gone too far. Ning Shu sneered. I've gone too far. Your boyfriend is the one who has gone too far. If you want to be together, don't provoke me. This man used to eat my food and use my money. The money he spent on your relationship was the money I earned from selling tofu. He didn't tell you these things, did he? Fang Feifei was stunned and then said, with Yanqiu's family background, does she still need the money you earned from selling tofu? The Zhu family is indeed a rich family, but that was several years ago. The Zhu family collapsed a long time ago. They even sold their house, and then the family, Zhu Sunyang, shut up, shut up. Zhu Yanqiu interrupted Ning Shu's words in panic and resentment. You stole the Zhu family's money, you traitorous bitch. Ning Shu sneered and said, at that time, all the money in the family was given to you to go to school. You said that you wanted to revitalize the Zhu family through studying, but you were gone for 3 or 4 years. Your tuition money and all the expenses were the money I earned from selling tofu. You didn't even go home when your mother died. Fang Feifei looked at Zhu Yanqiu blankly. Is this true? Feifei, don't listen to this woman's nonsense. Zhu Yanqiu grabbed Fang Feifei's arm in horror. Fang Feifei shook off Zhu Yanqiu's hand. Fang Feifei took 2 steps back and said with a sobbing voice, you lied to me again and again. I thought you had told me the truth before, but I didn't expect you to hide something from me. Zhu Yanqiu, I was worried about you and went to the battlefield with you. I didn't expect you to hide something from me. Is it fun to lie to me like this? Do you think I'm stupid? Fang Feifei saw Zhu Yanqiu, who was covered in black ashes and had ashes from the bottom of the pot on her head and face. She was completely different from the Zhu Yanqiu who was wearing bright clothes before. In addition, Zhu Yanqiu didn't have the aura of a young master anymore. She looked unbearable. Fang Feifei turned around and ran away. Zhu Yanqiu said to Ning Shu fiercely, "Zhu Sunyang, you vicious woman." Then she chased after Fang Feifei. Ning Shu patted the dust on his hands and said goodbye. Pay attention to the sky when you run. There could be enemy air attacks at any time. Ning Shu didn't have time to pay attention to the love and hate entanglement of these two people. She was very busy. Time was life. Saving people was a race against time. Ning Shu thought that these two people would break up, but Fang Feifei came to her in the evening. And it was in the middle of the night. She probably knew that Ning Shu only had time in the middle of the night. Fang Feifei saw that Ning Shu began to pack up her things. She said to Ning Shu with a complicated expression, "Dr. Zhu, I want to talk to you." Talk about what? What's there to talk about? We are not very close friends, and we don't talk about our hearts. To be honest, my husband is already with you. Do you still want to talk to me about your pursuit of happiness? I don't want to hear it. Ning Shu lay on the wooden board and planned to sleep. These people wanted to be entangled with each other. Ning Shu didn't want to care about them. Fang Feifei pursed her lips and said, "I never wanted to hurt anyone, but the person I fell in love with happened to be your husband. Ning Shu, let's go out and talk. Let's talk about Zhu Yanqiu." Fang Feifei said, "The three of us are entangled with each other. Hurting each other is not a problem. Problems have to be solved." Ning Shu said lightly, "If you want to say something, say it here. There are many mosquitoes outside. I'm tired after a day. I'm too lazy to move." Fang Feifei had no choice. She hesitated for a moment and said, "I know you have a way to treat Zhu Yanqiu's injury. I heard that you submitted a prescription and got a second-class military merit." Ning Shu stretched out her finger and waved it. She said, "First, I don't know how to treat Zhu Yanqiu. He fainted on his own. As long as you don't touch or rob him, there will be no problem except for some delicate work. Second, my military merit was earned by my efforts to save people and treat injured soldiers one after another. This is what I deserve. Can you bear to see Zhu Yanqiu circling around the boiler?" Fang Feifei said somewhat helplessly, "Yanqiu has knowledge and shouldn't be buried like this. I know you resent us, but in the current situation, one more person means one more power to fight against the enemy." Ning Shu grinned and said, "Who said that Zhu Yanqiu's talent was buried? It's not like you said. One more person means one more power to fight against the enemy. No matter what position, whether it's a logistics officer or a soldier, in this army, it's all about fighting against the enemy. Since it's all about fighting against the enemy, why care so much?